live stream starting online around about now. A very good morning to everybody watching around the world on the live stream, brought to you by Santapod Raceway and all the good people that sponsor us. There are loads of them. You can see their names across the bottom there. We are going into round number 1 of qualifying for all of our classes, and we start with, as is traditional, Junior Dragster over the 8th mile here. And we're going to start with a guy who I think is the leader of the clubhouse in the UK National Championship. We've had 3, we're exactly halfway. We've had 3 rounds of the championship so far. And this is the start of the second half of the season. Talking about Liam McDonald from Dublin in Ireland in the Kestrel Lane this time last week. Racing in Clastres in France. Qualifying's based on reaction times. You'll see the numbers come up on the board when the tree runs. They have 3 runs today to set the field for eliminations tomorrow. Going up against young Tom Peters from Harrogate. Bumper entry at Junior Dragsters again this weekend. Liam off the trailer with a 007. Well, Graham, you can take the rest of the day off, I think. Go and get ready for eliminations. He's nodding his head as if to say, yeah, that'll do. That's my boy. 0.12 for Tom. So we already have, after the first pair, a 00 reaction time. So next up, Finny Fag in the Kestrel Lane, taking on the Bulldog himself, Teddy Sullivan. Teddy's in the Slick Tricks lane. Once again, looking for reaction time. Again, I'm pretty sure the vast majority of you will have been here before. You know what that means. Red light for Ted Sullivan. Finney goes 0.6. Nice opening run. So, Harry Peters this time round. Kestrel Lane against Max Taylor. Max on the Slick Trick side of the racetrack. That's Dad Steve guide him in. Not a bad start at all for Max Taylor. That's an 0.75 light. 0.15 for young Harry. So currently right towards the top of the championship chase is Luke Muggeridge. I'm pretty sure Big Brother Nick is not on the start line at the moment because he's round there getting ready to run in Pro ET. He's in the Kestrel Lane against Mackenzie Love. Now, both of these two were top 5 finishers in the UK National Championship last year. See what they've got in this round 1 qualifying session. The tree runs and go. Not bad, both lanes. 0.57 for Luke, and 0.35 for Mackenzie. That's going to get him number 2 at the moment, actually. It does indeed. Luke goes to number 3 currently. I emphasise currently because obviously we've still got loads more cars to go, and we've still got another 2 qualifying sessions after this one to go as well. So, Miss Stig, Ellie Mae Brown in the Kestrel Lane. Dad Lee just does the final tweak of the engine. Very good morning to Mum Tracy, who is either be looking in or sitting on the golf cart. behind us. Not sure which. Taking on... Well, very, very cool to see this young man back again. In the Slick Tricks lane. Against young Mr. Fairhurst in the Slick Tricks lane. 0.25 red for Ellie. And in the Slick Tricks lane, a 152. That's the first red light of that session for Ellie, unfortunately. Still 2 more goes to get the right side of it. Doesn't mean she won't be qualified, just means not quite where she wants. So, Jake Cooper, Kestrel side of the racetrack against Emmy Cromwell. This also, what's going to be of note throughout the day today, is that this is the first weekend this season, I think, we've got championship drag racing with anything like a headwind. I think almost every other weekend that we've had, we've either had virtually no wind at all or a nice gentle tail breeze, which does make a difference to the performance of the cars, especially the big door cars. Quick track check in the Kestrel lane. Also a problem for Emmy Cromwell. That was a crew that actually said, click it off, not the start line team. So let's see what Jake Cooper can do. Current number 1 is already a 007. Well, actually, it was 007 after the first pair. In fact, the first car that left the start line this morning went 007. Well, that was an 08 red for Jake. That will put him last at the moment. So, Lola Bell Kent with the West 10 Motorsport Dragster in the Kestrel lane. Dad Kevin not racing the Fuel Funny car this weekend. He'll be getting ready for the Bug Jam in just a few weeks' time, which is the next round of the Fuel Funny Car Championship. Up against Neve Deavy. That's Dad Richard hanging around behind. And Caitlin bringing her into stage. She's got a very, very good teacher as Neve in her big sister. Caitlin was really high up in the junior dragster ranks for a number of years when she was competing too. Oh, 49 for Neve Deavy. They will get the number 3 spot at the moment. Again, I emphasise at the moment. Lola Bell goes 0.29, a little bit off pace for her first run. And yeah, Neve goes to number 3, number 10 for Lola Bell. Okay, Teddy Howe with a Howe Motorsport Dragster. Very futuristic Top Fuel looking little car down there in the Kestrel lane. Against Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey. Well, almost simultaneous red lights. That was an 06 red for Grace. Teddy with a 0.1. I think that's the biggest red light we've had so far today. When he rolls across the line. Indeed it is, yes, absolutely that. Well, they still get on the board. So, Kai Cooper, Kestrel Lane. With Andy Fensom. Doing the adjusting, taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. Jacqueline in the Slick Tricks lane. With the Slick Tricks car as well, actually. Two green lights this time round. Jacqueline with a .12. Kai with an 067's going to get him the number 6 spot, I think, with that one. So, the other Slick Tricks Racing dragster in action this weekend on the Kestrel side of the racetrack is Lara against Jack Taylor with the other car from the Black Magic stable. Number 1 is still Liam McDonald with the first run of the session. Very nice looking 025 for Lara. That's going to put her provisionally number 2. It does indeed. 13 for Jack Taylor with a .26. Okay, Eva Davis with the beautiful Mayhem Junior down there. Dagnick just adjusting the idle. What a great pair of names for 2 race cars. Mayhem and Chaos. And Havoc. I was going to say Nick's driven all of them, obviously apart from this one. But if you are a fan of Havoc, it'll be back in action this time next week with that man at the wheel. But for now, this is little girl Eva. Behind the wheel in the Kestrel lane against Freddie Taylor. Freddie goes red, only just red as well, an 0-1. That was the closest one we've had so far. Eva goes .9 green, which will get her in the top 10. Yeah, it will. Number 9 for the moment. So Eva Davis, number 9 provisionally at this point of qualifying. So your next pair of young ladies this time round. Ada Cassisi, who is having an absolute breakout season in junior dragster so far this year. She's done so well going to late rounds. She's in the Kestrel lane, taking on the one and only Chevy Checkett. Dad Mick behind the car in the Slick Tricks lane. Very good morning to Emma and Letty, who I'm sure are around somewhere looking on. Oh, 008 red for Chevy. That was oh so close. That was an 085 for Ada. And I think that 080 for Ada will get her the number 9 spot, actually. Yeah, Chev just went red by the most minuscule margin. Okay, Harley Coulsell, the other member of the Limited Funds team. In the Kestrel lane. I think this is could well be Harley's last year in junior dragster, actually. We're going to be taking on Molly Openshaw in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, after all the bumping in stage, Harley with a .11. Couldn't quite get the car to move forward there. 059 for Molly. Molly will definitely be in the top 10. She is indeed with number 6. Harley, number 12 provisionally after this point of Q1. Okay, Daniel Weir. Slick Trick side of the racetrack against Richard Wilcox, who I'm not sure if he is, but he has been double classing in both junior classes so far this season. Both dragster and bike as well. And was the most recent winner just a few weeks ago at the Sportsman Nats. 001 for Daniel Weir. That will be your new number 1 qualifier. I must admit, I did think that Liam's number was going to hold all the way through, but that was spectacular from Daniel Weir. Richard Wilcox, no slouch at all, with an 02, goes to number 3. That was your number 1 and 3 qualifier. This lot really are that good. Okay, Damien and Harry Redshaw this time. Damien's in the Kestrel lane. Harry is in the Slip Tricks lane. Definite move first there for Harry, 067. And a 0.18 for Damien. Going to be going into, that's number 11 with an 067 for Harry. Damien, number 20 at the moment with a 0.18. Yeah, we've had 29 cars run. We should have just a couple more, which we do. So this is Emmy Cromwell, who was actually she was shut off earlier, so she will be getting another go. She's in the Kestrel lane, taking on Ellie Fagg. It's going to be pretty much a full 32 car field for Junior Dragster this weekend. .15 red for Emmy. She did actually deep stage, which, as I'm sure some of you know, will knock quite a bit off the reaction time if you leave at the same time. Ellie goes to number 20 with a 0.17. At the end of that session, your number 1 qualifier is Daniel Weir. Congratulations to Daniel. Superb effort. Okay, Junior Drag Bike. Qualifying session, number 1 for them. So Holly King's going to be first to put in a run. Dial-in of 8.30 goes 8.46. Now the way the drag bikes run is slightly different to the dragsters. The dragsters qualify based on reaction time. The bikes actually on dial-ins. So who's closest to the dial-in? And 8.46 that time for Holly. Obviously puts her number 1 because she's been the only bike down the racetrack. So a little bit of sledding up there in the Kestrel lane. Gives me time to mention a few things, which is our Summer Nationals program, which is got some details on everything that's going on over this weekend. All the cars, bikes and classes running, including a timetable and an entry list as well. Also, we have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flypast scheduled now for 11:30. I think that's changed up slightly, again, due to weather. Just to make sure it's not too breezy at the time of day that they do need to run. So while the team do a bit of clearing up, I'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments. We won't be long at all. Junior Drag Bike and closely following them will be qualifying round number 1 of Pro ET. Against young Mr. Fairhurst in the Slick Tricks lane. 0.25 red for Ellie. And in the slick tricks lane of 152, that's the first red light of that session for Ellie, unfortunately. Still 2 more goes to get the right side of it. Doesn't mean she won't be qualified, just means not quite where she wants. Well, that was an 08 red for Jake. That will put him last at the moment. So, Lola Bell Kent with the West 10 Motorsport Dragster in the kit. 0.49 for Neve Deavy. They will get at the number 3 spot at the moment. Again, I emphasise at the moment. Lola Bell goes 0.29, a little bit off pace for her first run. And yeah, Neve goes to number 3, number 10 for Lola Bell. Well, almost simultaneous red lights. That was an 06 red for Grace. Teddy with a 0.1. I think that's the biggest red light we've had so far today. When he rolls across the line. Indeed it is, yes, absolutely that. Well, they still get on the board. Two green lights this time round. Jacqueline with a 0.12. Kai with an 0.67's going to get him the number 6 spot, I think, with that one. Very nice looking 0.25 for Lara. That's going to put her provisionally number 2. It does indeed. 13 for Jack Taylor with a 0.26. Freddie goes red, only just red as well, an 0.1. That was the closest one we've had so far. Eva goes 0.9 green, which will get her in the top 10. Yeah, it will. Number 9 for the moment. So Eva Davis, number 9 provisionally at this point of qualifying. Well, after all the bumping in stage, Harley with a 0.11. Couldn't quite get the car to move forward there. 0.59 for Molly. Molly will definitely be in the top 10. She is indeed with number 6. Harley, number 12 provisionally after this point of Q1. Sportsman Nats. Again, the dial-ins on the board at the finish line are the numbers that you need to be aware of. Grace Pollen, 8.50. With the pollen count, a name that's been around in drag racing a long time. Taking on Faith Morrison down there in Stick Tricks Lane. Morrison, a newer name to drag racing, but I'm sure they're going to leave their mark as well. They've been doing fantastically well. Well, Faith Morrison left before the tree activated. Grace Pollen up and appears to be okay. She's having a chat with Darren. But yeah, a little bit of a moment down there on the slight lane in the Kestra lane. But yeah, I think just one of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, on the bank and in the grandstands, put your hands together, please, for Grace. Come on, give her a cheer. That's the last thing that she wants to do in front of all you lovely people. But give her a bit of encouragement, please, and I'm sure she'll be back later on today for another attempt. So while the crew do their thing out there on the start line, once again, hand back to Nitro SM. Grace, our best wishes. Hope everything is okay and nothing's injured, no bruises or anything like that. But yeah, we'll be back shortly. Freddie goes red, only just red as well, an 0.1. That was the closest one we've had so far. Eva goes 0.9 green, which will get her in the top 10. Yeah, it will. Number 9 for the moment. So Eva Davis, number 9 provisionally at this point of qualifying. Well, after all the bumping in stage, Harley with a 0.11. Couldn't quite get the car to move forward there. 0.59 for Molly. Molly will definitely be in the top 10. She is indeed with number 6. Harley, number 12 provisionally after this point of Q1. Sportsman Nats. 001 for Daniel Weir. That will be your new number 1 qualifier. I must admit, I did think that Liam's number was going to hold all the way through, but that was spectacular from Daniel Weir. Richard Wilcox, no slouch at all with an 0-2, goes to number 3. That was your number 1 and 3 qualifier. Definite move first there for Harry, 0.67. And a 0.18 for Damien. Going to be going into... that's number 11 with an 0.67 for Harry. Damien, number 20 at the moment with a 0.18. .15 red for Emmy. She did actually deep stage, which, as I'm sure some of you know, will knock quite a bit off the reaction time if you leave at the same time. Ellie goes to number 20 with a 0.17. At the end of that session, your number 1 qualifier is Daniel Weir. And, doing fantastically well. Well, Faith Morrison left before the tree activated. Grace Pollen up and appears to be okay. She's having a chat with Darren. But yeah, a little bit of a moment down there on the slight lane in the Kestra lane. But yeah, I think just one of those things. Ladies and gentlemen. Against young Mr. Fairhurst in the Slick Tricks lane. 0.25 red for Ellie. And in the Slick Tricks lane, a 152. That's the first red light of that session for Ellie, unfortunately. Still 2 more goes to get the right side of it. Doesn't mean she won't be qualified, just means not quite where she wants. Okay, we're back again. Very best wishes again to Grace. Hopefully everything's okay. And we're about to qualify for junior drag bike. Harry Isaacs. Looking for 13.80. Let's see what Harry can pull out the bag. The answer is a 14.05. Not bad at all. Not far off either. Okay, Jackson King and Brad Morrison. Can we have Super Pro into the lanes, please? Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. For Q1. Everything's for Q1 at the moment, obviously. So reaction time is nothing to write home about, but that's not what it's all about. It's trying to run the number. So Brad Morrison, 16 flat, 13.36 for Jackson King on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Well, Jackson goes to number 1 with a 13.48 and a 36, 1200 off. Brad Morrison, 16.58, breaks out just by... No, beg your pardon, doesn't break out. I'm getting my numbers the wrong way around. Yeah, around about half a second off. Sorry. Okay, Maggie Smallman. Part of Team Rugrat in the Kestrel Lane, 970, one of the quicker bikes actually, to the 8th mile, against Leah Morrison. Maggie goes 969 with a 0, breaks out by 100th. Leah goes 1189 on 1170. Number 3 for now. Okay, Lyra Humber. Lyra's in the Kestrel Lane looking for 15.45, and Ali Lester from Waterlooville down in Hampshire, 13.20, which is a perfect number for drag racing. Okay, 13.36 for Alia, gets her the number 2 spot. Lyra breaks out with a 15.21 on a 45. That's a couple of tenths, I beg your pardon, too quick. So, Declan from Buntingford looking for 10.20. Nice looking run. 10.33, that'll work. Number 2 qualifier for the moment as well. Back to 4 wheels again, Pro ET qualifying session number 1. This is going to be some serious fun over the next couple of days. Bill Wilson with the graffiti racing Ford F100 from Ashford. What a cool looking truck, and with nitrous purge going on as well. 1185 in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Laura Bainton with a Capri 1042. Laura taking a stab at the perfect light money 01 red. $10.48 to start with, and $12.45 for Bill Wilson. It's going to be interesting to see what everybody does, because like I said, this is the first big bracket race of the season. We've actually got a headwind, I think. I think all the other rounds of the championship so far have all been tailwinds. They can just change the dial into accommodate the headwind, but it does make a bit of a difference. Okay, Mark Huxley with the Can-Do Corolla, now living permanently in the 9-second zone in the Kestrel lane. 980. Tom K, 10.10. Oh, well, Mark, unfortunately, I think, went to go on the trans brake, but it didn't engage, so he rolled through stage. Won't get a time on this one. Tom K will, though. And it's a 10.36 at 127. Some way, to be honest. Okay. If you missed one, Huxley, don't worry. Another one will be along very soon. And there'll be another one along very soon as well. That's Darren Huxley. Kestrel side of the racetrack. With the car. If you think that looks like a drift car, that's because it is. It's just also legal for drag racing. Taking on John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. $9.92 for John Dalrymple, 2/10 off, 11.44 for Darren. Breaks out by 0.06 of a second, but the crew don't seem to care. They look very happy with that one. Okay, Will Clark, Dave Fulton. Will Clark has just been racing in France last weekend. It's that time of year where everybody's travelling and having fun all over Europe. Dave Fulton with a new to him car. It says Nova on my screen. That definitely ain't a Nova, unless it's had a big accident. That's a Brogy Roadster, which has been in the hands of a few racers over time. Had a quick chat with Dave this morning. He said he was never driven it before, but he's going to give it a go. Looking for 990, goes 997 with a 0, and a 1002 for Will Clark. Dave actually goes for number 2 spot. Well, apart from a couple, everyone seems to be a good couple of tenths off of their chosen dials this morning. So it's Dave Great in qualifying Rudd in the Kestrel lane. Top bloke is Dave. Works very, very hard on this beautiful, beautiful Cobra. Yeah, Dave seems to absolutely kill it in qualifying. Really bang on the number time after time. And let's hope that that parlays into eliminations. As a result, he hasn't really been that far in eliminations yet, but he's right up there in the National Championship, just mainly because he's done so well with qualifying points so far this season. Taking on Roy Walker. Roy's looking for a 908. I don't think that's going to be a 908 unless Dave Rudd's going very quickly. 943 and a 971 for Dave Rudd. Dave Rudd breaks out by just over 100th. That's not a pretty good effort, though. Roy Walker with a 943 at 143. So, Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Anglia. If you're a fan of this shape and type of car, well, first of all, we have Outlaw Anglia running this weekend. However, if you don't mind sticking around a week to Dragstalgia, we've got the biggest entry ever in Outlaw Anglia, which takes some doing because we've had 30 odd of them before. So Ronnie's looking for a 1039. This will be a no nitrous run to get one on the board. 10:49, tenth of a second off. Still a good opener, something to build on. And again, they've still got another couple of runs later on today. So the other, well, one of the other Fulton boys competing, that's Simon Fulton with the absolutely beautiful Blitzkrieg. Kestrel side of the track, and Simon Innes. $10.68 for Simon Innes, that is, and a $9.90 for Simon Fulton. Obviously getting a bit of practice in for Super Gas, because that car does double class. He's actually running it in, or has run it in Super Comp as well. $9.96, 10.74. 74 goes to number 2 for Simon Innes. So Bob, well-travelled Malden as well. Another one of those in France last weekend. Back here to race on home turf. Also, he raced many times up at Melbourne as well, which is a local racetrack up there near York. Taking on the defending national champion for Pro ET. It's going to be Brett Featherstone. $9.58, exactly 2/10 off. Everybody's about 2/10 away. $9.65 for Brett on a 50. Maybe that headwind's changing things a little bit more than they were thinking. Okay, a car that we've seen a number of times before. But with a new driver, Susie McClure down there with the eye candy car. Most recently campaigned by so I think this is this hopefully will be completion of a licensing run for Susie. I know she was testing yesterday during the test day. Well, she's got a couple of launches in, I think, yesterday. That was the first one today. That 850 dial-in is the minimum you can dial for Pro ET. But it's great to see the car still competing. Two more dragsters this time round, Nick Mugridge and Mason Griffiths. Nick Mugridge with the little bike engine car in the Kestrel lane. 10.11 is what he's looking for. Against Mason Griffiths with the appliance from Wrexham. Well, Susie cruised, so we're just waiting for Susie to clear the racetrack at the top end. She cruised past the first exit. I think she's going all the way down the end. Yeah, there we go, round the turnoff. Here we go with the next pair. 10.11 for Nick Mugridge. We've already seen his brother Luke out here in Junior Dragster. Mason Griffiths with a 9.05. It's one of those things about bracket racing. The thing is, because it's to dial-in, you can still adjust your dial-in to whatever the car's going to run, but it affects door cars more than it does dragsters, without any doubt. So let's see what they can do. Mason's normally at the top of the pile, so's Nick. 9.19 and a 10.18. Well, number 5 and 7 respectively. Again, everyone just that little tick off of what they would normally be. So far, anyway. So, the last Fulton in the class, Daniel Fulton, 10.12. Kestrel side against Dave Crowhurst with his other car. Also got a Subaru powered Beetle, and this immaculately turned out Camaro. $9.40 for Dave Crowhurst, number 6. 8 for Daniel, 10.24 on a 10.12. Wicked Lady of Darren Law. Car been kind of not behaving, shall we say, until the last event. So let's hope it keeps going that way. 9.03. This is the chosen time for the dragster in the Kestrel lane. 9.10 for Warren Watts with the Camaro. $9.15 and $9.68. Back to head scratching for Darren Law, unfortunately, for now. Warren Watts, though, that actually takes him, believe it or not, in a class as cutthroat as Pro ET. So far, that's the number 1 spot. And he's 0.05 of a second off. So, Stevie Gates with Ziva the Duster from the Hailing Island Garage in the Kestrel lane. John Bean with the Mustang. $9.67 and $9.80 with an O. John Bean, would you believe, with that run. Goes to the number 1 spot. Again, still 0.05 of a second off. Neil Watkins with a little Purple Express, one of those cars, or pickups I should say, that you would expect to suffer a little more from the headwind. Dial-in adjusted accordingly, I'm sure. Against Jessica Bishop returning. She missed a meeting, unfortunately, due to gearbox damage, I think. Looks like the car's running well again. 9.38 and 11.49. 11 and 13. Just over 1/10 of a second off on both sides of the track. Another guy who was mission in action after day 1 back at the main event was Pete Dodd. Pete's in the Slick Tricks lane with the Metamorphosis. Camaro 925 and 985 for Dave Cherrett. With the Dark Revenger Model A van. Can anyone get closer than 500ths off their dial-in? .002 reaction time for Pete Dodd. And a 928. Your new #1 qualifier is Pete Dodd, 996 for Dave Cherrett. I think that put him number 12. It did indeed. So Doris the Dodge taking on That's a Bird. Amy Watkins and Tom Watkins, brother and sister. Side by side in this pair, it will be, unless anything major goes wrong, it will be brother getting there first, but they're not worried about who's going to win the race. They might add a little side bet of who's making the tee when they get back on the on reaction times. But this is qualifying. It's about racing the number. So let's see how well they've got it right. 9 flat for Tom. Amy 961. Well, Tom's on tea-making duties because Amy got off the line first. 9.10. 9.59. One of the only breakouts we've had, actually. That's number 11 for Tom Watkins, 28 for Amy. Could we have Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please. So those of you who've been waiting for the first appearance of that Southern Hemisphere Hemi, that might catch on. I like that. Can I say that? Southern Hemisphere Hemi. Sounds good. Mr. Tebenham, you're spectating. It's not the way forward. Definitely not. Ryan Garrett, great to see Ryan back in the Kestrel lane. 10.10 is his dial-in. That dart can go way quicker than that. However, I can only presume he's just detuned it a bit, or a lot. Up against Lee Morris, who's having a fabulous season so far. And again, #1 qualifier, 10.16 on a 10.15. Congratulations. I think that was the last pass of the class, so to speak. We've got a bit of track prep to go before we go into Super Pro ET will be your next class coming round. Just before we get to Super Pro, we want to thank all of the 2023 sponsors for the class. Super Pro is the quickest and fastest dial-in bracket class in the world. Sponsors are AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, great name for a roofing firm, Orders Automotive, Another Small F Limited, The Bath Bloke, BG Motors, Copyright Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Hass, very good morning to Thomas and Natalie if you're watching in. Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsport, Harry's Coachworks and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydrocos, JK Firings Technic, Joe Kellett Racing, MJC Property Solutions, Pateman Racing, Pete Waters Race Design, Plain Racing, Premier Rosettes, RW Services and Custom Paint, S&B Racing, Solar Precision, Swinney & Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics and Windscreen Wizards. And they have a number of fantastic prizes for, or rewards I should say. First of all, the Bounty Hunter, which is £50 per round on Joe Kellett's head because he was the winner at the last event, so whoever takes him out tomorrow will get 50 quid, and that rolls up through eliminations. Off the trailer, #1 qualifier, so whoever is #1 qualifier at the end of this session will get 50 quid plus a medal. The #1 qualifier overall at the end of today's proceedings will get 100 quid and a medal, and the main award is the best losing package in eliminations, believe it or not. So who's closest to their dial-in and who's closest to reaction time will get 200 quid and a big trophy as well. So we're just about to see all the guys and girls in Super Pro. They're all lined up around there, ready to go. Tom Atkinson's down there. I can see the Walters family too. The Walters family do an awful lot to help and promote, run the scheme as well, the Super Pro ET sponsor scheme as well. Thank you very much indeed to Richard this morning for coming up and giving us all the details. And yeah, it's just a fantastic class. Also, we have they have a very special guest, if you will, this weekend. Not that they're not going to try and beat him. Mr. Paul Stephen, all the way from New South Wales in Sydney in Australia. He has come over as part of the two-car team for this event. And this weekend he's in Super Pro. Next weekend he's part of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. It's going to be so much fun to watch. And yeah, like I said, everyone's still going to be trying to beat him. The Bluebird out there doing its thing. Just to go through the run order too. So it's Super Pro now. Right after Super Pro, we have, all been well, our other Australian visitor in Outlaw Anglia. Outlaw Anglia is next, then into our VW classes, Sportsman and Pro, Super Comp Street Eliminator, and then we go on to two wheels with 850 and 950 bike. So just for a couple of moments while they finish the track prep, hand back to Nitro FM, and we'll be back again very shortly. Looking for 13.80. Let's see what Harry can pull out the bag. The answer is a 14.05. Not bad at all. Not far off either. Reaction time is nothing to write home about, but that's not what it's all about. It's trying to run the number. So Brad Morrison, 16 flat, 13.36 for Jackson King on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Well, Jackson goes to number one with a 13.48 and a 36, 1200 off. Brad Morrison, 16.58, breaks out just by... No, beg your pardon. There we go, immaculate timing, as always. The easiest way to get racing to start again, as we know, is to hand back to Nitro FM. Thank you very much, folks. So Tom Atkinson is out on track first. With Cortina taking on Stu Morris. So good to see Stu back on the track again. Thinks everybody except his brother Colin. No, I'm sure he supports him too. I'm just kidding. I only said that because obviously it means Colin can't drive while Stu's in the car. And he's had a great season, they both have so far. So Stu, 8.72 Kestrel Lane, 8.40 for the Cortina, who leaves very nicely indeed with an 0.42 light. So first of the really quicker door cars, let's see what difference the breeze makes. 8.49, 8.76. Well, Stuart Morris is 400ths off, 900ths off for Tom Atkinson. So it is Pete Walters, the man behind Pete Walters Race Design. All those incredibly good-looking shirts, the paint design on the car, and a number of them worldwide as well. I think what really kick-started Pete doing it was he won a competition a number of years back now to design the paintwork, or the paint scheme I should say, for Mike Janis's Pro Mod in the US. And ever since, everybody looked at that and thought, actually, that's really good. We'll get this guy to do stuff for us. And he's been doing well at it ever since. Against Dave Russell, the van with no name. 865 for the van. My prediction is at least an 875 with the breeze as it is at the moment. Well, problems for Pete. Nice looking launch, but that was about it. 894, 155 for Dave. VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have VW Sportsman? For the record, 11:46 at 68 miles an hour for Pete Walters. I think he was under power for about 100 foot. So what a matchup this is. I'm so happy to say 2 7-second door cars lining up here. And the reason I'm happy to say it is both of them have been chasing it for a long, long time. Ron Bartlett in the Kestrel lane, dial 7.8 line. I'm guessing the gas is turned on again. There's still an awful lot more left in that little car. Not sure about the driver though, but the car definitely. Just kidding, Ron, obviously. We love you. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, he entered the 760 heads-up class just for door cars. There we go, nitrous oxide on the car. Now, he was having a few issues getting it off the start line. It ran well after that. If you can just pick up on the 60 foot, it may go even quicker. Maybe the breeze will affect it today, who knows. Taking on Andy Tetford, with the Black Pearl, who had a hell of a day getting here yesterday. If you came up yesterday, you probably passed him, stuck on the M25 for a number of hours. Oh, and he's having a hell of a morning as well, unfortunately, after all that. Gets shut off and pushed back. What a great shame. So it will be Ron Bartlett on his own, looking to nail another 7-second run. 7:89, I think, was what he ran 2 weeks ago. That was an awful lot quicker for Ron. Great looking launch. Will it be a 7? It's a 7:92. Look at the speed. 171 miles an hour. I did comment on one of his Facebook posts that must feel like doing 300 miles an hour in a Matchbox, because that's just ridiculous in that little car. Well done, Ron. And he's number one qualifier too. The only slight problem with going quicker like that, and it is a problem, is he's going to like it a bit too much. So two dragsters side by side this time. Joe Kellett from Preston in the Kestrel lane with the engine, I think, out of the other car in there now. Now, they tried something at the last event I don't think they've ever tried before. Because this car double enters in Super Comp and Super Pro, they normally run it without the throttle stop in Super Pro and with it, obviously, in Super Comp. However, they decided to run it for the whole event on 890. And guess what happened? Joe won. Very interesting way of doing it. Very unique way of doing it, actually, as far as I know. The engine in there, they've got way more engine than an 890, let's put it that way. That's a low 7-second engine. And on the subject of low second and sometimes 6-second engines, Nick Good, Slick Tricks lane, with the supercharged big block Chevy Dragster. Now, Joe's car hasn't died. The throttle stop's come back on, and Nick has long gone. Oh, wow. Check out that scoreboard. 684 on a 684, 191 miles an hour, your new number one qualifier. But in the other lane, Joe Kellett, 911 at the most improbable speed for a 9.11, 173 miles an hour. They are just dialing in that engine and combination to run 790s, but the good thing is, because they're keeping it the same in both classes, they've got 6 goes as opposed to 3. Ashley Bell with the Teenage Dream, that really cool looking Chevelle down there in the Kestrel lane, against AC Bell. So there's only 100th in it dialing wise between these two. Don't look like there's much in it going down the racetrack either. I think Ashley's a little bit out in front until that point. 870 for AC, too quick. 885 for Ashley Bell, number 3 qualifier already. Yeah, just that bit too quick that time for AC. Okay, Dorcar and Dragster match up this time. Billy Game wearing the number 1 on the car from last season's championship. Vents the nitrous on the Vauxhall. Everybody suddenly decided, yeah, well, we've only got 3 months left of the season. Let's get on with going quick. Against Matt Peters, who's having a real breakout season this year in Super Pro, doing well, qualifying well, going rounds. In the other Lucas Oil car of Nick Good Motorsport. 760 and 777. Matt Peters long gone to a 769. Well, Billy shakes the tyres off the start line. Again, one of the inherent problems with stepping up the performance is it kind of changes everything else too. Pretty sure that's almost definitely a problem Billy's never had. Let's put it that way. He does have another couple of goes throughout today. Try and get in the 7s. Okay. Lee Huxley with the dark horse should be taking on Mark Coulsell, but I'm not entirely sure. I think Mark's going to be out next. Yeah, he's not. He's going to be a bye run for Lee Huxley. With the wheelie bars now very well attached to the back all the time. A little bit of track sweeping out there. That's why Mark Coulsell was held. 892 for Lee Huxley on an 870. Takes him to the number 8 spot so far. Hopefully that is a quick bit of cleaning out there in the Kestrel lane. We've got Mark Coulsell, Stephen, Anna and Tom down there. few treats and surprises, I think, in Super Pro today. We've got licensing run in the quickest and fastest Super Pro car on the planet. That's the Another Small Fortune of Martin Jones, not with Barry Giles in the seat this weekend. We've got Paul Stephen with the Double Trouble altered. Hopefully he'll be out towards the back of the lanes. Great to see Jack Brewster with the Just Mustard. And a supercharged Pontiac, Scott Hauser, with the Hauser Race Cars shop car, if you will. Not far away too. Okay, Mark's been given the thumbs up to fire up. With the small block Chevy front engine dragster. Really immaculately turned out machine. Had a makeover. Not Mark the car. Very recently, looks better than ever. That looks like he's going to be coming out alongside Bob Doyle. He is indeed Bob Doyle with the Z case Datsun. Not had his usual clockwork season this year, unfortunately. So 8.99 for Bob is the dial-in. That depends whether he's got the nitrous on this run or not as to whether the car will run that. They may just be making their usual off-the-trader checkout run, excuse me. But Mark Coulsell going to be going all out to go in the 8.1s. Now, if you're a fan of this style of car, i.e. Mark Coulsell's ball breaker over there, front engine nostalgia dragster. If you're not here next weekend, what are you doing with yourself? Dragstalgia, the banner event, the banner nostalgia event of the season. Really nice looking, sensible, dare I say it, launch for Mark that time. 833 at 161 and a 978 for Bob Doyle, 136. Everyone a bit ho-hum about that, to be honest. So, two immaculately turned out rear engine dragsters from the UK. Scott Hauser, Kestrel side of the racetrack, 7.35. And Barry Giles back in the family car. Probably going to seem quite slow this after driving Sid's supercharged 5-second machine. In the Slip Tricks lane, 7.38 for him. So there's only a few hundredths difference in dial-in. 005 green for Barry Giles. Oh, so close to that perfect light money. 745 and a 37 for Scott Hauser. 200s off for Scott. Gets him to number 2. Barry with a 745, 700s off. Gets him to number 6. Okay, Jack Brewster. The Just Mustard Pontiac coming up next. Well, still your number 1 qualifier at the moment, Nick Good. At the moment, the off-the-trailer number 1 is the one getting the 50 quid and the trophy, or the medal, I beg your pardon. That would be Nick Good. It's got to hold for a couple more cars. 7.77 is the dial-in for Jack Brewster. I think Jack will take any number as long as it involves the car going straight. Jack's had a number of direction issues with his car over the last couple of years. However, fingers crossed, all sorted out. They've just been working endlessly on it. Now this time round, Jack stayed actually further over to the right of the racing line. Still plenty of traction over there. Well, still heads over for the centre line, backs out of it and pulls the chutes. Gets to the finish line with the shootout with a 10.09 at 83 miles an hour. The car still pulled to the left off the start line, but I can only think they'd moved him over to the right a bit, so if it did it again, it would give him the chance to pull it back. But well done to Jack and the team. Just no seat. All right. Okay, this is Harry Gibson behind the wheel. Yeah, look, he's been licensing. He was licensing yesterday. Behind the wheel of another Small Fortune. Now, I'm not sure, I wasn't here yesterday, I'm not entirely sure just how far he got. The car well capable of running deep into the 5-second zone, as evidenced by Barry Giles racing it just a few weeks ago at the main event. What a weekend that was. Now this car is the quickest and fastest bracket car on the planet. That has run down into the 5.7s on occasion. But you can't do that in Super Bro, because the quickest you're allowed to run in Super Bro is 6.00, which is the number you see on the board up the top end. Now, I'm not entirely sure how far he's going to take it. Young man has been around drag racing pretty much all of his life. And what an opportunity. So, very good luck, young man. Don't forget, now's the moment to squash that big spider under your right foot. Spider wasn't that big, mate. Wow. 0.95 to 60 foot for Harry Gibson, shaking the tyres past the tree as well. But I think that will do. Congratulations. But congratulations to Harry. Even pulls the chutes in the shutdown area just to make sure that's that part of the procedure ticked. But very wisely after the tyre shake, didn't get back in it again. But that was still a terrific launch. Okay, Outlaw Anglia qualifying session number 1. Now, there's a car that hasn't got much publicity over the last year, 2, 3, 5-ish, that's here with us this weekend. And it's rolling around underneath the tower now.
Now, as you know, there's been a lot of people tuned in from all around the world on this, Daryl. Had a word with John yesterday, and he wanted me to put a special message out to a couple of people. The first one is Peter Mitchison. He's had a huge involvement with John and the car over the years. And John and the whole of the team just want to send their special respects and regards to you, John, from John to you, Peter. We understand that lost his wife very recently, the Joanne, and to Peter and everybody within the family, lots of love from Sandpod Raceway and of course from John Willard and the whole team. John also asked me to say a huge thank you from the team to Craig's Automatics. Everybody mentions obviously Atlantic Oils on the car, but Craig's Automatics have been huge in helping John and the team get over here, so he just wanted to get those words out.
Well, now he's here. Let's see what he can do against the one and only Mick Taylor with the Banshee. 7-second Anglia van in the Kestrel lane, taking on a 6-second, yeah, you heard that right, folks, a 6-second supercharged Hemi. It's the Hemi from the Southern Hemisphere. But that's a bit of a mouthful.
Southern Hemi, is it?
It's a Southern Hemi, that's the one. That's what I was on about. Yeah, there we go. So John Willard put in a test pass a couple of weeks ago. We all know what he did then. Let's see what he can do now in Outlaw Anglia Racing for real. I got up against his good buddy, Mick Taylor. Here we go.
105 to 60.
Well, he's still going. 679 at 204 miles an hour, both ends. Yeah, of the record.
That's it.
That's the one. Yeah,
it's his.
992 at 137. That was Mick Taylor's first pass of the season. And I have to say for John Willard that was nothing like that was nothing like smooth, and it didn't even sound like the gear changes were all that smooth either. However, still blows everyone else out of the water for now.
That is the first sub 6.8. That is the first 200 mile an hour Outlaw Anglia pass in class, because the other ones haven't been in class. He's been scrutineered, that's all passed. It's been checked for Outlaw Anglia rules,
all good,
passed, and that's now the official run for the class. So congratulations to John.
Well, he was 105 to 64, 39 at 164 to the 8th for all you numbers fans out there. We move on with qualifying, and Ben Kennedy and Wayne Power. Ben Kennedy with that fantastic, absolutely fantastic pop over there from Essex. I think he's actually backed out of that before the finish line. Yeah, 1050 at 103 miles an hour. And Wayne with problems off the start line. Like I said, if you like these type of cars as well, 33-4 entered next weekend.
It's going to be huge, isn't it? Sorry? Huge.
Yeah, Dragstalgia. Dragstalgia is fast becoming the event we're going to have to set aside 2 hours per class each day. Or I think it's just, it's just mad. But great, in exactly the same way. How it's grown is unbelievable. So Rob Stone and Dougie McClure. Rob Stone. I think the crewman's playing charades out the front. Yeah, no, it's he's going to be pushed back, unfortunately. So it will be the slug cess pop of Doug McClure. Now, John Willard's quickest run, I think, is 6:67. Is that right? Yeah. So he's only just over a tenth of a second off that, and that was on a fairly detuned, what looked like conservative run. It still wasn't perfect. It still shook. It still wandered around a lot. So, but then again, that's what anglers do, isn't it? You got it. Oh, no, Rob Stone's actually making the run. Beg your pardon.
Just lost reverse then, yeah.
Good looking run as well. 8:77 at 1:49. Dougie goes 11:68 at 112. Now, just in case everyone's wondering, well, how are there 33 next week and there's 7 this week? Well, number of things. One of them, budget. Some people can only afford to run one event. 2, the main difference really. This is an MSA UK event. So it's a Motorsport UK event where everything has to be tagged and legal to run at this kind of event, whereas next week is more of a run what you brung lifestyle type event, if you will. So, you know, all the chassis tags, everything else as well, don't have to be quite as in date. So that's why an awful lot more can slip in next weekend without the extra scrutiny, if you will. So Colin Miller with the Flying Fifer, engine number 2 of the season, I think. He did vent the nitrous. Let's see what he's going to do. Number 1 qualifier is only a 679. He can... It's that. Just kidding, of course. I think the phrase is fiddler's elbow, isn't it? That's still a great run. Still goes 705. 194 miles an hour. If you notice that, he was having so much fun he forgot to pull the chutes in the shutdown area. Big old tyre shape before 60 foot, before 100 foot, before 330 foot as well. You in the grandstands up there, I'm sure, would be able to tell just how many times he nailed the throttle on that one. But when that car makes a smooth run, nailed on 6-second run every time, I think. Yeah, anyway. So he's number 2 qualifier, goes without saying. We're on with VW Sportsman, Sylvia Purcell and Phil Jones. Your first pair. So I'm joined up here by Colin.
Surprised you recognised me.
I nearly walked. I was going to say I nearly walked past you. I nearly walked through you. Didn't know about anything else.
Dear.
A mere slip of a man these days.
Still a way to go.
Phil Jones, 1465. 62, too quick. And 59 with the 5. Yep. Sylvia Purcell grabs the number 1 spot for now. So, go on then. Just a bit about your fundraising efforts and everything else as well. Just because you're not on duty this weekend.
No,
so we
no,
can talk about it.
So, yeah, not commentating this weekend, which is good news for me because that allows me not to sit down all day, but it allows me to walk around the site, go in the lanes, push some cars around, and just get in everybody's way. But it's so the step count's quite important this weekend. I've got 1 week to go.
So Colin the Pusher Theobald.
That's it, yeah.
The Pusher, not the Punisher, the Pusher. Danny Bean and Lorraine Large on the start line now. 14.15 and 15.55. At 14.15, Danny's Lupo is not slow.
Ooh, definitely not slow.
Too quick, 13.99. And break out both sides of the racetrack. Lorraine as well.
Oh, dear. What was that all about? That car is so inconsistent. But it makes it... Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's bound to be the car.
Oh, dear.
Right.
I always have a debrief with the large fam, Lorraine. After each sort of time, they go out on tracks. I don't know what's going on. It's great fun, though. I love their approach to
It seems to be
racing.
an ongoing theme, I think, with most races. Jerry Sadler, 15.90, Slick Tricks Lane, 15 flat for the diesel Seat of Reese Taylor. 50-54 and 63. Breakout, too quick, too slow, effectively.
Yeah, Trevor's going to go back to the pits again. Why did it do that? And then they'll change the dial, and then it'll go back to where it was before.
Where it was before, yeah. Just do what you think it won't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Polly Judge. Down on the start line in the Audi TT in the Kestrel Lane, taking on her very, very good buddy, sparring partner, race mate John Crawford. Who politely gives the lady a very big head start.
I thought he was going to go and tap on the roof then.
Yeah.
Go on,
As if
son,
to
off
say,
you
come
go."
on, let's go, let's go.
We know he listens as well, so...
41 with an 8 for Polly. That will be number one qualifier. Bang on the money. Congratulations,
Nicely
Rob.
done, yeah.
And John Crawford with a 15.74. Where did that get him? Number 3 for now. I like the hashtag on the back of their Haribo Cup. I guess that's what they're racing for, is it?
Could be, yeah.
Paul Robinson and Tom Circuits. So yeah, raising money for
Pancreatic Cancer UK,
Cancer UK.
in memory of our dearly beloved and sadly departed Hayley Hadfield. But yeah, 4 stone, 4 months, £4 grand.
Nice.
And the funds are getting there.
I can do that, but I'd have to put it on.
Yeah, that's right. Put it this way, the funds are getting there, the time's running out, and I need to lose more weight. But yeah, £7 to go in a week. It's a breeze, isn't it? We'll see how it goes. Might have to extend it by a day or two.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I'm pretty happy where it's gone.
Well, it's doing you good and a lot of other people good as well.
It is, yeah.
So, Paul Robinson, 14.71 goes 8-1, 10th of a second off. Tom, 18.51 on a 39, number 4, and number 3 for Paul. Okay, Reese Finney. Reese is in the Kestrel Lane. Check that out. We'll get to it. We'll save it for next weekend. Yeah, Reese Finney with the Lupo. Lupos abound in VW racing. Kestrel side the racetrack, 17.15. And Steve Metcalf. $16.30 for Steve. 45 and 17 flat. Breakout for Reese. Steve Metcalf goes to number 5. Okay, Karen Waterhouse, Kestrel Lane, and Nigel Gregson. Who goes too soon? $13.49 breakout for Nigel by nearly half a second, I should say. Breakout on the other side of the racetrack, 2.
Yeah.
So Caitlin Wilson. So Caitlin Wilson, 17.10. Very good morning to the whole Wilson family. Most of them are down there on the start line. Against Nigel Gregg. With the Audi A6. So this is about what your Audi would run, Colin, do you think?
Which car?
The A6, or have you got an A5? Is it an A5?
No, mine would be... No, he's got 3 litre, I'm only a 2 litre, so...
1561 for Caitlin, number 7 with a 1736.
Nah, he's a bit quicker than mine.
Bit quicker than yours?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, Andy Bambrick, still in VW Sportsman. VW Pro, not far away at all. Against Martin Ayton. So Andrew Bambrick will get there first with a 1341. That takes him to number 7. Martin Ayton with a 98 on a 15 flat, number 11. Yeah, a couple more cars. I think we're into VW Pro. So Jordan Clark with the Luminous Golf, or the Luma Golf if you prefer, and Noel Soso in the other lane. 1406, nice looking run for Jordan. Number 9 spots, and Noel 13 with a around about a second and a half off. That is a way off. Okay, it's Hazel Carter. You may have seen Rob's Passat that runs in Street Eliminator. I don't know whether Rob's here this weekend, is he? Can't remember. I know he was a couple of weeks ago at the Sportsman Nats.
Yeah, he did the street weekend.
Oh, he did as well, yeah?
3rd overall.
Wow.
A real good time.
Should have dialed 16 flat. 16 flat for Hazel. That will be the number 13 spots. I think that's it for Sportsman. We move on to... I was just going to check who was number 1, but Kieran's on the keys, so no chance of that. Oh, Polly, beg your pardon. Oh goodness, I'm so glad you reminded me of that. That would be the end of me if I'd missed that. Okay, V Pro. Same anything Volkswagen based, if you will, but the dial-ins are a lot quicker. Up first, we've got Ed Keach and Jacob Bailey. Good to see Jacob back. I'm not entirely sure we've even seen him this year, have we?
He did. He's done one event, the last one I think. He did the Sportsman Nationals, but the car was not where it used to be, so to speak, because obviously Jacob would get it down into the 9s. But he's still out there racing, which is amazing.
So Jacob dials 1050, 11.95 for Ed Keach. Good to see Ed back racing after all the abuse he gets from Luke. I'm surprised he turns up. So Jacob goes 11.18, 12.09 for Ed. Well, at least for a moment, Ed, you can say no to Luke because you're number 1 qualifier at the moment. Okay, Graham Fairhead with the Misfit in the Kestrel lane, 1050 and a 12 flat for Jake Fronda. I just wonder whether that car's legal for Gasser Circus, because it looks for all the world like it should be. In the meantime, Graham 10.83. Well, whatever the problem was for Jake Fronda, tried to make the run, but couldn't quite make it. So, a new car to me. I think he was licensing yesterday in this. This is James Gould.
Oh yeah, the VW powered altered.
It's a very cool looking. Well, when you say altered, it's actually just a chassis.
It
really.
is, yeah.
There isn't actually. I don't think there's even an altered body on there. It's an altered shape and style, and obviously in its former life, at some point, it was an altered. It still is an altered, technically. Morning. Wonder why the sun went in. Anyway, so James yesterday getting acquainted with this car. It must be really, really weird after years of driving a door car to be sat out there in the breeze. Not hanging about at all. 10.32, 129 miles an hour. Definitely something to work with. It's a good way to go bracket racing as well. Got better vision. Okay, Chris Waterhouse and Ian Dale. Chris Waterhouse with the absolutely mental Audi A, or S3, I beg your pardon, in the Kestrel lane. 9.55, would you believe, is his dial-in. And long gone. 9.99, 144 is in the nines. And 12.87 for Ian Dale. Okay, Abby Tether and Danielle Copin. Or Copin, I hope I said that right. I'm sorry, Danielle. Danielle is in that absolutely mean-as looking Golf in the Slick Tricks lane. And Abby with an equally mean-looking Golf in the Kestrel lane. Well, Daniel's going to get there first with a 12.05 with a 2. That will be your number one qualifier. Number 2, though, Abby Tether. 12.96 on an 82. So both of those two side by side to number 1 and 2. And a big congratulations to Danielle. Well done. On the money, that was. Okay, the one and only James Hodgson in the Golf in the Kestrel lane. 10.90 for James against John Brewster. John Brewster actually does dial a 10.48. He's out in front. 10.75 and a 62. John Brewster goes to number 4. James Hodgson, 10 currently. How cool is it to see this car back out around again? Sam Young with the one and only Black Currant Beetle. All electric. You think all those supercars are cool, all those electric cars that major manufacturers build are cool. You haven't seen this car yet. A couple of guys from just up the road in Hungerford, what they managed to build in their spare time between the pair of them is absolutely amazing. Really nice looking run as well. Wow. 9.65 at 135. They look very happy with that indeed. So that's a wrap with Daniel Coppin being your #1 qualifier in VW Pro. Super Comp up next. Pair of roadsters going at it side by side. Richard Tunstall with a jammy Dodger. Against Stu Doiney. I think that's Jed in there. 8.95 at 146. I'm going to go with my gut and say that's Jed Guy in there again. 8.97. Okay, Richard Tunstall, beg your pardon, does go through with an 8.95. Nice opening run, a nice opening reaction time as well. He out-treed the master himself, Stu Doiney. Not by much, but, you know, it's all good. Okay, Leah Kellett with the new huge engine in the car. Brother Joe already ran it earlier today in Super Pro, the most ridiculous combination of ET and speed. We get a few of those, but that one was pretty good. 911 at 171 miles an hour. Pretty good. 170 mile an hour terminal speeds are normally attached to 7-second ETs, not 9-second ones, let's put it that way. Up against Steve Field with the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Slingshot Dragster. What a car. Leah's using a throttle stop for a long time, as it seems. Steve's got to back off at the top end. 8.94, looks like they've got it dialed. 173 miles an hour as well for Leah Kellett. Well done. She was also 009 on the tree. Steve Field all over the place. Still went 9.25. So, Paul Hudson and Steve Hudson. No relation, that they know of anyway. Dragster and Altered. .92, bang on the money to start with for Paul Hudson. That is #1 qualifier for now. 9.16 for Steve Hudson. Unusual to see Steve miss by that much. Okay, it is, as you can see from the spraying, going to be one of our street tyre classes next, and it is Top Speed Automotive Street Elimination. Let's have a quick look at the order to see what goes where. Yeah, Street Eliminator, then we get into 950 bike, 850 bike, ET bracket bike for the first time, comp bike, and then we have track prep before Super Street, comp eliminator, top fuel bike, pro mod, and we do have the jet car as well. Then a few more classes, including funny bike, sportsman ET, super gas, and wild bunch to run before we go into the second qualifying session of the day, starting once again with Junior Dragster. So, Colin, you were saying about raising money for pancreatic cancer. Have you an idea of what you've done so far?
Yeah, the actual fund in the Just Giving account was 2,400. Cash to pay in, and even people today have given me some cash as well to pay in. We're about 150 quid cash to go in.
Don't give him money. Don't give him money.
No,
dangle it in front of him and run away from him, right?
But it's the pledges.
Yeah.
That if I hit target, and it's going to sail past the $4,000.
That's fantastic.
Serious pledges. So thank you to those people. That's why I'm pushing so hard to get to the finish line on time. But a few people said, well, whatever I do, I've won.
Yeah.
If you like. So, but it's a psychological and it's a mental goal for me, just to try and do it. That's what it's all about, and raise awareness, of course. And it's the right thing to do. Definitely the right thing to do.
It is exactly the right answer. Yeah. Well done, mate.
Now then, Street Eliminator, as you know, fastest street car in the UK. I'm sure, like everybody, was eagerly anticipating and awaiting Street Weekend, which turned out to be rather good.
It was, as long as the weather behaved, it was always going to be, wasn't it? Let's put it that way. Ricky Hale and Nick Hale, two of the redneck racers. That's what they call themselves. That wasn't a nickname I've given them or anything.
Well, seeing the Mercedes coming back from York with no doors on it because it was getting too hot in the car.
A few people did that, I think, didn't they?
But no, huge success that event was.
$10.73 at 125. I think people like Graham Swift are probably glad it was over and it was only a weekend, not a week.
Yeah, but that's the first time that Graham had done long distance in the car.
Yeah.
And fair dues to Graham. He wanted to stop as often as possible just to make sure the car was A-OK, so it took him a bit longer. But he did it. He achieved it.
Yeah.
Like I think there's only like 10 cars that didn't make it all the way through.
Was that right?
Yeah. It was, there's a couple that didn't make the way off the line here, so to speak. But probably even less than 10. So it was a real success. And the stories that come out of it, and the camaraderie, and the welcome that people got back in the pits when they got back here, and it was just.
It's going to get bigger.
Awesome.
850 and 950 bike, please. If you're not already here, we need you. The man I was just talking about, Graham Smith, virtually got no sleep for the best part of 3 days, I don't think, by the looks of it. There was lots of roadside checking and all sorts with the Grimhilda Bel Air out there. It's a wicked, wicked car. Very quick as well. I'm presuming still no nitrous and rather soft, but that didn't look soft at all. That was great. 9:31 at 1:43 off the trailer.
Breathing a bit heavy though. Just
Yeah,
out
looked it.
the right hand or left bank if you look at the engine from the front.
Okay, Rob Slater with another man who, well, not only did he do that, I just think this is awesome. Not only did he do the whole trip, right? He as in from here to Melbourne and all the way back again. He drove here from Stoke in the first place and then drove home
back
again
afterwards.
That's just amazing. Up against a returning Tony Higgs. We haven't seen Tony for a while. Suffered some engine damage back at one of the first events of the season, I think, didn't he?
Well, the certifiable nutter, as we've now called him, did have 67 or 68 millimetre turbos on there.
Right.
He's got a pair of 88s now.
Nice.
So he's here for testing.
Well, he's actually clicked off before the finish line. What's Rob going to do? 876. Wow. 160 miles an hour and driven all the way here, folks, from Stoke-on-Trent. That's
fantastic
just immense. Pass. Well done, team. Tony Higgs rolls through the 12:44. That was comparatively sedate for him. Jenny's standing down there going, hang on, is it the right bloke in the car?
Yeah. No, he's done the whole car's just been totally rewired as well. He's had to change all the electrics. Yeah, it just hasn't stopped working on it. But amazingly, he didn't have to move anything around the engine bay. He managed to get those twin 88s in there without too much aggro.
Goodness me. That's what Cortinas was designed for, wasn't it? James Murray with the LS in there, getting quicker and quicker and quicker. That looks like a really good one. Oh. 10 flat.
Wow.
Scratching the surface of the 9. 134 miles an hour for James. I tell you, without the breeze, that would have been a 9. Well, street cars, let's face it. Pro Charger on board with Al Williamson, the Howling Hauler, taking on the twin turbo Hemi. car's just like, it's lovely, isn't it? There have been people soiling themselves the world over looking at this, and we're very fortunate we get to see it here in person. And Mark Sheridan's the man that owns it and drives it. Built by Robinson Race Cars. It has got a twin turbo Brad Anderson Hemi in there. It is a street car, fully street legal, and he is still the owner of one of the most ridiculous timing tickets we've ever seen. If you can get the car off the line, it runs 200 miles an hour out the back door. Well, that's 0 for 2. No one is going to get any elapsed time. Al Williamson went before the tree ran, and Mark Sheridan followed him. As a certain Mr. Reinhardt would say, they both got the yips.
Talking to Mark Sheridan and everybody drooling over the car. Silverstone Festival in August Bank Holiday weekend, which used to be the Silverstone Classic. It's one of the behind the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's probably the biggest non-F1 motorsport event in the UK.
Non-drag racing, I think you had to say, didn't you?
And this year sees the return of drag racing and hot rods to the Festival of Speed. And of the display cars that are there, Mark Sheridan is one of them. Mark's having that car on display, and the roster that's there is quite special.
Well, I was going to say that makes it, whatever you do. ET Bike and Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please. ET Bike and Comp Eliminator, please. Your next pair, Rob Carter with Percy the Bassat. We've already seen Patricia in VW Sportsman. 2 8-second cars lining up here. Take it on a returning Elliot Day. Great to see Elliot and Dave back again with the Willis. Rob Carter's rolled through stage. He won't get an ET. Elliot will, though. Good looking run for Elliot, actually.
That's very tidy. Very tidy.
9:08. Well done, Dave. Superb. 154. Well, Rob Carter ended up being an impromptu pacemaker, unfortunately.
Yeah, the great thing with Elliot is obviously all the cars are all back together and everything, but all of Elliot's exams and studies are all finished now, so he can now concentrate on the racing a lot more.
Unfortunately, I've just had a note as well. We are due to get the Battle of Britain Memorial Flypast. Unfortunately, they have cancelled due to the breeze.
Yeah, it's pretty stiff out, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
All right, number 1 and number 2 from Street Weekend. Al Mack and Andy Bond.
Look at that Volvo go. And be caught by the Chevy. 774 for Al Mack. 180 miles an hour. 749 at 195 for Andy Bond to number 1. Great qualifying session, that one as well. Some real good individual performances in there. But yeah, it was good. They all joined in as well, and Andy Bond proved beyond the doubt that it's a real street car. So 850 bike Q1, one of the most competitive classes in the whole of drag racing. They're all incredibly good. First up. Oh, now I know where you're going. I'm looking at the screen. Angelus Caranandreas from Holland in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Nicholas Antonio. 847, only just misses for Angelus, actually. And 985 for Nicholas, though. Okay, next up. Travis Merritt. Another one from the Netherlands in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on Brad Head. Brad Head, the winner just a couple of weeks ago at the Sportsman Nats. Now, looking for 850 in this headwind is going to take a bit of tuning, is just how much you turn it up to run the number. We're about to find out. Well, they're both pretty close. Brad will get there first to an 8.59. Good opening run. Great opening run for Travis as well. 8.62. Craig Wright, who always seems to have a hell of a time anytime he comes down here from up north now to race the bike. Very best of luck, Craig. I hope you nail it and have a great weekend this time. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Joe Elliott, the all-motor BMW. And by all-motor, I mean no turbo, no nothing else. See what Craig can do on this one. The answer is an 8.50 with a 9. Bang on the money. Well done, Craig. 8.94, 152. What sleepless nights, what annoying van, what parts breakages, what leaky tanks. Congratulations, pal. Okay, Keith Wright in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Jay, the one and only Jay Rowe. $8.55 for Jay Rowe. In at number 2, Keith Wright. Just goes that little bit too quick. Well, quite a lot too quick, really. 8.41. Okay, Dan Diaz, the man who was number 1 from the end of last season. If you want to announce your debut in any sort of racing class, that's how you do it. Win the championship. In the Kestrel Lane. Against the one and only Stacey Reed. Now apparently a proud homeowner. Way too sensible for the Reed family, that is. $8.54 for Dan. That's a great opening number. Number 2 qualifier. Stace goes into the 8s. 8.78. I'm sure Boyce was hoping for a little bit more than that, though. Hey, Johnny Hines. With the boots cable tied in the Kestrel Lane against Martin Hallett. Well, Johnny Hines did actually leave before the tree was activated. He won't get an elapsed time, unfortunately. Martin Hallett just left when the tree ran, so he will. And it'll be an 8.62. Still got 2 more qualifying sessions as the day moves on, so plenty of time. So, Patrick Merritt from the Netherlands. We are still in 8.50. Great turnout this weekend. Up against Gary Malone from Waterlooville. Gary is in the Slick Tricks lane. $8.81 and a 79 for Gary Malone. Gary goes 8, Patrick 9. Okay, last bike in the class. I think we've already had 13 through. This will be the 14th. This is Paul Morris. They've had a little bit too much up as opposed to a bit more forward. Okay, Dion Hartley from down the road in Watford against Rob Stanley. We now take it back by 1 second. This is 950 bike. The name of the game is to run as close to 950 as you can and not go too quick. Pretty much the same as what you've just seen, but just a second less. .963 and 73, Rob Stanley to number 1 for now. Dion Hartley goes to 2 with a 973. We still have a few more bikes to go though before we decide who's number 1 or not. This class had I will call it a distinction, but of being the only class I think I've ever seen where everyone broke out in the qualifying session. Pretty good. Carl Thomas and Rick Sawatsky, and Carl Thomas spent the entire weekend breaking out as well, which is good. .951 for Carl Thomas, number 1 off the trailer. Against Rick Sawatsky, all those breakouts taught him well. 9.49 for Rick, only just that smidge too quick. Okay, Dave Hall with the Artist. Very tight and compact field in 950. So we're on with ET Bracket Bike, one of the most cutthroat classes in all of drag racing. And I mean that in the nicest possible way, of course, and by cutthroat I just mean they're all so unbelievably good. They're so close to their dial-ins, and there's loads and loads of them as well, which make it more and more difficult for everybody else. Liam Holgate against number 1 in the points at the moment. That's Blade King in the Slick Tricks lane. 9 flat for Blade. And Liam Holgate with a 968. Yeah, they're running to dial-ins. They're not trying to all run the same number. What can Blade do off the trailer? The answer is a 911. Not bad at all. Well, problem for Liam that time. The bike stopped around there, out there around about 3:30. Well, good news. Liam Holgate is on the way. Can we have a call out, please, for Keith Wright in 850 bike? Keith Wright in 850 bike. Could his crew please go to the top end to go and collect him? Thank you. That was for Keith Wright. If you could please, his crew go to the top end and collect him. Okay, your next pair in ET Bike, Justin Moulton. Kestrel Lane against Nick Playden. 10:12, 10:39. Again, the numbers don't matter. They just need to run as close to them as possible. That's what they've got in their machines. .10:55 and 11:66. A little bit off by comparison to usual. Okay, Jake Bowden and Chantel Van Loon this time round. Chantel is on the bike in the Kestrel Lane, 9:45. Great to see a big contingent of Dutch riders coming over here again to race in all of our different classes. 12:35 for Jake, 9:45 for Chantal. 9.89 for Chantel into the 9s, and a 12.27 for Jake, breaks out by 8 measly hundredths of a second. So Pete Harrison, Kestrel Lane, 11.10 against Phil Pratt, still wearing the number 1 from last year. He's lurking down there, I think, about number 4 in the points in ET Bike as well. By lurking, I mean he's in close enough contact to do some damage at the end of the season. 9.10, 146, not bad at all. I think that does get in the number 1 spot for now. Pete Harrison went 13.28. That was a couple of seconds off what he was looking for actually that time. So Gary Hester and Dave Grundy. Dave. I think it was Dave that won the last event at the Sportsman Nationals just a couple of weeks ago. Massive congratulations to him. Against Gary Hester, who's number 2 in the championship last year. 8.75 for Gary Hester. 8.85, not bad at all. And a 79 on a 52 for Dave Grundy. Okay, your other finalists from just a couple of weeks ago. Young Mr. Scott Collier down there in the Kestrel Lane, 9.55. And a 9.55 as well for Brett Cordell. So they're both going to use each other, effectively, as pacemakers. The only one I can't see down on the start line is Sharon. So morning, Sharon. I'm sure you're out there watching somewhere. Zero 4 lights for both of them. Scott does look like he's out in front. 9.67 and 65, some way off where they would normally be, although Brett's number 2 and Scott's number 5. Okay, Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin against Carl Hester. $10.22 gets number 3 for Robbie Dobby. Number 2 for Carl Hester, though, with a 10.98 on a 10.94. Yeah, I think Mr. Marshall was saying down, whoever that is down there, that they don't have a number. Yeah, they don't have a dialing board. I'm pretty sure we just saw these guys running in 850 bike as well. This is Nicholas Antonio in the Kestrel Lane. And Angelus Canandreas. I hope I said that right. 9.19 and 10.36. Right, this is Patrick Merritt, definitely, who is also in 850 bike. 889 for Patrick. Does actually get him on the board in ET bike as well. Okay, we got a bit of track prep going on. Don't go anywhere at all, folks. We've got Comp Eliminator and Pro Modified, and the jet car not too far away as well. So we hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen so far. It's about to get a bit louder and a bit quicker and faster. Nitro FM, not too long. Got it right. 9 flat for Tom. Amy, 961. Well, Tom's on team-making duties because Amy got off the line first. 910. 9.59. One of the only breakouts we've had, actually. However, I can only presume he's just detuned it a bit, or a lot. Up against Lee Morris, who's having a fabulous season so far. And again, number one qualifier, 10.16 on a 10.15. Congrats. Who leaves very nicely indeed with an 042 light. So first of the really quicker door cars, let's see what difference the breeze makes. 849, 876. Well, Stuart Morris is 400ths off, 900ths off for Tom Atkinson. Well, problems for Pete. Nice looking launch, but that was about it. 894, 155 for Dave. VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have VW Sportsman? For the record, 11:46 at 68 miles an hour for Pete Waters. I think looking to nail another 7-second run. 7:89, I think, was what he ran 2 weeks ago. That was an awful lot quicker for Ron. Great looking launch. Will it be a 7? It's a 7:92. Look at the speed. 171 miles an hour. I did comment on one of his Facebook posts that must feel like doing 300 miles an hour in a matchbox. 2-second and sometimes 6-second engines. Nick Good, Slick Tricks lane. With the supercharged big block Chevy Dragster. Now Joe's car hasn't died, the throttle stop's come back on, and Nick has long gone. Oh, wow. So there's only 100th in it, darling-wise, between these two. Don't look like there's much in it going down the racetrack either. I think Ashley's a little bit out in front until that point. 870 for AC, too quick. 885 for Ashley Bell, number 3 qualifier already. 7. Matt Peters long gone to a 769. Well, Billy shakes the tyres off the start line. Again, one of the inherent problems with stepping up the performance is it kind of changes everything else too. Event of the season. Really nice looking, sensible, dare I say it, launch for Mark that time. 833 at 161 and a 978 for Bob Doyle, 136. Everyone a bit ho-hum about that, to be honest. Number 1 for Comp Eliminator. Okay, our first pair out are a pair of cars from the Williams Brothers stable. Spencer Tram with Quantum Leap number 3, the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. Now that number on the board up there, 11.86, is not a dial-in. It's an index. He's going to try and run as quick as he can. Based on the size of the engine in the car, it has to make a certain weight. And then tune it up and run as quick as you possibly can. Taking on Dan Williams. Hanging the wheels out on the front of the 1970 Camaro. Again, his index is 11.25. They're trying to go way quicker than that. Dan goes nearly half a second quicker. Spence doesn't, actually. 11.39, 113. Well, I'm quite sure actually that this is the first of our foreign visitors that we've had joining us in Comp Eliminator this season. And it's very, very, very big welcome back to René Ersman from Lengnau in Switzerland, all the way from Switzerland. I guess it just works in with his time off work and everything else as well. He normally turns up at this event when he can, obviously. The car is steeped in history. Very, very much so, actually. It was originally Tim Cook's 1955 Chevy, then Henry Houston, now owned by René. It is now a C nitrous orchard, which is where the 802 comes from, so he's going to be trying to go around about half a second quicker than that. Taking on Phil Norman. I'm not sure whether that was a nitrous run for René. It was. 7.59, 180 miles an hour. Phil Norman with an immaculately turned out Beetle. 15.66 for him. René goes to the number 2 spot at the moment. Only just misses the number 1 actually of Dan Williams. So up next, two of the most it's kind of like a polar opposite type of matchup, this one. Chris Todd with the Fiesta, Phoebe the Fiesta. Classed as a C turbo watered. If he gets anywhere near that 709 index, he'll be doing more than handstands, I think. It's got a Subaru engine in there. Runs high 8s. Taking on Nick Williams with the Copo. 9 flat is the index for that car. He's been in the 8-1s so far this year. Nick driving it down the wall, but still keeps his boot in it. 8.24, 165, still your new number 1 qualifier. Chris Todd with the 12.48, 129. So a lot of these cars, because it's their first runs of the weekend, they really are effectively 2 tune-up runs. These runs earlier on in qualifying for them, and 2 cars once again, both from the UK, immaculately turned out. And I say that sort of like tongue-in-cheek, but I don't really, because I think Rob Smallworth's Dirty Dog 55 just looks mean as down there in the Slictrix lane on the start line. If that's to be believed, is that right? 60 today? Rob Smallworth can't be 60. He doesn't look a day over 59 and a half. Well, it's going to be a bye run, unfortunately, for Rob anyway. Kev Jenkins returning after fairly hefty engine damage back at the main event. At the end of May. Team done a terrific job to get this car back ready. Yeah, Kev runs it to 330 just to make sure everything holds together. That was a lot of shake. As soon as he let go of the clutch. But your current number 1 at the moment is Nick Williams with an 8.24. Number 2, Dan Williams at 10.77. Number 3, Rene Osman, 7.59. Well, I don't think this run's going to happen for Rob Smallworth, unfortunately. He will be pushed back from the start line. That is a big old shame. Just as I say that, that's the opposite of a commentator's curse, that is. Yeah, that's the very opposite of a commentator's curse, I think that it is. So, Rob Smallworth. 7.99 is the index for that car, which is a super modified. I'm not sure the quickest he's run. The reason that this car came into being effectively was because the other car he had only had a chassis tag 750. So he said he spent way too much time looking on Racing Junk, and hey presto, new car. Had a few yes-no moments on the way down to an 842 at 123 miles an hour. Still a really good-looking run, though. Round 1 of qualifying for Motorsport UK Pro Modified next. John Webster with the Turbo Mustang out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Lots of new stuff on board. John was trying to do things a certain way and then just decided, you know what, I need to race. He would have figured it out, but again, budget, runtime, everything else as well. Sometimes it's just easier to do what everyone else, or similar to what everyone else is doing. There's still a whole bunch of John's ideas in this car. John's personal best in this car is in the low sixes, over 240 miles an hour. Key thing is building up the boost, bumping it into stage. Well, lots of revs, but not a lot of forward motion by comparison for John anyway. Goes 9.16 at 99 miles an hour, but that is something to work from, build on. So the next pair are side-by-side blown cars this time. Two beautifully turned out machines, both of them built by the man in the car that's in the Slick Tricks lane. That's Andy Robinson for the Robinson family and Robinson Race Cars. So Andy Robinson has had a not bad start to the 2023 season. Some really storming runs, but some rather odd stuff that they never give up. They keep working at it. They keep playing with it. I say playing with it. It's just non-stop grief and hard work, really. He's in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Dave Smith with the strangest thing, 55 Chevy Bel Air. Now, if Dave Smith, he was in the mid-60s back at the main event a few weeks ago. If the car actually goes through 3 gears, there's so much more left in this, so much more. Car's been getting off the line okay, but yeah, just seems the gearbox has not behaved, I think is probably the best way to put it. If it does behave, it's going to go way quicker. So fingers crossed for no tyre shake. And some low 6-second, maybe even 5-second runs. Here we go then, folks. Both from the UK, Dave Smith, Kestrel Lane, Andy Robinson, Slick Trick. Andy Robinson goes 6:25 at 2:21. One of Miss very, very curious 60 foot as well. 109 to 60 foot, 4:20 at 189 to the 8th. Dave Smith wasn't far behind, but you could hear the 55 run out of legs before half track. Just didn't shift into high gear for whatever reason. Once again, though, for Andy Robinson, that is a return of the problem that they had at the main event, which was the car, for whatever reason, seemed to leave in second gear, because a 109 60 foot is not where they would normally be. Okay, the final pair before we move to Top Fuel Bike and the jet car is going to be Wayne Nicholson and Bobby Wallace. Both of these cars, I am unbelievably happy to say, have been in the 580s this year. Wayne Nicholson for the first time ever with a 588 in qualifying back at the Festival of Power. He did it again at the main event, went into the fives on the first qualifying run. Let's hope for more of the same for the Lucky Devil team from Yorkshire. Taking on really the man who's taken UK Pro Mod by storm this year, Bobby Wallace. He finished out last season with a victory, started this year with a victory. The only man who's beaten him is the European champion, Jan Eriksson, who beat him in the final at the main event. He did beat David Vector on what will be one of the races of the season, no doubt, on a whole shot. Ran the quickest ever run in UK Pro Mod history with a 583. And he had to win it on a whole shot. That wasn't enough performance for the quickest time, would you believe? So Bobby from just down the road in Bedford in the Slick Tricks lane with a massive 900 plus cubic inch nitrous engine in the Camaro. Wayne Nicholson with a 526 Hemi with a blower, who has been told to shut off by Dave and does so straight away. Good man. So solo run for Bobby Wallace. Wayne Nicholson, whatever the issue is, they'd rather go back and fix it than have a problem on the run. Well held, that man, straight down the lane to a 593, 242 miles an hour, one flat to 60 foot. And to be honest with you, it looked like he still had the handbrake on compared to how it normally leaves. But a terrific run off the trailer for Bobby Wallace. That is why they are leading the Motorsport UK Pro Mod points. Congratulations to him and the team. And again, 242 miles an hour. For all you number fans out there, one flat to 60 foot. He was 391 at 193 to the 8th. And all the way through with a 593 at 242. Right, we have Top Fuel Bike. Literally, biker. Unfortunately, no Neil Midgley, who was racing in Tiepp a couple of weeks ago, so, you know, we get it. And also no Al Smith with the Rocket this weekend. Real big shame for Al and the whole team. Phil Bainbridge posted up a really long read on Facebook about all the issues that they've been having, and my goodness me, we hope you can get it all back together for the European finals in just a couple of months. Phil and Al and everybody else on the team. So it's never easy running one of these things. They're always experimental. They're always on the edge of not being in one piece. Sometimes more than others. So Rennie van der Berg, who was also at a couple of weeks ago. What you're looking at now, supercharger, 4 cylinders, but drag racing's magic ingredient, which is nitromethane. Produces somewhere in the region of 1,500 to 2,000 brake horsepower. And basically, they are called crotch rockets for a reason. Let's see what Rene can do here. Been knocking on the door of the fives for a number of years now. What's it going to take? For Rene to get there. Characteristic wiggle at 330. What's he got? 629. Only 202 miles an hour. But well done to Rene for keeping it nailed all the way down the quarter mile. 106 to 60 foot, 411 at 185 to the 8th. And yeah, 202 miles an hour is comparatively slow for a full-bore run. Slow even, for a full-bore run on a top fuel bike, but that was pretty impressive nonetheless. So we have the Fire Force jet car underneath the tower. I think this is a revamped Fire Force number 2, which is going to be fun. If you wouldn't mind holding the odd thing, that would be great. Just you do end up having to catch most of it anyway. But well done to Rene and the team. The tractor's out there. Just sweeping the lane, ready for the next class, which, looking out the back, not sure what it will be, actually. After the jet car, we've got Funny Bike, Sportsman ET, Super Gas and Wild Bunch, and then we're back into Junior Dragster once again. So, underneath us, we can't see from here, but fortunately because of the screen, we know that they're setting it up ready to go. Just wonder whether anybody up there on VIP has not seen one of these before. Don't put your hand up, Mr. Tebben. Don't put your hand up. You might have heard one from a distance before. I doubt you've ever seen it before. It's fun. It's fun. So yeah, you're about to spot the people that haven't seen one before, because they're the ones that jet to jump about 2 foot in the air. Yeah, that basically. So this car has been, it's been around a long time, this car, but Martin's actually gone through the whole thing, completely looked it over, rebuilt it, and it's just as immaculate as ever. I think it might have even had a new paint job, even though it looks exactly the same as it always did. It's a proper restoration, and it goes like it as well. So we are indeed about to get drowned out, which is probably not a bad thing. No? Oh, what a shame. Thank you very much indeed for letting us know, Callum. Unfortunately, whatever there is a problem with the Fire Force jet car. So I think he's still scheduled to run later on today. I'm not sure when, but I'm sure that won't be the only. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, he is actually due to close the show a little bit later on today, but whatever the problem was, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to make the run this time. So we're going to get the track set again, ready to go. We've got Comp Bike in the lanes. So Nitro FM for a couple of moments, if you wouldn't mind, and we'll be right back with you. Thank you. Not till the end of the day, but anyway, yeah, you're very welcome. Sorry, no, sorry. The 8th rule All you numbers fans out there, we move on with qualifying, and Ben Kennedy and Wayne Power. Ben Kennedy with that fantastic, absolutely fantastic pop over there from Essex. I think he's actually backed out of that before the finish line. Yeah, 10.50, 103 miles an hour. And Wayne with problems off the start line. Like I said, if you like these type of cars as well, 33-4 entered next weekend.
It's going to be huge, isn't it?
Sorry?
Huge club.
Good looking run as well. 8.77 at 149. Dougie goes 11.68 at 112. Of course. I think the phrase is fiddler's elbow, isn't it? That's still a great run. Still goes 7.05. 194 miles an hour. If you notice that, he was having so much fun he forgot to pull the chutes in the shutdown area. I nearly walked. I was going to say I nearly walked past you. I nearly walked through you. Didn't know about anything else.
Oh, dear.
A mere slip of a man these days.
Still a way to go.
Phil Jones, 14.65. 62, too quick. And 59 with the 5. Yep. Sylvia. The only way to get racing back down quickly is to hand back to Nitro FM. Would you believe? And it worked again. Perfectly. We are on with Comp Bike, which is just a terrific class, or Super Street Bike Light as it's called these days. I am kidding, of course, folks. This is Mark Dainty. So good to see Mark back again. Really nice looking run for Mark Dainty. Backs out of it a little bit at the top end, but you wouldn't blame him after what happened a couple of months ago. 7.37 at 171. Yeah, it's absolutely infested, if that's the right word, with Super Street bikes, ex-Super Street bikes, I should say. We've got Lenny on what is effectively a pro stock bike as well. This is John McClane. The real John McClane. Around a long time before the movie character. Not that long though, obviously. Well, unfortunately for John, not going to be making this run. Okay, next on the line is Jasmine Cordell, who's been having a pretty damn terrific time on this bike. It's almost magic, isn't it? Every time I say that, something quits. Anyway, but Jazz has been having a great time on this machine. Ran her first 7-second run this summer. Been doing really well in eliminations. Just going quicker and quicker as well. Now, it looks for all the world like it is a pro stock bike. However, pro stock bikes don't have nitrous on them. The engine in this one does. Hence the fact it's in comp bike, which is pretty much anything goes, if you will. What another great run for Jazz. 7.67, 164 miles an hour. I don't think that's the quickest she's been, but it really ain't far off. Well done to Phil and Jasmine and the whole team. Okay, Lenny Padgett. Again, like I said, great mix of bikes. Here's your example. Here's your next example. This is a Pro Stock bike, and I think it's probably still legal for Pro Stock bike too. Nice looking run for Len. Yeah, backs out of it through the top end, 8:22, 119. I think that may have been the breeze starting to push him over a little bit, so he thought better of it. So, John McLean, again, for the second time of asking. Hopefully this is where it all goes perfectly for John. Taking on Mike Gooding with the Hobo Racing TL from Dartford. This is a heads-up class, not a bracket class. If that was a race to park by the wall, Mike Gooding would have won it. Unfortunately, oh no, he wouldn't. John McLean's there first, beg your pardon. But he obviously wanted to go, but the bike had other ideas, which I think why he was checking while it was in gear too. So whatever the problem was as well for John McLean isn't something they can just sort out quickly to get him to run. It's going to take a little bit more than that, but it's in one piece, which is always the best start. So a little bit of a retrieval job for Mike Gooding up there. Right after Comp Bike, we have Super Street Bike as well, with a few extra surprise visitors too, from both Hungary and the Netherlands. So the quad comes down with the bike dolly, which you can see there. The front wheel fits very nicely onto that, and then they get towed away. So the time now, I think, where are we up to? 12:20, which means we're pretty much where we should be. We've got Funny Bike, Sportsman ET, Super Gas and a Wild Bunch to go, and then we start all over again with Junior Dragster for the next cycle of qualifying. We have 3 of those throughout the day. We're nearing the end of the first one. So it does look like Mike Gooding is actually off and moving, which means it won't be too long before we're back to racing. So engines come to life for the pair underneath the tail, waiting patiently. going to be Anna Sasiak. Hopefully having a great time with the Hayabusa. In the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Chris Neary, who was #1 from last season. All these Super Street bikes and everything in there, and Chris Neary took the championship last year. Chris Neary goes 8:42 at 1:54. Anna with an 8:71 at 1:61. Not bad at all. Number one is still a 7:37. First run of this session for Mark Dainty. Dave Thomas, Paul Hambidge. Both 7-second machines on a good day. Good looking launch for both of them. Actually, Paul Hambidge getting way over towards the wall and absolutely nails the block through the finish line. He went 7:48, 173. Dave Thomas did not go 7:56 at 173. That was the blocks getting demolished by Paul Hambidge. He stopped safely in the shutdown area by the looks of it. No problems there whatsoever. Yeah, just got a little bit too far out of the groove and over that way. It is a bit of a handful for the bike riders, especially with the breeze being across the racetrack at the top end. Once they get past the banking at the top end, the wind does tend to have, because I've obviously only got two wheels, they're lightweight, tends to push them across the racetrack. Paul Hambidge did a great job of trying to hang on to it. He still kept it pretty much in his lane, but we've just got a bit of sweeping and clearing to do of all the blocks. So Nitro FM for a couple of moments. I think we've got one more bike, or one or two more bikes to go, and then we're on to Super Street. And you start the song again, Tom, man. Thank you. Which bits? Jesus, you mean the covers? Yeah, the box. Oh, you utter pillow. Yeah, no, I sort of get that, but at the same time. And long gone. 999, 144 is in the nines, and 1287 for Ian Dale. 92, bang on the money to start with for Paul Hudson. That is number one qualifier for now. 9.16 for Steve Hudson. Unusual to see Steve miss by that much. Did that, I think, didn't they?
But no, huge success that event was.
$10.73 at 125. I think people like Graham Swift are probably glad it was over and it was only a weekend, not a week.
Yeah, but that's the first time that Graham had done long distance in the car.
Yeah.
And fair dues to Graham. He wanted to stop as often as possible just to make sure the car
out there is a wicked, wicked car. Very quick as well. I'm presuming still no nitrous and rather soft, but that didn't look soft at all. That was great. 9.31 at 143 off the trailer.
88 now.
Nice.
So he's here for testing.
Well, he's actually clicked off before the finish line. What's Rob going to do? 8.76. Wow. 160 miles an hour and driven all the way here, folks, from Stoke-on-Trent. That's
fantastic
just immense.
Pass.
Well, that's what Cortinas was designed for, wasn't it? James Murray with the LS in there, getting quicker and quicker and quicker. That looks like a really good one. Oh. 10 flat.
Wow.
Scratching the surface of the nines. By Robinson Race Cars, it has got a twin turbo Brad Anderson Hemi in there. It is a street car, fully street legal, and he is still the owner of one of the most ridiculous timing tickets we've ever seen. If you can get the car off the line, it runs 200 miles an hour out the back door. Well, that's 0 for 2. No one is going to get any elapsed time. Al Williamson went before the tree ran, and Mark Sheridan followed him. Day, great to see Elliot and Dave back again with the Willis. Rob Carter's rolled through stage. He won't get an ET. Elliot will, though. Good looking run for Elliot, actually.
That's very tidy. Very tidy.
9.08. Well done, Dave. Superb. 154. Look at that Volvo go. And be caught by the Chevy. 7.74 for Al Mack. 180 miles an hour. 7.49 at 195 for Andy. Karan Andreas from Holland in the Kestrel lane, taking on Nicholas Antonio. 8.47, only just misses for Angelos actually. And 9.85 for Nicholas though. Well, they're both pretty close. Brad will get there first to an 8.59. Good opening run. Great opening run for Travis as well. 8.62. You nail it and have a great weekend this time. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Joe Elliott. The all-motor BMW. And by all-motor, I mean no turbo, no nothing else. See what Craig can do on this one. The answer is an 8.50 with a 9. Bang on the money. Jay, the one and only J Rowe. $8.55 for J Rowe in at number 2. Keith Wright. Just goes that little bit too quick. Well, Johnny Hines did actually leave before the tree was activated. He won't get any elapsed time, unfortunately. Martin Hallett just left when the tree ran, so he will. And it'll be an 8.62. $8.81 and a 79 for Gary Malone. Gary goes 8, Patrick 9. They've had a little bit too much up as opposed to a bit more forward. Bless. '93 and '73, Rob Stanley to number 1 for now. Dion Hartley goes to 2 with an end breaking out as well, which is good. $9.51 for Carl Thomas, number 1 off the trailer. Against Rick Sawatsky, all those breakouts taught him well. That's Blade King in the Slick Tricks lane, 9 flat for Blade. And Liam Holgate with a 9.68. Yeah, they're running to dial-ins. They're not trying to all run the same number. What can Blade do off the trailer? The answer is a 9.11. Not bad at all. Well, problem for Liam that time. The bike stopped around there, out there around about 3:30. $9.89 for Chantel into the 9s, and a 12.27 for Jake breaks out by 8 measly hundredths of a second in ET bike as well. By lurking, I mean he's in close enough contact to do some damage at the end of the season. 9.10, 146, not bad at all. I think that does get in the number 1 spot for now. Pete Harrison went 13.28. Massive congratulations to him. Against Gary Hester, who's number 2 in the championship last year. 8.75 for Gary Hester. 8.85, not bad at all. And a 79 on a 52 for Dave Grundy. Sharon, I'm sure you're out there watching somewhere. 0-4 lights for both of them. Scott does look like he's out in front. 9.67 and 65, some way off where they would normally be, although Brett's number 2 and Scott's number 5. $10.22 gets number 3 for Robbie Dobby. Number 2 for Carl Hester, though, with a 10.98 and a 10.94. I'm pretty sure we just saw these guys running in 850 bike as well. This is Nicholas Antonio in the Kestrel lane. And Angelus Candandreas. I hope I said that right. 9.19 and 10.36. $89 for Patrick, does actually get him on the board in ET bike as well. Okay, we got a bit of track prep going on. Don't go anywhere. Taking on Dan Williams. Hanging the wheels out on the front of the 1970 Camaro. Again, his index is 11.25. They're trying to go way quicker than that. Dan goes nearly half a second quicker. Spence doesn't, actually. 11.39, 113. The 802 comes from, so he's going to be trying to go around about half a second quicker than that. Taking on Phil Norman. I'm not sure whether that was a nitrous run for Rene. It was. 7:59, 180 miles an hour. Phil Norman with an immaculately turned out Beetle. 15.66 for him. Nick driving it down the wall, but still keeps his boot in it. 8:24, 165 still. Your new number one qualifier. Chris Todd with the 12:48. 100 back ready. Yeah, Kev runs it to 3:30 just to make sure everything holds together. That was a lot of shake. A lot of shake as soon as he let go of the clutch. Had a few yes-no moments on the way down to an 8:42 at 123 miles an hour. Still a really good-looking run, though. Key thing is building up the boost, bumping it into stage. Well, lots of revs, but not a lot of forward motion by comparison for John anyway. Goes 9:16 at 99 miles an hour, but that is something to work from, build on. 6-second, maybe even 5-second runs. Here we go then, folks. Both from the UK, Dave Smith, Kestrel Lane, Andy Robinson, Slick Tree. Andy Robinson goes 6:25 at 2:21. One of Miss very curious 60 foot as well. 109 to 60 foot, 4:20 at 189 to the 8th. Dave Smith wasn't far behind, but you could rather go back and fix it than have a problem on the run. Well held that man, straight down the lane to a 5:93, 242 miles an hour, one flat to 60 foot. And to be honest with you, it looked like he still had the handbrake on compared to how it normally leaves. But they are called crotch rockets for a reason. Let's see what Rene can do here. Been knocking on the door of the fives for a number of years now. What's it going to take? For Rene to get there. Characteristic wiggle at 3:30. What's he got? 6:29. Only 202 miles an hour. But well done to Rene for keeping it nailed all the way down the quarter mile. 106 to 60 foot, 4:11 at 185 to the 8th. And yeah, 202 miles an hour is comparatively slow for a full ball run. Slow even for a full ball run on a top fuel bike, but that was pretty impressive nonetheless. So we have the five. Good to see Mark back again. Really nice looking run for Mark Dainty. Backs out of it a little bit at the top end, but you wouldn't blame him after what happened a couple of months ago. 7:37 at 170. What another great run for Jazz. 7:67, 164 miles an hour. I don't think that's the quickest she's been, but it really ain't far off. Well done. Nice looking run for Len. Yeah, backs out of it through the top end. 8:22, 119. I think that may have been the breeze starting to push him over a little bit, so he felt better. Took the championship last year. Chris Neary goes 8:42 at 154. Anna with an 8:71 at 161. Good looking launch for both of them. Actually, Paul Hambidge getting way over towards the wall and absolutely nails the block through the finish line He went 7:48, 173. Dave Thomas did not go 7:56 at 173. That was the blocks getting demolished by Paul Hambidge. He stopped safely in the shutdown area by the looks of it.
But a huge success that event was.
$10.73 at 125. I think people like Graham Swift are probably glad it was over and it was only a weekend, not a week.
Yeah, but that's the first time that Graham had done long distance in the car.
Yeah.
Fair dues to Graham. He wanted to stop as often as possible just to make sure the car
out there is a wicked, wicked car. Very quick as well. I'm presuming still no nitrous and rather soft, but that didn't look soft at all. That was great. 9:31 at 1:43 off the trailer.
88 now.
Nice.
So he's here for testing.
Well, he's actually clicked off before the finish line. What's Rob going to do? 8.76. Wow. 160 miles an hour and driven all the way here, folks, from Stoke-on-Trent. That's
fantastic
just immense.
Pass.
Well, that's what Cortinas was designed for, wasn't it? James Murray with the LS in there, getting quicker and quicker and quicker. That looks like a really good one.
Oh.
10 flat.
Wow.
Scratching the surface of the nines. By Robinson Race Cars. It has got a twin turbo Brad Anderson Hemi in there. It is a street car, fully street legal. And he is still the owner of one of the most ridiculous timing tickets we've ever seen. If you can get the car off the line, it runs 200 miles an hour out the back door. Well, that's 0 for 2. No one is going to get any elapsed time. Al Williamson went before the tree ran. And Mark Sheridan followed him. Great to see Elliot and Dave back again with the Willis. Rob Carter's rolled through stage. He won't get an ET. Elliot will, though. Good looking run for Elliot, actually.
That's very tidy. Very tidy.
9:08. Well done, Dave. Superb. 154. Look at that Volvo go. And be caught by the Chevy. 774 for Almac, 180 miles an hour. 749 at 195 for Andy. Karan Andreas from Holland in the Kestrel lane, taking on Nicholas Antonio. 847, only just misses for Angelos actually. A 985 for Nicholas though. Well, they're both pretty close. Brad will get there first to an 8.59. Good opening run. Great opening run for Travis as well. 8.62. You nail it and have a great weekend this time. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Joe Elliott. The all-motor BMW. And by all-motor, I mean no turbo, no nothing else. See what Craig can do on this one. The answer is an 8.50 with a 9. Bang on the money. Jay, the one and only J Rowe. $8.55 for J Rowe in at number 2. Keith Wright. Just goes that little bit too quick. Well, Johnny Hines did actually leave before the tree was activated. He won't get an elapsed time, unfortunately. Martin Hallett just left when the tree ran, so he will. And it'll be an 8.62. $8.81 and a 79 for Gary Malone. Gary goes 8, Patrick 9. They've had a little bit too much up as opposed to a bit more forward. Yes. $9.63 and 73, Rob Stanley to number 1 for now. Dion Hartley goes to 2 with an end breaking out as well, which is good. $9.51 for Carl Thomas, number 1 off the trailer. Against Rick Sawatsky, all those breakouts taught him well. Blade King in the Slick Tricks lane, 9 flat for Blade. And Liam Holgate with a 9.68. Yeah, they're running to dial-ins. They're not trying to all run the same number. What can Blade do off the trailer? The answer is a 9.11. Not bad at all. Well, problem for Liam that time. The bike stopped around there, out there around about 3:30. $9.89 for Chantel into the 9s, and a 12.27 for Jake, breaks out by 8 measly hundredths of a second in ET bike as well. By lurking, I mean he's in close enough contact to do some damage at the end of the season. 9.10, 146, not bad at all. I think that does get in the number 1 spot for now. Pete Harrison went 13.28. Massive congratulations to him. Against Gary Hester, who's number 2 in the championship last year. 8.75 for Gary Hester. 8.85, not bad at all. And a 79 on a 52 for Dave Grundy. Sharon, I'm sure you're out there watching somewhere. 04 lights for both of them. Scott does look like he's out in front. 9.67 and 65, some way off where they would normally be, although Brett's number 2 and Scott's number 5. .10.22 gets number 3 for Robbie Dobby. Number 2 for Carl Hester, though, with a 10.98 and a 10.94. I'm pretty sure we just saw these guys running in 850 bike as well. This is Nicholas Antonio in the Kestrel Lane. And Angelus Canandreas. I hope I said that right. 9.19 and 10.36. $8.89 for Patrick. Does actually get him on the board in ET bike as well. Okay, we got a bit of track prep going on. Don't go anywhere. Taking on Dan Williams. Hanging the wheels out on the front of the 1970 Camaro. Again, his index is 11.25. They're trying to go way quicker than that. Dan goes nearly half a second quicker. Spence doesn't, actually. 11.39, 113. The 802 comes from, so he's going to be trying to go around about half a second quicker than that. Taking on Phil Norman. I'm not sure whether that was a nitrous run for Rene. It was. 7.59, 180 miles an hour. Phil Norman with an immaculately turned out Beetle. 15.66 for him. Driving it down the wall, but still keeps his boot in it. 8.24, 165 still your new number 1 qualifier. Christoph with the 12.48, 120 back ready. Yeah, Kev runs it to 3.30 just to make sure everything holds together. That was a lot of shake. A lot of shake as soon as he let go of the clutch. Had a few yes-no moments on the way down to an 8.42 at 123 miles an hour. Still a really good-looking run, though. Key thing is building up the boost, bumping it into stage. Well, lots of revs, but not a lot of forward motion by comparison for John anyway. Goes 9.16 at 99 miles an hour, but that is something to work from, build on. 6-second, maybe even 5-second runs. Here we go then, folks. Both from the UK, Dave Smith, Kestrel Lane, Andy Robinson, Slick Trick. Andy Robinson goes 6.25 at 2.21. One of Miss very, very curious 60 foot as well. 109 to 60 foot, 4.20 at 189 to the 8th. Dave Smith wasn't far behind, but you could rather go back and fix it than have a problem on the run. Well held that man straight down the lane to a 5.93, 242 miles an hour, one flat to 60 foot. And to be honest with you, it looked like he still had the handbrake on compared to how it normally leaves. But they are called crotch rockets for a reason. Let's see what Rene can do here. Been knocking on the door of the 5s for a number of years now. What's it going to take? For Rene to get there. Characteristic wiggle at 330. What's he got? 629. Only 202 miles an hour. But well done to Rene for keeping it nailed all the way down the quarter mile. 106 to 60 foot, 411 at 185 to the 8th. And yeah, 202 miles an hour is comparatively slow for a full bore run. Slow even for a full bore run on a top fuel bike, but that was pretty impressive nonetheless. So we have the 5. Good to see Mark back again. Really nice looking run for Mark Dainty. Backs out of it a little bit at the top end, but you wouldn't blame him after what happened a couple of months ago. 737 at 170. What another great run for Jazz. 767, 164 miles an hour. I don't think that's the quickest she's been, but it really ain't far off. Well done. Nice looking run for Len. Yeah, backs out of it through the top end. 822, 119. I think that may have been the breeze starting to push him over a little bit, so he thought better. Took the championship last year. Chris Neary goes 842 at 154. Anna with an 871 at 161. Good looking launch for both of them. Actually, Paul Hambidge getting way over towards the wall and absolutely nails the block through the finish line. He went 748, 173. Dave Thomas did not go 756 at 173. That was the blocks getting demolished by Paul Hambidge. He stopped safely in the shutdown area by the looks of it. I think so. We got to around about halfway through that session of comp bike. Mick Wynyard and Adam Burns are your next pair. Adam Burns in the Slick Tricks lane. And Mick Wynyard in the Kestrel lane. Number one qualifier at the moment. They're all taking aim at 7.37. First run down the racetrack, actually, in comp bike qualifying. It was Mark Dainty. Adam Burns with a real strong looking run in the Slick Tricks lane. 774, 175 miles an hour. He will be number 3. Mick Wynyard with an 812 at 174 will be number 2. Okay, Graham Dance and Gary Bow. Did I mention that this class was Super Street Bike Light? I am just kidding, obviously. It's not light at all. It's very hard work. And a number of the guys that used to run in Super Street now run in comp. I think the bike that Gary Bow's got over there with a big long swing arm on the back of it wouldn't be legal for a Super Street bike anyway these days. So they're all taking aim. Mark Dainty, 737. Gary Bow is heading left. No, backs off just before the finish line. Still a good looking run though, 789. 752 for Graham Dancer, goes to number 2. Okay, Super Street bike. Full fat Super Street bike, so to speak. In the nicest possible way, of course. Daniel Letts and Margot Schmidt, 2 of our overseas visitors. Well, very quick trip over the English Channel, type C. Daniel Letts from Hungary, Kestrel Lane. Not really had a fabulous year so far. I say so far because at any point Margot, though, getting to grips with the booster in the Slick Tricks lane. Margot goes 7.23. 179 miles an hour. That's her quickest run ever. And at 6.88 at 219 miles an hour on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Well done to Daniel. Well, look at the speed for Margot. Only 179 miles an hour. The only thing I would say about Margot's run, she wasn't that far off ET-wise all the way down. The 60 foot was a 107. Not entirely sure that's completely accurate. That would be the quickest Super Street Bike 60 ever by about a tenth of a second. And that's still leaving with the same size tyre as everybody else. Okay, Al Morrison, Kestrel Lane. Alan Morrison Jr., Slick Tricks Lane. Both 6-second capable machines, both recently back with a Swedish suntan from a trip to Tiepp. Al Morrison Jr., look at him, long gone out there in the Slick Tricks lane. 692, 211 miles an hour. 7.46, 185 for Alan Morrison. Steve Mead, Jake Michelle, I think, are your next pair. Indeed they are. So, Jake Michelle, well capable of taking the number 1 spot. Again, this is only the first qualifying session. We've still got 2 more to go. See what Steve Mead can do about knocking on the door of the 6s. Been over 200 miles an hour a number of times. As far as I'm aware, he's never got a 6-second timing ticket yet. Well, not a perfect run at all for Jake. Still goes 752, 160. 968 at 99 miles an hour for Steve Mead, who jumped the lights. Last bike in this session, Ross Morrison. Well, Johnny Hines out the front, directing traffic. Backing off slightly towards the top end, 722, 189 miles an hour for Ross. Really nice looking run. He did back off slightly at the top end. Again, the bike was drifting slightly to the left. Number one qualifier into that session, Daniel Lentz. Okay, Q14 funny bike. Roger Moore taking on Dave Peters. Roger with the Box of Frogs team. This is daughter Lucy helping out right there. Bob Brooks, the man who built the bike originally, looking on too. I'm sure Dave's down here somewhere too. Taking on Dave Peters, who's doing really well in the Funny Bike Championship this summer. See what they got for us to open their account this weekend. Good looking runs in both lanes actually. 742, 179 and a 757 for Roger, 176 miles an hour. Clean, straight, quick, competitive, all those things. So Jordan Kenway, Kestrel side of the racetrack, taking on Lorcan Parnell with Storm. Tell you what, if you want to tire yourself out reading something, check out Storm's Facebook page. It's a tremendous machine, but like a lot of these bikes, is very, very experimental. And experimental means coming to the racetrack, trying something that didn't work, go home. Coming to the racetrack, try something, go home. Again and again and again. Well, Lorcan Parnell with a pretty decent launch, but he shook the tyre at 60 foot and then spun. So he's backed out of it. He's going to roll across the finish line. He will get a qualifying run. A 14.32 was not what they were after. A 14.73, would you believe, for Jordan Kenway. Again, wasn't what he was after. So, Ryan Davidson, who started out, I think he started out racing this year, actually. He was, for the first few events of the season, he was in ET Bike. Now it's time to turn it up a bit, I guess, because I think the quickest you can dial in ET Bike is 870, and he went way quicker than that a couple of times. So, heads up. Your number one qualifier is 742. It would be a personal best if you went quicker than that. Good looking run all the same though. Really good looking run. Will it be a 7? It is. 781, 164 miles an hour. Congratulations to Ryan Davidson. Number 3 spot, I think, after that run. Okay, Sportsman ET now. We are running a little bit behind on our race schedule, obviously due to a couple of hold-ups, but do our very, very best to catch up, of course. After this, we've got Super Gas Wild Bunch, and then we're back to Junior Dragster once again for the second qualifying session of the weekend. So, Debbie Taylor and James Grew out there. This is a dial-in class. Which means they're trying to run the number you see on the board up the top end. $14.39, some way off for Debbie Taylor. James Grew, only a 10th off actually. $15.84 on a 74. Well done, James. Nice run. I would say off the trailer, but I'm pretty much guessing that car didn't come over on the trailer. Okay, Steve Giles with the car called Subtle Indifference. In the Kestrel lane, 13.78 and a 13.80 for Steph Pateman. Steph's doing a great job since she started racing. Watched her dad do it for many years now. Well, just a few. Only 0.02 of a difference in their dial-ins. '06 red for Steph, '07 green for Steve. It should mean there's hardly anything different, or any difference I should say, at the finish line. But kind of isn't really though. Stephen Giles goes to number 1 with a 13.85 on a 78. Steph Pateman 3 with a 13.93. So a couple of Japanese supercars lining up next. Georgina Smith, Kestrel Lane 15.95, taking on Ash Simmons with the Skyline from just down the road in Hitchin. $13.43 for Ash. Well, safe to say Ash will get there first by some margin. 13.23, breaks out by 0.2 of a second. Georgina doesn't know, 16.06 on a 15.95. Number 3 at the moment. Good looking run for Ash, that. Okay, Holly Walters in the Kestrel Lane, 15.50. Taking on Brian Huxley. This is a Focus like you've never seen before, let's put it that way. Good to see the car back out again. Just bumps it into stage. 13.92 is what he's looking for. Well, there's lots of, well, I was going to say lots of billowing smoke underneath Brian's car, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. They're going to check the racetrack. 13.92 with a 1. Number 1 qualifier for Brian Huxley. Congratulations, team. Well done. That's really nice to see, and I'm not talking about Lee's legs. Definitely not. Well done, mate. Yeah, just checking the racetrack. There was a bit of a smoke trail going on behind Brian's car there. Apologies, in the other lane, 15.51 for Holly, which got her the number 2 spot. Okay, we're going to have Chris Creswell on his own this time. I think we need to just go and sled the right-hand lane, or the slick tricks lane, sorry, with the tractor. Yep, Dave's in the tractor, just coming round now. So Chris is going to go on his own to a 15.3E0, or try to at least. Yeah, this won't take long at all. Just don't run over Bob. 15.47 for Chris Creswell. That gets him the number 7 spot. So we're nearly there. I think the tractor's just going to do a last sweep up the end of the lane, and we're back to running side by side. Jeff Cowley. Just thinking I haven't seen Jeff's Nova. Taken to racing his other car, one of his other cars anyway. This gorgeous Z28 Camaro in the Kestrel lane against Mr. Electric himself, Carl Magera. So Carl's going to get there first, no doubt. Obviously, 12.66, nice opening run. That gets him number 3. Jeff goes to number 8 with a 15.47 on a 15.30. 0.17 off, halfway through the session. Gets you number 8. Okay. Our next Kestrel lane is Bill Wilson, who is double classing, I think, in both Sportsman and Pro ET. Against Liam Sturman with a Jag. Uh, 12.65 on a 62 for Bill Wilson gets him number 3. Nicely done. 13.99 for Liam. Okay. 2 high flyers in the Sportsman ET Championship. Kirsty Tram, who actually did a bit of cross-classing. Not to be confused with cross-dressing, ever. In the Slick Tricks lane, she entered into Pro ET at the last event and won with her first ever time in the class with this car. Says an awful lot about the quality of the races that they can just change class. Still do really well. Taking on Steve Mellors with the Hulk. Who got all the way to the final round recently as well. 12:34 for Kirsty. And Steve with a 16.12 and a 15.95, 11 and 12. Steve's 11, Kirsty's 12. To explain as well, what we're doing, folks, is everybody is coming out and qualifying effectively to set their order in the qualified sheet. So have 3 runs today to get as close to their dial-in as they possibly can. After 3 runs, whoever is closer to their dial-in will be number 1 qualifier, and so on down. And that sets up the way that we pair them up tomorrow on race day. So Felicity Gibbs in the Kestrel Lane, 17.21. This is one of those cars that, because she lives in Coulsdon, I occasionally go past or drive down the M1 with on the way home after the event. Mick Franklin, another one of those cars you definitely see on the way home. Mick Franklin won a few rounds the other weekend as well with the Range Rover. Well, it is Felicity who gets there first, 17.41, that's number 12. Mick Franklin, 17.62, 14. Okay, Slick Tricks Lane for Matt Halsall, with the very cool looking and ever-changing name on the back of the Escort, against Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. Problems with Matt Halsall, just crawling out there at 3:30. 14.35 for Gary Lake. That's probably going to get him. I don't think that's going to get him in the top 10. I don't at the moment. Anyway, Matt's still going, is he? He's got past the 8th mile. Gone past 1,000 foot. He's still going, just very, very slowly. I think he's going to get timed out though, because he was. The clock stops at 30 seconds. He was 24 seconds at the 8th mile. He's over the finish line. Yeah, but unfortunately been timed out. Okay, once again, proof if you need it that you can race absolutely anything. Escort van in the Slick Tricks Lane, and Chris Wynn with an Alfa Romeo Mito. 2 very cool looking cars for different reasons. 15.60 for Chris, and Jane McCready, or Calamity Jane as she's known. Apparently, it's not a name I've given her, that's what they call her on the team. Well, Calamity Jane was nothing of the sort with an 047 light. Uh, 15.17, not bad at all. 16.28, 14 for Jane McCready, 17 in the other lane. Okay, Matthew Dowdy. Was running in Pro ET previously, but couldn't quite make the 11.99 cut off in the Kestrel Lane. 12.35 for him, and another Jag. Old Jags don't die, they just run in Sportsman ET. Richard Palmer. 12.64 for Matthew. 17 Richard, number 18 with a 13.69. Okay, we are on with TMC, Tony Morris Carburettors, Super Gas. I want to say a big hi to Tony Morris. Hopefully Tony's tuned in. Big thanks to all the support for the class. And yeah, we're running a bit late, obviously. We're about an hour behind at the moment where we should have been. But anyway, big thanks and big hi to Tony Morris on this lovely English afternoon. So 990 is the number. Bob Molan with the Peugeot from Leeds in the Kestrel Lane against Andy Dibley, who has the number 1 on the car from last year. .10.22 and a 10.07 for Andy Dibley. Uncharacteristically off for both of them. Okay, Stu Downey with the Roadster in the Kestrel Lane, 1 of 4 in UK National Drag Racing at the moment. Taking on Tim Moore with the 55 Chevy. 009 on the tree, no surprise there, obviously, for Stu Downey. What's the number at the top end? 10.04, 10.26. Well, that gets, unbelievably, that gets Stu Downey the number 1 qualifier. No one has been in the 9s yet after a couple of pairs. Jazz Tunstall, Slick Tricks Lane, and Wayne. He's got both of these well capable of going much quicker than 990. Wayne Hiscock is going to have to back off to do it, whereas Jasmine, I'm sure, has got the throttle stop set. Could we have Pro ET into the lanes for Q2, please? Pro ET into the lanes for Q2, please. There we go. Throttle stop coming in for Jasmine. Wayne Hiscock's got to back off. First run we get in the 9s, and it's a breakout. Jasmine goes 10.01 and is actually currently the number 1 qualifier. Okay, Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg out there in the Slick Tricks Lane. Also, a very good afternoon to Chalky, Mark White over there. Chalky is actually giving Alan Spears his final trip down the quarter mile. He was a huge drag racing fan, as we all are, obviously. Spent many weekends on the bank, and he sadly passed away from cancer earlier this year. So, daughters Emma and Karen, thank you very much indeed for letting us know. And his ashes are riding on board with Chalky for a wheels up 9-second run, which hopefully this will be the one. 10.30, 9.93 for Simon Portnoy, number 1. Well, if that was Alan Spears' last ride, then, well, thank you very much indeed for both Dan and Chalky for informing us of that. Thank you very much indeed, chaps. And again, I hope Alan enjoyed his last ride. Dave Fulton, Pete Creswell up next. So that is Pete Creswell and Dave Fulton. Dave Fulton's already been out in Pro ET. Wow, look at that, Dave. 9.88, just a smidge too quick. 12.96 was not what Pete Creswell was looking for. Definitely not. So Andy Harrison and Stu Morris. 10.05.994 for Stuart. That takes Stuart to number 2. Andy, number 5. Okay, we're on to the Wild Bunch. I think this is the last class. It is. Before we move into Q2, the Junior Dragster. How cool is this to see this car back as well? This is Alan Loughton with Paranoia, the Paranoia from way back when they used to run anything they could find, which being in England was Jag engines mostly. This is a straight 6 in there. Beautiful little 5-window coupe. Dials in a 957 again. Is a dialing class Wild Bunch. Taking on Phil James with the Rampage 959, both very evenly matched. Thank you very much indeed to Claire from the Wild Bunch, as always, for giving us the notes up here in the tower. So a proper bit of nostalgia. A week before, we'll see lots of this kind of stuff. Well, Phil James is way out in front too, a 968 and a 1054 for Alan Loughton. I do know they have nitrous on that car. I can only think it didn't work that time round. Well, it's still great to see it out there on the racetrack where it should be, of course. So we've got one more car to go before we start the second session. And that one more car is the one and only Mr. Bob Hawkins with Time Traveller. 6-second supercharged slingshot. So Bob does run a nitro percentage in this car as well, in a big block Chevy. The car is entered in a week's time in the Dragstalgia Cannonball. We've got 18 cars for that this year, which is basically a run what you brung and hope you brung enough kind of class. But for this weekend, Bob, staunch supporter, and I know Claire and the gang want to say a big thank you to Bob. He could have just sat out this weekend and waited and saved everything for next week, but no, he's out here supporting the Wild Bunch, having a good time, and hopefully, getting some good data to run with next weekend. No tune-up runs for Bob. Out the back door, this one. 690, 192 miles an hour. Straight, strong, everything it should have been. 102 to 60, 440 at the 8th mile at 159. And 6-second run. Superb stuff. So we've got Junior Dragster, qualifying session number 2 underneath the tower now. Start shuffling the order about a bit. Liam McDonald, who was first out in the first session in the Kestrel Lane. He was number 1 qualifier for quite a while, till Jason Weir had a go. Liam is he's just really embarking on the best part of 2 months worth of racing all around different racetracks in Europe. They go all over the place. They're going up to Scandinavia, they're going to Sweden, Norway. They're going to... they've already been to France last weekend. I'm sure they'll be going to Germany in the summer for a couple of different racetracks as well. Zerbst, which is up near Berlin. And the infamous Hockenheim too. Well done to Bob Hawkins' team. That was a beautiful looking run to start their account with. So Richard Wilcox and Liam. These two are number 2 and 3 currently. Second and 3 sessions today. That's not going to help Richard. A 0.7 red, an 0.34 green for Liam. So Chevy Checkit, one of those that went red earlier on today in the Kestrel Lane, taking on, let me find out which Peters that is. That's Tom down there. One of the Peters boys, I should say. So yeah, Chevy Checkit. Not really featured after the first run because of the red light. Hopefully, it was only the most minuscule red light. Hopefully this will be green. Well, that was a green. 0.71, which will get her in at about number 12, would you believe? You would, because it's junior dragster. Tom Peters, 0.331. Yeah, that was 12 for Chev. So, Freddie Taylor and Jack Taylor. No relation, as far as I know. After the first session, number 23 and number 25, these two. That was a deep stage red light for Freddie Taylor. Still counts the same thing though. And 0.78 for Jack. That's not too bad. Gets him number 14. Okay, rolling up to the line now is your current number 1 qualifier. Slick Tricks Lane, Daniel Weir, that is. 001 on the tree earlier today. And Teddy Howe, number 30. So for Daniel Weir, 0.100, not quite as quick as before, 0.29 for Teddy. Teddy moves up to number 24.
Last one down with the Davy at the end of our bunch. It's perfect because they both just got to do our bunch. There's a little bit for you.
Thank you. I'll make sure I do it. And they're back on the end of Pro ET. Yep.
No, they'll be on the back of the wild bunch. Last run of the day.
Oh, on the back of the wall bunch.
Yeah, last run of the day.
Last one of the day.
Yeah. Thank you, my darling.
No problem.
Fingers crossed we get there this time. Oh, God.
So, Molly Openshaw and Ellie Fagg this time. Ellie goes red with an 0-3, a 0-4 for Molly though. That's not far off what she did earlier today. Is that going to help? She was number 8, she's now number 6. It does. Oh, Little Miss Dynamite herself. Or Little Miss Dynamite Junior even. Neve Deavy, Kestrel Lane. And Grace Smith. The Boost Monkey. Not bad for Neve Deavy, not better. 129, Grace Smith, that'll help. Grace moves up to the number 12 spot, actually. So, Max Taylor this time. Kestrel side of the racetrack going up against Kai Cooper. Max 14 at the moment. It was 07 earlier on in the day to an 06 for Kai. Good looking one, that from Kai. You can always tell when the tree thinks about it. It's quick. 004 will take him to number 2. Indeed, number 2 for Kai Cooper. 0.15 in the other lane. Okay, Harry Peters and Ellie Mae Brown. Okay, both these two need to be better than 0.8 on the tree to move up in the top 16. That's not going to help Eddie. I think that's 2 red lights in a row. The first one was close. That was an 05. 0.26 for Harry. Again, I don't think that's going to help. Okay, Emmy Cromwell with the Violet Hayes currently propping up the rest of the field. Number 31 presently in the Kestrel lane. Nice to see the sun start to come out too. Against Lola Bell Kent. Lola, number 26. Well, Lola deep stages. Doesn't lead to a red light, it leads to a 0.19. 0.14 red for Emmy. I think Lola might move up a little bit actually. Yeah, one spot. 26 to 25. Okay, young Sam Fairhurst. Great to see the Fairhurst family back again. I do wonder if Dad's still got the beautifully turned out Supercom car at home. He's in the Slick Tricks lane against Jake Cooper. Jake, not far off, propping things up as well, number 29. Well, Sam with a .11 red. Least of his problems, though. Card dies just on the start line. 0.33 for Jake Cooper. That's a really nice looking reaction time. It won't refresh the screen until we're done. I think that's going to get him number 7, my approximate calculation. So Damien and Harry Redshaw side by side once again, fresh from their adventures in France. Good looking launch that for Harry. An 0-1, a .20 for his brother. Harry Redshaw moves up to the number 4 spot with that one. Nice move. Okay, side by side. Bartlett sisters, Jacqueline and Lara. Jacqueline in the Kestrel lane. In the Slictrix lane we have Lara. Lara, real nice number. Earlier on, an 0-2. Jacqueline, currently number 20. .031 again. Lara's on the money this weekend. It's not going to be an improvement, but still really good. .26 for Jacqueline will not improve her 20th qualifying spot at the moment. So Mackenzie Love with the Mad Max car in the Kestrel lane against Eva Davis with Mayhem. Just wondering what more names out there are like that. So we've had, so her dad has driven Chaos and Havoc. Right now his daughter's driving Mayhem. We got any more of those? Very cool nonetheless. Nice, 0.27 for Mackenzie, 0.57 for Eva. Pretty good. Dad taking notes. Just kidding, he don't need any notes. He's done it all. Mackenzie moves up to number 7, Eva goes up to 11. So, Ted Sullivan and Luke Mugridge. With the other players in the championship right at the top of the tree at the moment. I'm sure Luke would like to join them at the moment. At no 57 earlier on today. Let's see what this one does. That'll be an 0-3 red, unfortunately, for Luke Mugridge. Ted Sullivan, .11. That's going to move him off number 30. To number 20. Yeah, Luke Mugridge stays put at number 12. Okay, Finley Fag and Harley Corsell this time. Both in the top 20, although Harley only by 1 position. And Finley, number 13. Couple of good looking lights there. Finley goes 020. That'll be number 5. An 044 for Harley. That's going to help quite a bit too. Yep, up to number 11. Finley goes to 5. So it looks like Ada Cassisi is going to be the last car to go down the track. She's now number 19. Being in the top 16 takes an 07 or better. You want to be in the top 10, you got to go 03. And Ada goes double 03, which takes her to the number 2 spot. Ada Cassisi having a fabulous year this year. I don't know what Mum and Dad have been putting in her porridge, but well, number 2, mate. Steve, she's up to number 2. Right, junior drag bike. Again, over the 8th mile, half track if you will, but they qualify based on their dial-ins, which are the numbers that you see on the board. 15.10 for Lyra Humber and Declan, 10.20. So 15.51 of the 36. Jackson stays 1. Oh, sorry, he stays at number 1. So Kestrel side of the racetrack is Jackson King. Sorry, he's already number 1, I should say. Against Harry Isaacs, number 1 is 62. Trying to run the number. 64 and 26. Harry actually moves up 1 spot. Okay, Maggie Smallman is next to try the Kestrel Lane at 9.68, and I think the quickest dial-in of anyone, actually. Over there is Holly King with an 8.43. Good looking run for Holly, and it's an 8.47, nicely judged. And a 9.82, Holly King is your new number 1 qualifier. Okay, Faith Morrison, Kestrel side of the racetrack, and Alia Lester. Faith Morrison hasn't got an elapsed time on the board yet. Both with 13 second dial-ins, 0.10 for Faith, 0.30 for Alia. .43, 12.88. Faith Morrison, way too quick. So Grace Pollen, good to see Grace back on the track. In the Slick Tricks lane, 8.70. And taking on Leah Morrison. So, Grace, with no time on the board yet, emphasis on yet, it's about to happen. Leah Morrison, though, is number 7. No problems in either lane this time. What's Grace going to do? 888. That's a great comeback after what happened earlier on. She's number 7. Leah Morrison with a 12.10 on 11.90, number 8. Well done to the whole of the pollen camp team. And especially Grace, for effectively getting back on the horse that threw her. Okay, Brad Morrison and Richard Wilcox, who hasn't got a number on the board yet on the bike for some reason. $9.59 for Richard to open his account. And Brad, 1665 goes 1681. Up to number 6. Richard gets a number on the board. He's number 10. Okay, we're on to Q2 of Pro ET. It was very hit and miss in the first session. Mostly miss, to be completely honest. But that's only by their normal high standards. They were normally bang on the money. The first session was a little different, shall we say. So, Carmagira taking on the one and only Harley J. Derby. I think we saw Harley earlier on today. So Harley dials an 890. An interesting fact here is this lad is not legally allowed to drive on the road. Yeah, he drives this pickup truck at 150 plus miles an hour. Why not? Harley with a 008 light as well. A 905 at 150 and a 1202. That gets Harley on the board at number 19. Okay, Roy Walker and Laura Bainton. Next up, Roy Walker, 928, 1042 for Laura. But Roy will be getting there first. 9.39, a little bit closer up to number 14. Laura up to number 3 with a 10.45 on a 10.42. So Bill Wilson turning the nitrous on, moves up from Sportsman to Pro ET. 1184 is what he's looking for. Darren Law with the Wicked Lady, 903. $909, that's more like it for Darren Law. 1211. Darren goes to the number 6 spot with that run. Well done, sir. So John Dalrymple, excuse me, not Dalrymple, even. With the full tilt, Willis. Kestrel Lane taking on Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. Dave Rudd at the moment, number 30. John Dalrymple, 24. $971 for Dave Rudd up to number 2. $987 for John Dalrymple. No help at all. So, we've had 32 cars try to qualify. I think we're slightly oversubscribed. Just how many? Ah, yeah. There we go. Because Mark Huxley didn't get a run. So this will effectively set the bump spot and somebody will be on the outside looking in. Simon Innes, current number 8. Pressure's on Mark Huxley to get a good number on the board so he doesn't go into the last session on the outside looking in. 975 is what he dials. $10.07 is what he runs. $10.77 for Simon, goes up to 5. Mark Huxley is in the show, but only at number 30. That's not that comfy. Let's put it that way. That was a 10.07 on a 9.75 for Mark Huxley that time round. Okay, Warren Watts and Neil Watkins. Warren Watts was the first one really earlier on to get anywhere near his number. This time dials 9.10, taking on Neil Watkins, who probably suffers more than most with a headwind due to the size and frontal area of the truck. However, it's very easy to sort out. You just adjust the dialing, slow it up a little bit. As long as you run that number, it's no problem. $9.14 for Warren Watts. That improves him slightly. Neil Watkins with 11.53 on a 46 takes him to number 11. So Huxley number 2 for the class is going to be Darren, who's actually the one who's not qualified at the moment as well. He's on the outside looking in. Dials 11.43. Take it on Mason Griffiths. 9.14. The reason I keep mentioning this is very, very important because you earn points for where you qualify, and obviously you want to be around the race tomorrow. Darren's not going to make a good run this time. Great looking run for Mason Griffiths though. Mason goes to the number 3 spot. 200's off. And Darren Huxley does get in the show, not with the run he wanted though. 13.01, not what he wanted. Not at all. Okay, it's a match-up of the Watkins siblings again. Amy was quicker on the tree earlier. Tom quicker on the racetrack, that's no shock. That big Dodge is about, well, I called it, as you can see from the dial-in, it's about half a second quicker on the racetrack. Tom wasn't letting his sister whole shot him again. 962. Big moves for both. Actually, that took Amy from not being qualified to number 4. That did. 962. Very nice job in both lanes. Right, see who's not in now. We've only got one more session to go. It's Susie McClure who's not in, and Darren Huxley's on the. Dave Crowhurst, Ronnie Mercer, your next pair. Both safely in at number 17 and 18. As it stands at the moment, Dave Crowhurst, though, would get the number 1 qualifier, would you believe? And Ronnie, you get number 2. .10.02 for Dave Crowhurst, but Ronnie Mercer moves up to number 11 with that 10.52. Okay, Jessica Bishop. Kestrel Lane, 9.37. Dial-in slowed up substantially from where you'd normally expect it to be. However, if that's what the car's running, if that's what the racetrack will take, and that's what the air tells you need to do, and the breeze too, that's what you got to do. 22, and Will Clark is number 28 as well. 990, what Will's looking for. 38 for Jess, 999 for Will. Number 2 spot for Jess Bishop. Do you know something? I hate to say this out loud, but I'm going to anyway. She's going to be in the hunt for the championship this year, and they might seriously regret missing the main event. It's one of those things that absolutely couldn't be helped, and everybody tries as hard as they can, but they missed the main event due to breakage. And Jess Bishop nailing it every time. Brett Featherstone, Bob Molden up next. Brett 25, Bob 28. 28. Dial-in softened up a little bit for both. $9.52 for Bob, that's more like it. Number 11, 19 for Brett, 61 on a 52. They've got one more shot to get as close as they can. Pete Dodd and Simon Fulton. Wondering why you've seen some of these cars a couple of times before is because they are actually allowed to enter more than one class. So for argument's sake, Simon Fulton, he's entered Super Gas and Super Comp before. This weekend he's entered Pro ET and Super Gas. So Pete Dodd currently number 6, 925, 990 is Simon Fulton's number, which coincidentally is the number for Super Gas. Picture perfect wheels up launch for Pete Dodd. 928 as well. No help or movement. They both stay put. 989 with a 0 breakout that time for Simon Fulton.
Just so you know, I'm going to try and pair John Willard and Colin Miller.
Well, they should do, because they should be the last pair anyway.
Well, we don't do the seating for 8 player, but they're going to try and make it happen.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because I want to see it happen. For my own amusement, if nothing else.
Yeah, you bet. That last run John made really didn't look good at all. It looks like it looks lazy. It looks lazy. It looks like it should be going way quicker. You know what I mean? Okay, Lee Morris, Dave Cherritt. A couple of old sparring partners from the Super Street days. Dave goes 10.13, Lee goes 10.15. Well, at least Dave didn't break out this time. Wow, so Ryan Garrett turning on the nitrous in the dart this time round. Thus, the dialing is adjusted accordingly to an 8.90. He hasn't got a time on the board either, so this will be another one. If he doesn't break out, that will keep someone else. Who's on the bump at the moment? I think it's Darren Huxley, actually. Taking on Nick Mugridge, safely in at number 18, but he'd like to be a lot better than that. 10.15 for the little junior comp dragster. Good looking run in both lanes, actually. Oh, wow. Number 1 qualifier for Ryan Garrett. 8.90 with an 8. 10.23 for Nick Mugridge, gets bumped back 1 spot. But yeah, Ryan Garrett from not being qualified to number 1. Bump spot now is Mark Huxley. No, beg your pardon. Darren Huxley is now on the outside. Mark Huxley is on the bump spot. Bill Wilson and Tom Kay really not very comfy. Tom Kay's around under the tower. So let's see if there's a bit more shuffling to be done before the last session. Dave Fulton with the Roadster, Stevie Gates with the Duster. 8.95 for Dave Fulton. He's taking the throttle stuff off completely, I think, this time. Well, Dave left before the tree was activated. Steve Gates didn't. Goes 9.59 with a 9 and breaks out. That will leave them where they were. One more shot. One more shot to get as close as they can. Looks like Dave Fulton needs to be retrieved. No, he doesn't. He's moving. So, that man I just mentioned, Tom Kay, who's not very comfy, at number 30. He can do a lot better than that, though. He's been on it this season. With a little dragster with a bike engine in. Great way to go racing. He's in the Kestrel lane, 10.25 against Daniel Fulton. Uh, 10.19 for Daniel, so not far off at all. In predicted times. $10.22 and a 10.30. Actually, that gets Tom Kay into 16. Daniel Fulton, though, up to the heady heights of number 9. That means, as it was, the two Huxley boys are on the bump and on the outside looking in respectively. So if Darren Huxley in the next qualifying session improves, he bumps his brother out first. But then Mark Huxley's got to improve as well. Anyway, all to play for in the last qualifying session. Next licensing run, I think, for Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster. Again, the 850 number on the board is more speculative than what the car will run. Yeah, nicely controlled launch up to 330. Okay, a little bit of track prep, and then we're on with Super Pro.
Open for early morning breakfasts and throughout the
I'm pretty sure we just saw these guys running in 850 bike as well. This is Nicholas Antonio in the Kestrel Lane. And Angelus Candandreas. I hope I said that right. 9.19 and 10.36. $8.89 for Patrick. Does actually get him on the board in ET bike as well. Okay, we got a bit of track prep going on. Don't go anywhere. Taking on Dan Williams. Hanging the wheels out on the front of the 1970 Camaro. Again, his index is 11.25. They're trying to go way quicker than that. Dan goes nearly half a second quicker. Spence doesn't actually. 11.39, 113. 802 comes from, so he's going to be trying to go around about half a second quicker than that. Taking on Phil Norman. I'm not sure whether that was a nitrous run for Rene. It was. 7.59, 180 miles an hour. Phil Norman with an immaculately turned out Beetle. 15.66 for him. Driving it down the wall, but still keeps his boot in it. 8.24, 165 still, new number one qualifier. Chris Todd with the 12.48. 112 back ready. Yeah, Kev runs it to 3.30 just to make sure everything holds together. That was a lot of shake. A lot of shake as soon as he let go of the clutch. Had a few yes-no moments on the way down to an 8.42 at 123 miles an hour. Still a really good-looking run, though. Key thing is building up the boost, bumping it into stage. Well, lots of revs, but not a lot of forward motion by comparison for John anyway. Goes 9.16 at 99 miles an hour, but that is something to work from, build on. 6 second, maybe even 5 second runs. Here we go then, folks. Both from the UK, Dave Smith, Kestrel Lane, Andy Robinson, Slick Trick. Andy Robinson goes 6.25 at 2.21. One of Miss very, very curious 60 foot as well. 109 to 60 foot, 4.20 at 189 to the 8th. Dave Smith wasn't far behind, but you could rather go back and fix it than have a problem on the run. Well held that man straight down the lane to a 5.93, 242 miles an hour, one flat to 60 foot. And to be honest with you, it looked like he still had the handbrake on compared to how it normally leaves. But to the pairing lanes, please. VW Sportsman, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? What's more English than side-by-side burnouts in summer? One Cortina Estate, one Ford Anglia. Probably the fact that they both ran knocking on 170 miles an hour. That's probably the big difference, but there we go. Anyway, it is round two qualifying for Super Pro. This one's going to be fun from one end to the other. I can see there's a certain supercharged Altered from Australia over here in the lanes as well. So it's going to be good to see that car out. It's going to be good to see everybody. So looking forward to seeing what Rocket Ron can do this time round in the Slick Tricks lane. He dials 789. It's really funny. Turning the nitrous on just makes the car a whole different animal, doesn't it? Especially off the start line. and then running, clocking over 170 miles an hour out the back door in that car. Seriously, those things were probably designed with a maximum speed of 56 miles an hour however many years ago. And Ron, over 120 miles an hour over that. Definitely the car Harry Potter should have had. Taking on Tom Atkinson in the Kestrel lane, 8.46. Tom is right up there in the Super Pro Championship. There we go. Ron just vents the nitrous. Wonder if Tom will ever do that one day. Run the nitrous system on the Cortina to get that in the 7s as well. It's got to be done. Come on, Tom. You know you want to. Well, he probably wants to about as much as having a shave. Great looking launch for both of them. That was a quicker one to 60 for Ron Bartlett. Going to be another 7. It's a 7.91. He's got a 7.9 second bracket car, that man, and 171 bracket car too. Well done, sir. In the other lane, 8.49 for Tom Atkinson. Well, that actually took him up to the number 4 spot, 300ths of a second of his dial-in. Ron Bartlett, though, is still your number 2 qualifier. How cool is that? Well, surprisingly, this is the first outing for your championship leader, Alan Dibwell. He's got to get a number on the board here just to make sure he's around to play tomorrow. Sure he will, though. He's been absolutely killing it this summer. Really has. Halfway through the season, and he's out in front. He's in the Kestrel lane, 7.68 for the dragster. Up against 8.75 in the Slick Tricks lane for Stuart Morris. Alan Dibwell goes 7.73 at 1.74. Up to number 7. Stu stays number 6. Well, this is going to be fun, especially if your name is Lee Huxley. You got a blown alcohol altered from Australia in the other lane. Yeah, Lee Huxley in the Kestrel lane, 8.93. The dial-in for Paul Stephen with the double trouble altered from Campbelltown in New South Wales. You heard that right, in Australia. 6.79, I do beg your pardon. Paul is here for 2 weekends. That's Dave Gibbons out front directing traffic. Paul did say the combination in the car is slightly different from what he'd normally run at home, basically because he just wanted to make it fun. He wanted to make it as low maintenance as you can with a blown altered. He wants the car to run quick, but he wants it to run consistently as well. And obviously, he's going to run in this weekend, and he's part of the Dragstalgia Cannonball event next weekend too. So his first run on UK soil. Anything starting with a 6 will be good. Lee Huxley's probably just going to watch that little car in the other lane disappear in the distance, but we shall see. It's never that straightforward. Paul Stephen with a bit of tyre shake off the start line. Kept it going though to 7.22, 190 miles an hour. 8.92 with a 2. Breaks out by that much for Lee Huxley. Yeah, 105 to 60 foot for Paul, 466 at 156 to the 8th mile, and a 722 at 190 out to the back door. Yeah, just probably a little bit more tyre shake than he'd have liked off the line. So Pete Waters going to be going up against the van with no name. Dave Russell. So 8.88 Slick Tricks Lane for the Supercharged Blancmange, or the blown Blancmange if you prefer. Happy birthday to Mick written on the back. I'm not sure which Mick, but I'm sure Mick will know if Mick's watching. The band with no name. Yeah, so Pete Waters got to about 100, 200 foot out, maybe at best, earlier on. Clicked it off. Back to try again. That's more like it. 769, 171. Fun enough, stays 18. Very nice, 8.92 for Dave Russell. That got him number 7 spot. Okay, Bob Doyle with the Z case, presumably with the nitrous turned on this time in the Kestrel lane. Dials an 897 against the one and only Mr. Scott Hauser. From just up the road in Findon. Yeah, Scott's car wobbled in the beams. I think that was the problem. 846 at 177. 910 for Bob Doyle. Not bad. Number 11. Yeah, Scott's car actually was rocking in the beams, I think, when he went on the two-step. And I think that must have just moved him forward to move him out, unfortunately. 60-foot time of 2.11 is definitely not right. Or not what the car should have run anyway.
Parts behind here. Need to move in ASAP. Cheers, mate.
Okay, before we get to the next pair, very quick housekeeping type message. If you own a blue pickup, HU1 4664. A blue pickup, HU1 4664. It's at the back of the barn and it needs moving ASAP, please. So if you're the proud owner of a blue pickup, HUI 4664, please get round and move it straight away. Thank you very much indeed. Matt Peters, the Lucas Oil in the Kestrel Lane, 765. Ashley Bell with an 882. Well, no surprise the Dragster got there first, and he goes to number 4 as well, 67 on a 65. Ashley Bell wasn't far off either, with an 885 and an 82, but they stays at number 5, would you believe? So Matt Peters, a great run up to number 4. We had Ashley Bell just through there. We've got his lad AC next. With the Firebird, the Limpy Slug. Not entirely sure, 8.18. Well, that's what it says on the car. Is the dial-in. That's a good half a second quicker than he's ever dialed before. That was a 7.8, I might believe it, but anyway, we shall see. Maybe they've turned it up. Taking on Mark Coulsell with the ball breaker. He's number 12 currently. That's it, Mark, away from the centre line. There's a good boy. And again, all over the place. Well, 8.32 at 1:59 for AC Bell. That was obviously what he was trying to run. Up to number 13, Mark, up to number 10 with an 8.34. One of those get that man a straight jacket type runs. So a couple of dragsters coming at you next. Joe Kellett, Barry Giles. Joe Kellett, obviously the Kellett family sticking with the 890 plan for both classes. Well, one of them at least. And Barry Giles in the hot seat. Back in the family car again this weekend. So if anyone remembers, Joe, the Kellett family, I should say, had two dragsters recently. The engine in Joe's car, which is up for sale, I'm not sure whether it's sold yet, but it's up for sale, is the one that's now residing in the Dolly Daydream Drumming Man car down there, which is where the big speeds are coming from. Just got to get the car dialed for 890 now. As they pretty much did in the round before with Leah driving. Here we go. Takes off again at 3:30 and sprints. 7:45 and 8:90 with a 7. Joe Kellett is your new number 2 qualifier at 173 miles an hour as well. And very nice 7:45 at 1:76 for Barry Giles. 500 of a second off, and he's still number 11. Would you believe? Of course you would. So Andy Thetford, keep everything crossed for the Black Pearl team. Completely tortuous time getting here yesterday. Didn't get to make run number 1 earlier on today. Dials a 766 this time round. Hopefully he can run that number. He's been in the 7s a couple of times now, I think, with this car. Mr. Marshall just making sure the door's closed properly. There we are. So good luck, Andy. Here he is bumping in through stage, unfortunately. Ian is going to give him another go, I think. Yeah. Let him back up and try again. Nice looking run for Andy. Not sure it's going to be a 766, but still pretty good. 872. 163 miles an hour by virtue of not breaking out. He gets on the board. He's number 17 qualifier at the moment. So, Billy Gain. And then I think we've got Harry Gibson round there for another licensing run in the dragster. And then we'll be on to another class you don't want to miss, otherwise known as Outlaw Anglia. So, Billy Gain, earlier on today, they turned the nitrous on, they've turned the car up, looking to run a 777. Unfortunately, that tends to create, when you turn everything up, it changes the whole dynamic of the car, the way it hits the tyre, everything else as well. And he had tyre shake, quite visible bad tyre shake as well. That was a little bit of tyre shake, but not nearly so much. Will it be a 7.7? It's a 783. 172 miles an hour to the number 12 spot. Slowly but surely creeping up on that magic 760 number. So, Harry Gibson trying to get a bit further down the racetrack this time. I think last one was a launch. He was off it by 3:30. Maybe this time he's going to be to half track, all being well. The trouble is with these cars is they're really hard to learn in because they never behave. They never do what they're supposed to. And last time out, car launched really hard but shook like a bandit. Harry, I think, has been working on the team for many, many years. Helping out Sid and Crunch. So the licensing procedure in any really quick drag racing car is you have to show the stewards, the race director, a burnout and a launch to 60 foot. That's it, no further. Burnout and a launch, and then a complete run to the 8th mile, and then pull the chutes through the finish line. And then these days you need to complete 2 full track runs, both to a certain ET and speed, pull in the chutes, and everything needs to go nice and smoothly, being the most important thing. Doesn't have to be quick, doesn't have to be fast. Safety is the most important thing. So Harry Gibson plugs it into gear, or into forward gear. Good luck, young man. Hope it's as much fun as it looks from the outside. Saying that, I hate to say it out loud, I've done it. It's a huge amount of fun. You get ready to mash that right foot, it's just a lovely feeling. So even though he was on and off the throttle, that was still really nice. Still went 4.30 to the 8th mile, 8:24, 104 miles an hour, there we go, and pulls the chutes through the finish line. All being well, that will count as his half-track run. Outlaw Anglia qualifying session number 2. Once again, if you're not in a decent viewing position, I suggest you get there now because the last pair in Outlaw Anglia is going to be, all being well, absolutely fantastic. A match-up for the ages. Our very own version of the Ashes. Although they don't, it's supposed to be England against Australia, isn't it? Not Scotland, but we'll take it. Anyway, Wayne Power in the Kestrel lane against Ben Kennedy with the relentless pop. Just check out the way that car in the Slictrix lane goes. It's got a little turbo engine in there, but my goodness does it haul. think he's suffering from a misfire up there. That doesn't look even remotely clean. Still goes 974, 133. Nice run, Wayne Power with a 1014 at 130. A couple of improvements as well. That was nice to see. So Dougie McClure with the slug cess. Vents the nitrous, which is always a good sign. Taking a Rob Stone with the head rush from Telford. Well, Rob, I think, has won an event in Outlaw Anglia this season. He's having a fun time in 2023. Another good-looking run for both of them, actually. Rob Stone out the back door with an 876, 148 and a 1047 for Dougie, 126. Once again, folks, if you're not anywhere in the viewing area, now's a good time, full stop. And that's just for Mick Taylor. With the Banshee, the Fordson from not far away in Hillingdon. This is a 7-second machine. If you see how he's squeezed in there, it's amazing. It must be just one of the most amazing rushes in the world to go sevens at like 170 miles an hour in something that small. Ask Ron Bartlett, he'll tell you. Well, Mick Taylor towards the wall, but keeps it nailed all the way through to an 8:03, 166 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure they'll take that one. Makes him the number 3 qualifier. However, the last matchup of the round is a classic. Let's hope it's a classic race as well. This could be repeated many times over the next couple of weeks. Now, the man that normally gets the long distance award in the Flying Fifer, all the way from up there in Fife in Scotland, the driving force behind Outlaw Anglias is obviously Colin Miller. However, he ain't got nothing on the guy in the other lane. Yeah, whatever you can do, Aussie, us Scots can do better. I can say that because I'm English, so I'm totally neutral. I'm sat in the middle. We're not in the middle, but you know what I mean. Anyway, Nitrous against Blower, Scotland against Australia. Says well something like the America's Cup, but I'm not entirely sure that Scotland are in the America's Cup either, but whatever. Anyway, are they? No, I don't think so. Anyway, I'll stop trying to cross-reference. It's just getting confusing. Anyway, so Colin Miller and John Willard both need no introduction whatsoever. 2 6-second Outlaw Anglias. One of them a regular 200 mile an hour Outlaw Anglia. The other one would so love to be a 200 mile an hour Outlaw Anglia. Again, this is the stuff that boyhood dreams are genuinely made of. Colin Miller is always excited when he comes to the racetrack, but having one of the world's quickest and fastest in the other lane has kind of got to put a tin hat on it, really. So Qualifying for Outlaw Anglia, however, this is just a very special moment. They've been good friends for a number of years now, and they finally get to race each other here in the UK. John Willard and Colin Miller. Here we go. Well, Colin got there first, but he red lit to a 6.98, 195 miles an hour for the Flying Fifer, and that was still with loads of tyre shake. Loads. John Willard, 6.76, well, the wind light comes on in Colin's lane, even though he was 002 red. There was a little pop at the finish line for Colin. I hope that was nothing serious, but he's back in the sixes. Side-by-side 6-second runs. We've had a side-by-side 6-second run in Outlaw Anglia before. I'm not sure if the combined times of that one were the quickest ever. They may well be. That was very special, especially if your name's Colin and you got there first. Yeah, for the record, 6.76 at 2.04 for John Willard. He seems to be stuck in the 6.70s. Not a bad place to be completely honest with you. But Colin Miller back in the sixes again with a 6.98. Okay, VW Sportsman. Just to completely kill the mood. Round of applause for both the Fifer team and the Aussie Outlaw team and the Banshee team as well. 30.35.51 for Andrew Babrick, and Jerry Sadler goes up to number 3 with a 15.69. Well done, sir. I also think that's the first time John Willard has ever run against another 6-second Anglia too. I'm pretty sure that is. So, historic moments all round, and we're going to do a lot more of them hopefully over the next couple of weeks. Or couple of weekends, anyway. So, Paul Robinson and Tom Circuit, your next pair. $14.91 for Paul. Yeah, that's up to number 3, Tom Circuit. No improvement, stays at number 6 with a breakout. Hazel Carter and Danny Bean. Okay, so Danny's number 18 at the moment. Hazel is 14. 14.03. Up to number 7. Hazel up to number 12 with a 32 on a 15 flat. So John Crawford. 15.70 with the Golf in the Kestrel lane against Reese Finney. $15.48 for John Crawford. Breakout. Reese moves up to number 15 now with a 78. 17.78, I beg your pardon. Okay, Martin Aiton with another one of those little cars. This time round, it's a Polo taking on your current number 1 qualifier, Polly Judge. Brake lights coming at the top end, 1644 and a 1679. Obviously, Polly stays number one, but that was a little bit further off. Okay, Steve Metcalf again. It's Caitlin Wilson this time round. 8 and 10 at the moment. $16.57, $17.34. Caitlin goes to number 2 with that one. Well done to the Wilson gang. Nigel Gregson and Noel So-So. I hope I'm saying that right now. I'm pretty sure I'm saying Noel right. That's a good start. So Noel is number 17, Nigel 21. See what changes at the end of this, shall we? Yeah, up to number 14 and 11 for Nigel Gregson, 1373. Improvements on both lanes. So Lorraine Large with the nurse. Beautifully turned out Beetle in the Kestrel lane. Against Sylvia Purcell. So Sylvia and Lorraine this time. 1623, no help for the... Well, actually, she moves up 2 spots to number 19 with that, would you believe, Steve? 1623 on a 15-second dial. Okay, Karen Waterhouse and Nigel Gregg.
Hey, mate. Yeah, we'll just put that one out again. Yeah. The fans still, did it a few times, but okay, yeah, no bother. Cheers, right.
Okay. So, yeah, Nigel Gregg with the Audi. Although they're both Audis, obviously. He's in the Kestrel lane. Karen Waterhouse with the TT in the Slick Tricks lane. Could I make an announcement once again, please? If you're owner of a blue pickup, HUI 4664, it needs to be moved immediately. Actually, it needed to be moved 10 minutes ago when we first said it. But a blue pickup, HUI 4664, round behind the tower. If you could move it as soon as possible, please. Karen Waterhouse up to number 16 with that one. And no help in the other lane, I'm afraid. So, Phil Jones, Reese Taylor. Phil gets there first and moves up to number 15, actually, 1498. Jordan Clark on his own this time. Last car in VW Sportsman before we move into VW Pro. 14.07. As we move on to VW Pro. Your current number 1 qualifier as well after session number 1, Daniel Coppin. With your rather wicked looking Venom Golf in the Kestrel Lane against Graham Fairhead. Graham was number 1 in the championship last year. So Daniel dials the same number she did before, actually, 12.05. Earlier on today, she went 12.05 with a 2. What could she do this time round? Can Graham Fairhead? There's not a lot of room in there. If someone wants to take the number 1 spot, Graham's not going to do it. And Daniel goes 12.36 that time. So they both stay 5 and 1. Okay, Jake Fronda with the Gasser Golf. In the Kestrel Lane. And Ed Keach, 11.95. Not much in it between these two, actually. That was close. Jake nearly rode all the way through stage. Well, I think he's backed out of it. Ed Keach goes through the 12.40. He's going to stay number 3. Jake is actually going to get a number on the board this time, though. So he's going to trickle through at the number 11 spot. Okay, 2 very different versions of kind of the same car. Kind of. John Brewster, who was number 4 from earlier, 10.48 with the unfinished business Beetle. Gorgeously turned out, as is probably show quality. Sam Young with the Blackcurrant Beetle. Just got a little bit of a retrieval job to do for Jake Fronda up the top end. He's actually stopped on the racetrack. Got to hook up the quad and move him on out the way. The qualifying run will still count. Even though, unfortunately, he is stranded up there.
Let me see, because because there's a club pay for it, we'll get it out for the marshal. All right, mate, I'm just coming over. All right, mate.
Okay, the very briefest delays while they retrieve Jake off the top end. So, Sang Young and John Brewster. Sam Young with a 9.30 dial in this time. Nice looking run. The electric Beetle. 9.57, 134 and 10.46, 124 breakout for Jack. Sam Young actually moves up to number 4 with that one. So the strip burner of Ian Dale, currently number 9 against James Hodgson with the golf. Mirza Hodgson is number 11. 11.07 for James. That's going to move him up to number 2. No help for Undao with a 12.63 on a 12.20. Just a couple more cars to go before we move back into Super Comp. Then right after that, we got Street Eliminator, 850, a 950 bike, ET bracket bike, comp bike, and then Super Street, comp, and Pro modified once again. Chris Waterhouse with the Audi, taking on Jacob Bailey. That really is indecently quick, that Audi. 981 at 144 for Chris Waterhouse. 11.87 for Jacob. Chris Waterhouse actually moves up to number 5 with that one. So this is James Gould, the Team Militia. Altered. Cool looking kind of car. Different way of going about it. He's also currently the number 9 qualifier. Went 10.32 earlier on today. Yeah, looks like with this time, 11.69, 125. He'll stand on his run from earlier. Okay, Super Comp. Qualifying session number 2. Now, it does say Richard Tunstall is in the car, in the Slick Tricks lane. Not entirely sure it's him or Jed. But anyway, still looking for the same number of 890. Earlier on today went 895. Stu Doiney in the other roadster in the Kestrel lane went 897. 013 off the line for Stu Doiney, as you would expect. 890 with an 8. Number 1 qualifier goes without saying. 884 in the other lane. Not that he was hanging about. Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Fabulous.
No, you're not. Sorry, I should have disagreed. You are fabulous. There we go. Thank you very much.
Fabulous.
Good to be racing in the summer. Great field of cars in both classes.
Yeah, it's very good. Very
Really
good. Looking
good.
very promising for Bug Jump.
Always does.
Considering I'm walking around the pits, especially with VW Sports. I don't know how many have entered in the end this weekend.
Yeah.
But I'm walking around seeing people going, "Are you not racing?" They're like, "No, not this weekend." And so I'm like, "Oh, so we've already got that many, but
You've still got
there's
you as
so
well.
many regular names that are not ready yet."
Wow.
VW Pro obviously is very quiet at the moment, but
Still pretty good. Paul Hudson getting pushed back, unfortunately, with the dragster. It will be Steve Hudson on his own, looking for that 890 number. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to see James Gould's car as well.
that's it. Well, the reason I popped up, we'll let Paul go.
Hopefully back in the 8s this time for Steve Hudson. 911, 142. Angie, don't give him so much for lunch. that might be the answer. You never know. He's 5 anyway. Sorry, mate.
But yeah, you questioned the same as me because obviously it's down as an altered, and we're like, well, is it an altered? Because it hasn't got
Well,
an
it
altered
is,
body,
but-
he doesn't have the differential between his legs like a slingshot would.
Okay.
So is it classed as a slingshot? And we're like, I have no idea.
It's an altered. The thing is, it is an altered. You can have an altered. It's like the Chaos Brothers altered Mr. Orthodoxu in Comp Eliminator normally.
Yeah.
That's not an altered body. It's just got some formed sheet metal around it. If you see.
Yeah.
And I'm not being rude.
No.
That's what it is.
That's
you know,
it.
and that's exactly the same with that car. It just has some formed sheet metal
Yeah.
around the cage. So that classes it as an altered, if you
Yeah,
like.
yeah.
I mean, you can call it you can call it a funny car without a body on, if you like. Where did it come from? Where
It's
did it-
built brand new.
wow,
It's custom spec for himself.
nice.
So I'm looking forward to obviously Bug Jam when we got him and Ben Mace.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Both will be racing.
That will be good. So is it just, I guess, so why the change of tack? Why the change from door cars to...
I think they're just going fast, cheap.
Very good way of doing it. Really.
Or hopefully going fast, cheap, reliably. Using parts that are designed to go drag racing
Yeah,
saves you a lot of money in the long run.
it does. You're dead right. And also, I don't want to say this out loud, but rear-wheel drive as well probably helps,
Exactly, that's
helps
it.
a little
We're
as well, doesn't it, really? Because if you put that engine, because he's looking for, like, high 9s, I guess.
Yes.
That engine in a door car will probably be mid-11s or something like that.
Well, that engine was the exact engine that was in the Mark III Golf. He has changed nothing on that engine. So he ran 10.7 with the Golf,
That's not that. It's not picked up as much as I thought, actually.
but
to be honest.
he's literally, that's what, his 7th run in the car, and 4 of those were literally
Tootling off the
familiarisation runs, just making sure everything's A-OK. And obviously he's just learning along the way, different things like there. He didn't get on the trans brake, obviously, so that was a lot slower.
It's funny too, because because you can hit it a lot harder with the rear engine car anyway. I
Yes.
mean, it's just a physics, isn't it? You can hit it a lot harder. We got 2 dragsters down there on the start line this time. Steve Fields in the Black Pig in the Kestrel lane, and Dolly Daydream, the one and only Leah Kellett. So Steve's going to back off. No, he's not. He went 8.69, way too quick. Leah, though, with an 8.91 with a 4. Still only number 2, I'm afraid, for the Kelletts. Joe went 8.90. She went 8.91. Anyway, whatever. It is what it is, and it's very cool to see. Scott Hauser, actually, this is a rerun from earlier on in qualifying. Race director judged that there something funky happened with the tree, so fair way to do it. Scott get another shot at it. 7.37. Yeah, but it's also, again, it's a great way to go bracket racing because you set up higher,
Yeah.
and you can just judge things a lot better when you're.
As you said, he's got some good vision in there.
Yeah. I don't know how much he can move in a car. I mean, the thing is, if you're in the left-hand lane in a door car, you can look, well, or the right-hand lane for that matter. Actually, you can look pretty well across. 10.37 with a 5. Scott Hauser goes to number 2. Yeah, those pistons are bedded in. Yeah, that was a real, well worth a rerun there for Scott Hauser, number 2 qualifier. We're on to Comp Eliminator. Rene Erzman from Switzerland in the Kestrel lane. What a life it must be. Have a 55 nitrous Chevy door car and live in one of those beautiful countries in the world.
Yeah, that's it. I haven't had a chance to watch anything today. Are we missing all the front-wheel drive boys? Is Simon here? Is Ahmed here? I know they were on the entry
No,
list.
they're not.
Nope.
No. Oh, you mean in comp? No,
Yeah,
I haven't.
in comp.
No,
Yeah.
not yet. No, not at all.
Okay. I know Ahmed had issues last weekend.
Ian Norman, I think Ian Norman made it round earlier on.
Yeah, it's literally like a Neil Melliard paint shop down there in the pairing lanes.
As it should be. So the numbers on the board you see are not dial-ins, they are indexes. Depending on the size of the engine, type of car, it has to weigh a certain amount and then tune it to go as quick as you can. Anyone who calls it complicated eliminator, go and see the headmaster. Actually, if we got one.
It's not that hard.
It's not that
Not
hard at
that complicated. People just don't want to get their heads around it.
That's right.
And once they do, they realise it's a
It's
very
a lot of
exciting
fun.
class.
Yeah, it's great. But the thing is, you can run your stuff all out. That's the great thing about it. So, Spencer Tram number 4 at the moment. Rene went 7:59 earlier. He could do with a bit more into the 7s, nibbling a bit further. Lots of revs and not a lot of go for Rene off the start line that time. Still goes 7:40 with something sailing through the air. That does actually move him up to the number 2 spot, 184 miles an hour. Spence goes 11:36. Improved slightly, but no help position-wise. That was a weird one. I think that may have been the scoop. I think Rene's got one of those really cool-looking clear scoops.
Yeah.
On the front.
It went even clearer mid-track.
Yeah. It's better than normal. No, it's not. It's over there. Anyway, well done to the Wrangley team. So, Dan Williams. Kestrel Lane, just the spotters up at the top end doing a little bit of retrieving. Yeah, so Dan Williams, number 1 on the car from last year, number 3 qualifier at the moment. 10.77 is what he's looking at. His brother with that pesky Copo is at number 1 again at the moment. Against Kev Jenkins. Turbo Escort. Kev Jenkins nearly gets a block with the bullhorn that time. $10.78 for Dan, no improvement. Kev Jenkins stays 6 with a 12.08. Just a lot of instant shake when Kev Jenkins let go of the button that time round. That must have been really weird for Kev Jenkins, thinking, I'm not on the power at all, but he's not pulling away.
Yeah.
He's still there. Okay, I'm presuming Rob Smallworth. It is as well. One of my favourite cars, just because cars that look like they're... It's a bit mean. Kind of like the drivers, I suppose.
And 60 today.
Yeah, Rob. Yeah, Rob, I'm just kidding, obviously. Rob is not mean looking at all. Very good looking guy, and apparently a very good looking 60-year-old guy at the moment too. Down there on the start line is Stan Atkin. When Stan and Paula run their car, Rob's all in to help them, and I'm presuming Stan is returning the favour. What you got to love about Rob as well, he's a proper racer, because he was getting too quick for his chassis tack, down to a 750 with the old 55 that he had. And he said, I sat up late, having a drink one night, looking on racing junk, which was the worst thing you can do when you're a drag racer. And he went, oh, I like that one, and all of a sudden, guess what?
Nice.
It's that car down there.
There you go. I do like a peruse on that website. It is dangerous.
It is. Phil Norman. There's more than a few racers I know of that have done it that way, you know. Well, Rob's away in the distance. 797, 170. An improvement from earlier.
Phil's just given a chance to the crowd to look at that beautiful beetle.
That's total show quality. I remember a certain team from Sweden, a guy and his father-in-law were up drinking late one night, and he said it would cost us a fortune because they were just sitting there and go, I like that one. I like that one. Oh, hang on. We just bought 2. No, we haven't. We better go and undo one of those quickly. You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, they did. That's how they bought the car. That's how they bought the car that they had. So Chris Todd and that famous Copo. Oh my goodness me. That's just your lunch, isn't it?
I should hang around here more often.
You should.
Thank you, sir.
Whoa. Oh, he's had the last one and all.
Oh, do you want it?
No, it's all right. I've had 2 already. Right. Thank you very much. So, Chris Todd. And Nick Williams with the Copo. Already on 924. 921 improves a little bit. Well, Chris Dodd off and running eventually. So if anyone wants any tips on how to shut commentators up, just give them food. Best way on it, really. Stops us in our tracks every time, because it's not like we go, nah, you're all right, because we're working. It's like, yeah, come on then. Motorsport UK Pro Modified qualifying session number 2. John Webster with the Webster Race Cars house car, or one of 2 of them, actually. The other one is a rather indecently quick little Ford Pop, which will be in action next weekend. This car with a twin-turbo Hemi on board. John put in a run earlier on. Now, does any? Oh, of course, Wayne didn't get an ET, did he? I'm just wondering why there's only 4 cars on the sheet at the moment. That's a bit more like it for John Webster. Characteristic drift to the left. That was a lot better. 730 at 151, not necessarily the ET they were looking for, but I'm sure they'll take it. 108 to 60, 330 was 297. There's loads more left in it, but it's just always a case of slowly but surely and very carefully getting a little bit further down the racetrack.
So I got 4 qualified at the moment.
Yeah, no, Wayne Nicholson got shut off on the start line, so there's only there's 5 cars, but only 4 on the board at the moment. Which means until Wayne puts in a run, it sticks at a 4-car ladder. So, Andy, Luke and the family with the NGK sponsored anger management Camaro. What was really bizarre was the first run they had today was fairly decent, 625 at like 240 plus. But it was a carbon copy of the runs back at the main event where, for some reason, inexplicable reason, the car left in second gear. It just didn't really, I mean, seriously, 6.2 at 240 and it leaves in second gear.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it is, isn't it, really? However, when it leaves in first gear and goes, it's a 580 car. The other thing on the table as well for the rest of the season is Bobby Wallace has upped the ante by being the quickest UK Pro Mod car. Went 583. You've got to love the state of modern Pro Modified when a 583 is the quickest run by a British Pro Mod car ever, and he had to beat the guy in the other lane on a hole shot. That's mad, isn't it? Absolutely mad. So, Andy Robinson looking for a real nice start line to finish line run, or A to B run as we would call it. And again, let's hope they've got the gearbox issues solved. That was a long first gear. 643 at 216. Andy lifted before the finish line. Same again, it just kind of goes flat off the start line. That was a 118.64. Yeah. That car normally launches like a bandit. You can see the difference.
When you said Bobby Wallace won on a hole shot, remind me who won. Bobby obviously won main event.
No, he didn't. He got to the final. You know, the only person that's beat Bobby since September last year, and bear in mind we're now nearly in July, tomorrow I think. Today even, is European champion. No one else.
So the reign continues then.
Pretty much. He won the national finals. He won the Festival of Power. He got to the final at the main event, but unfortunately they had an issue in that round 2 win against David Vector. where it busted something in the bell housing. So, fortunately for them, Andrei Arnover couldn't make the call for the semi-final, so they just rolled it up and staged, which bought them a bit more time to try and fix it. Bobby, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but Bobby went home, got the clutch can off the other car, brought it back. In the meantime, what's handy of living down the road from the racetrack, got it all fitted, but he said they just ran out of time to set it all up for the final. He said that's where that went. So, but anyway, off the trailer. 5.93 earlier on. Dave Smith with the Stranger Thing. This car is going to fly when it goes through all 3 gears. Also, a very happy birthday to Sandra Wallace, or Mummy Wallace if you prefer, of the Wallace Motorsport gang. Apparently I'm not allowed to say which birthday it is other than a happy one. That'll work.
All the birthdays at the racetrack are happy.
So 5.93 is what Bobby's trying to actually better. Yeah, we're just waiting for... I'm sure Dave's trying to move forward, but...
Just a little push.
Yeah, exactly. Something with like 3,500 brake horsepower and just shove to get it going. But hopefully Dave Smith has better luck with what's in the transmission this time round. I think every run he's made, he's only had 2 gears instead of 3. No. Yeah, once again, run out of gears. 732 at 157, he's qualified, but not with what he wants. Very, very weird to see any kind of busted run from the Wallace family these days. 60 foot, he was off it before then, 1.44. I can only presume some sort of linkage fell off or something like that happened. But anyway.
But no Wayne again.
No Wayne this time, so whatever it was in the first round. Well, Wayne's got to make the last qualifying session and put a run in.
Yep.
Otherwise it's a 4-car field. And I don't think I'm too far off the mark with saying Wayne's actually second in the championship as well.
Yeah, that's it. So it'll be a very frustrated pits.
Yeah, well, they're still there having fun. It's better having a rubbish day at the racetrack than anywhere else.
True,
really.
true. So around the corner is Street Eliminator. Did you happen to watch any of the footage or anything from last weekend?
Didn't see the footage. I saw loads of coverage, loads of stuff about it. Obviously, you were part of it.
Yep. Street weekend.
You were the ballast in Carl's car.
And obviously, during the presentation, Colin was announcing that he is going on Street Weekend next weekend. So that means we're no doubt roping you into another weekend in the tower.
Oh, great. Is that right? He's going to do it
Yeah,
next
he's
year?
going to do it next year.
I should think that the sale of MIDI trailers shot through the roof after that weekend, didn't it?
Probably. I mean, the only person I saw was Matt Seamarks, who obviously works at the caravan company down the road. Was a clever guy because he literally went through all the little mini trailers as soon as it was announced, and he was like, "We've got these for sale. We've got these for sale. We've got these for sale." And I was like, "Yes, that's clever."
That's what you call paying attention.
No,
that
that's
is.
it. That's it.
So Steve Waller underneath the tower. We've already seen Rene van der Berg earlier on. Well, whatever it is for Steve, I don't think he's going to be making this run, unfortunately. Maybe not. But yeah, Street Week anyway. Just to give a summary of it for the folks out there that maybe didn't quite catch it.
Hot. Painful,
stinking hot,
long, arduous.
Oh no! Hang on a minute. Hang on. You've been to drag week. This was 3 days.
Yeah, but drag week was in an air-conditioned car that was comfy, and we were doing it in tag teams. There was 2 driver and navigator, and then the 2 in the back.
Yeah, but Yeah, but you're actually in a race car this time.
It was so much fun, but it was so hot.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, like some of the guys who were in like the Street Eliminator cars, which are all tin, and it was like 30 degrees that day. The heat was going nowhere. You've got heat coming up from the transmission tunnel, but it was good fun.
Best thing to do in that case is just take the doors off. Apparently.
Yes, take the doors off. We took the bonnet. We took the bonnet off and put that on the trailer.
What did they do with the doors?
I have no idea. No idea. But yeah, we took the bonnet off and put it on the trailer tent, and that made the world of difference.
Is that right?
Because where Carl has got obviously the engine bay, and then you've got like a scuttle panel where there's usually a piece of rubber there to stop the heat coming from the engine bay into the scuttle panel and straight into the heater box.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have that, the whole weekend we just had that heat coming in, and it was just coming into the car.
So basically,
whether you turn the heating off or on, you just had engine heat coming underneath into the car, which is why that can of Coke exploded in the glove box over me, because it obviously got that hot that the can just exploded.
He told me he did that deliberately.
Yeah,
Okay,
probably.
cool.
But yeah, and when we took the bonnet off, it was a game changer. For those last 100 miles were just
Bliss by comparison,
bliss
yeah.
and comfortable. But I'd do it all again, and I think probably double, maybe triple. We'll do it next year. God knows how Santa Pod are going to organise it, because there's going to be so many more people.
Do you think it's going to? Is it sort of something that's going to expand to? I would say to other tracks, but there aren't that many of them in the
straight
UK.
away there was people going, "How about we add Crail?" And I was like, "You didn't even do this one." I was like, "So don't you tell me to add Crail."
Yeah, bear in mind Melbourne's what, like 220 miles ish? Is it how far?
Yeah,
is it?
well, basically it was about 200. Yeah, it was about 200 and say 200 to 250 miles, depending on which route you took. And everyone, like Jacob, was like, "Well, it takes 3.5 hours to get to Melbourne. Why did it take you 9 hours to get there?" And I was like, "Well, because traffic, checkpoints. And when you get to the checkpoint, we've seen some of the guys just rolling out of the car, just wanting to stretch their legs and get some coolness in them."
Okay, we're on with qualifying 4. Top Speed Automated Street Eliminator. Funnily enough, a bunch of cars in this class did it, didn't they?
And I'm pretty sure a load of these cars were probably wishing they'd entered it. And I think there'll be more of the Street Eliminator cars. There's nothing better than seeing these cars roll around on the road, which you can see this evening as well.
You can as well, yeah. Mark Sheridan, James Murray. Right, Mark Sheridan's off. There we go. Throttle stop off. Just kidding. 780 and 201. And look at that for James Murray in the other lane. Give him a round of applause. 989 at 135. No, it wasn't that good. It was not that good.
I don't know if that was at you or Rob Slater.
Possibly me. I don't know. I'm used to it anyway. But cracking runs both lanes as
Literally
well.
cracking.
Not personal best, I don't think, for Mark Sheridan, but a nice clean run. Still only 146 to 60 foot. Just like pedestrian. Well, James Murray was quicker, and he went 9.8.
Yeah.
There you go. Do you see what Rob Slater ran earlier as well?
No.
I mean, for me, there were some standouts about that whole event. The fact that he drove here from Stoke-on-Trent, then did Street Weekend, drove to Melbourne, drove back, and then drove home again as well, in this 8-second car. Earlier on today, 8.76. I think he went 160 miles an hour.
Well, on the video that I saw from these guys, they literally said, well, Street Weekend, they were not looking for any PBs. They just wanted to make the journey.
I don't think this is quite going to be as quick because the launch was a little bit languid. 11.24 and 9 flat, though. Still goes 160 miles an hour. But yeah, that car, they drive that all the way down here.
Watching the videos this week, the only person that beat them was the Swedish team, who drove all the way from basically Tierp,
right
here, then did the cruise, then
and
drove
then went
back.
home again.
What's the town just up from Tierp that everyone stays at, that I'm staying at?
Oh, God. Javle. Yeah, actually, sorry. Gavle, not Yop. That's a very rude word in Swedish. Okay, Nick Howler and Rob Carter. Rob Carter's another one that did it as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think? Yeah, well, both of these. Nick Hale was one of those that came back without the doors on.
Well, he cruised comfortably in the Lincoln while the kids went out in the Mercedes.
69 at 164.
But the reception that...
He wasn't driving then?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Jack was driving.
Righto.
But the reception that we all got when we arrived back to Santa Pod Road, that's what made the whole journey. Because we all pulled into the pits, and by the time you got basically to the food court area, we met a couple of VWDRC racers. Then we drove round, and as we were going up the road by the bike pits, people, I think every time someone heard a race car coming back, everyone would run and start clapping. Then you got to where like you just come into the pits, and you had all the Supercharge Outlaws guys and girls there literally start clapping. And then you come around the corner, and then you had probably 60 of the VWDRC guys and girls created a little
I'll
road.
give you one of the bigger compliments. It was a good friend of mine who's a bike racer, who basically his view of cars are they are for shopping. Right, said it was amazing.
Yeah.
He said it was just awesome, and it was really, really cool. Problems for Al Williamson. Well, he left before the tree was activated earlier, and he's not going to get a run this time either. Andy Bond on his own. Sunday driving it. Look at that. 754, 190 only. 190. Once and again, another really cool thing about it, Andy Bond proved beyond doubt.
Yes.
Any doubt. That's the street car.
Yeah, that's it. Whee.
Well, Elliot. Knowing Elliot, he'll probably get out the other end and say, that was a bit lively.
That's it. But that was kind of the talk. It was like, yes, everyone knows Andy's car can go this quick, but can it do that amount of miles? And when I spoke to him, he said, I've done 100 miles around my house. It was like, I've never been out on the road driving
over a long distance.
Long distance driving far away in places I've never been to.
So how did it work then? Obviously, I presume there was like race stroke street car, but there's a number of support cars and stuff that go with everybody as well.
Yeah, but the idea is obviously the sport cars is just your crews and friends just sitting
Right.
in the car. That's all they're allowed to do.
Can they help you if you stop?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, so Elliot Day and Graham Smith, I think your last pair. Graham was one of those that he had a pretty tortuous time as well, didn't he? Poor Graham, my goodness me. I think he was last in, wasn't he, at like whatever in the morning. But he made it.
4:45, I can tell you, because I was still awake watching it when he arrived.
Goodness me. Well, Elliot's going to get there first. Elliot goes 9:19 and a 9:46 for Graham at 1:42.
Yeah, I managed to make a lot of footage for day 1 and day 2. And then day 3's video is, good morning, it's the last day of street weekend. This is the runs.
Now, can you imagine how completely and utterly murderous it is to do Drag Week in the US with a whole week, or in Sweden?
Sweden's got 7 days.
Yeah.
Theirs is a full week. Drag Week is 5 days. Sweden's one is 7 days.
It's not a week then, is it? Yeah. That's what I mean. They can't call it Drag Week then, can they?
Well, technically you're there the day before, aren't you? And then you've got Tech Day.
No, but the Swedish one is off the chart bonkers as well. They go a long, long way.
Yeah.
But what's cool about the Swedish one, they got lots of little airfields. Got lots of little airfields they race on all the time. Well, from time to time as well.
Yeah.
So that's really, really... It just does make it a little easier to stitch together a whole event like that. And I think it starts and finishes at Mansfield as well, doesn't it? I think it does. Anyway, Top Fuel Bike, Steve Woollatt. We have already had one qualifying session earlier. Rene van der Berg put in a 6:29. Going towards the centre line with a front wheel in the air. 1.11 to 60 foot. That was very, very kind of soft. Everything about it was just kind of turned down a bit for Steve that time. An 8.78. He's qualified, which is the most important thing. As we're on to Q2 for 8.50 bike. Yeah, so, expanding it, I think the big problem is there are other airfields around the UK. And when I say around, I really do mean around.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But the distances...
It'd be too much. I mean, you've got, like we said, obviously Melbourne, Crail, and then you've got Spitfire and Hurricane, which is Devon and Newquay. And you're not going to... And then obviously you've still got to come back this way.
Yeah, people do need a racing budget left for the season.
Yes, there is that.
It's
Well, I think Rob Carter spent £800 on fuel going to Melbourne and back.
I was going to say that needs to be some sort of record in that for next year, doesn't there? Don't you think? Someone's got to keep a tally of what the fuel bill was. Smiles per gallon, though.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, Travis Moret and Angelo Carandreas, I think. These names came up on the board earlier and Colin walked out.
Oh, did as usual. European name. Bye-bye.
8.50 with a 6. Angelos takes the #1 spot. And his crew don't even notice. Excellent. Other side of the track, 8:57 though. Oh, awesome run. It's good to see some of our Dutch competitors coming in and shaking it up in 8:50 bike. It's very close. So, Nicholas Antonio from Amsterdam in the Kestrel Lane.
Talking of Dutch, next weekend is the last ever race at Dragton.
Ever.
It's been turned into houses after next weekend.
Patrick Marie from the Netherlands as well. Just to make life interesting, a lot of these are double classing. They're in sport ET bracket bike as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're straight round afterwards. 904, 972, no improvement for either. Well, I know for years that Dragton has always been, what's the word, shaky.
Yes.
And I don't mean that in a reference to our racetrack called shaky, but it's been on, uneven ground, shall we say, for some time.
So they're trying to do a big 3-day goodbye meeting, which is next weekend. Obviously, they've got quite a few race entrants, so if anyone wants to take a trip over there and say goodbye.
Instead of coming to Dragstoucher.
No, yeah, you wouldn't do that.
Johnny Hines, Dan Diaz. Johnny Hines didn't get a number on the board earlier on today. Dan did. Number 3, 56, 68. Dan stays 3. Johnny Hines stays goes to number 8, I should say.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was. I was like, but I got Dragstoucher down the road, which is like 20 minutes away. And that was my decision.
It's such a shame, though. It really is. I mean, we're losing. The only place that's building them, I think, is Australia. There's a new one being built just outside Adelaide called The Bend. I think the guy that does the designing for every Australian, he does it for every racetrack because they're all designed identically with the bowl and everything else as well. But it looks fabulous, absolutely fantastic. And it's nice to see new facilities being built when others are getting built on. Right heads, 8:52. Martin Hallett, 8:55. Brad head number 3. Martin Hallett, I think, was number 5 after that one. So, Stacey Reid. Trying to be responsible by buying a house. However, when you've got Boyce as a dad, responsible and Boyce don't go in the same sentence ever. If you're wondering who Boyce is, he's the one that looks like Hulk Hogan without the muscles. For which you'll probably clump me for later, but there we go. It's the beard, mate. It's all good. Up against Paul Morris. Well, Stace. Paul Morris with an 892. Well, it's official. Stacey does 2 sensible things in a week. Buys a house and backs off before the finish line. All in 1 week. J Rowe, Joe Elliott. J Rowe number 6 presently. Joe Elliott with a little bit quick BMW. No power adders on that bike to make it run the 850 number. It's all engine. Which is why when the weather's a bit warmer he tends to suffer a little bit. J Rowe with 845, 889. Joe Elliott. Okay, Gary Malone. Is that right? No Craig Wright this time round, unfortunately. Thank you very much, indeed, Luke. Thanks for bringing us up to speed on Street Week. I'm sure it will be mentioned a few more times over the season and weekend. So, last bike in the class, Gary Malone. 850 is still the number. And 870 up to number 9. So, Dion Hartley in the Slick Tricks lane taking on Carl Thomas in the Kestrel lane. Also, Carl wants to say happy birthday to his dad, Mark, who's up in VIP. He's right there. Happy birthday. I know it was earlier in the week, but happy birthday, sir. Hope you're having a great time. Let's see what your lad can do. Well, he will get elapsed time even though he went red. .962 and a 952. Carl Thomas with two runs the right side of the number on the same day as well. Well, yeah, that's good. Really good. And still number 1 too. Rick Sawatsky and Dave Hall. The number is 951. That's the number 1 qualified spot at the moment. So Rick Sawatsky and Dave Hall. Rick goes 968, 964. No help for either, I don't think. Last bike of the class, Rob Stanley, before we move into ET bracket bike. 1440, and the time is not 1440. Fair enough. No, we're running a little bit behind. We still have plenty of time in the evening to catch up and get everything complete, all being well. Okay, Rob Stanley. Last on through to a 965. Stays at number 3. Okay, ET bracket bike, basically same kind of thing as what you've just seen. However, they pick their own dial-ins. So Gary Hester dials an 880 in the Slick Tricks lane. We're just having a quick timing system reboot before we move on with the next pair. Well, Gary Hester's bike has quit. There we go. Not now. So Nick Playden from Dudley, Kestrel's side. And Gary Hester. $8.92 for Gary Hester, $10.65 for Nick Playden. No help for either. They stay put at 5 and 8 where they were before those runs. Okay, Carl Hester this time. You can tell because the bike's the same colour. In the Kestrel lane against Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. And Robbie, number 3 at the moment. $10.08, just that little bit too quick for Robbie, and same for Carl Hester as well. Both broke out, which means the run don't count. Pete Harrison and Chantel Van Loon. So Chantel looking for 9:45, 11.10 for Pete Harrison. 9.61 for Chantel. Stays put at 11. Peter Harrison stays put at 15 as well. No improvement. Okay, Blade King, leader in the points for ET Bike. Halfway through the season, he's in the Slick Tricks lane. Against the man who led at the end of last season. And a few seasons before that too, Phil Pratt. Both on 9.10, funnily enough. $9.12, $9.15, Blake. Blade goes to number 1 for now. Okay, Jake Bone and Liam Holgate. $9.74 for Liam, that'll help. Number 5, but Jake Bowden goes to number 1 with a 12.27 and a 12.25. Well, young Mr. King was number 1 for all of about 60 seconds that time round. See if we can shake the order up a little bit more. This time round, Dave Grundy taking on Scott Collier. Dave Grundy, 10.52. Scott Collier, 9.65. Again, the headwinds playing a little with the dial-ins. Well, Scott's going to get there first. Will he be on the number? Well, closer. He goes up to number 5. And Dave Grundy moves up to number 10. Okay, Justin Morton in the Kestrel lane. And Angelus Carandreas in the Slick Tricks lane. A41 for Angelus. Yeah, breaks out by a lot. That's way quicker than you're allowed to go actually in the class. And 1070, other side of the racetrack. So, Brett Cordell. Sister Jasmine doing incredibly well in comp bike. See what Brett can do here to improve his position of number 8 at the moment with the booster taken on Nicholas Antonio. Too quick and 10.03 for Brett. No help at all, unfortunately, for either of them. Okay, Patrick Marie. Who again, I think we just saw very recently in 850 bike. Right behind, we've got comp bike coming up now, actually. So Patrick dials an 880. Goes an 875, just a little teeny bit too quick, unfortunately. So next up, we've got competition bike. Your number one qualifier, first run off the trailer earlier on today, Mark Dainty, is out there in the Slick Tricks lane against Adam Burns. Mark went 7:37, Adam went 7:74. Hopefully conditions a little better than they were earlier on. Mark Dainty tickles it down the centre line to a 7:88 at 1:46. Problems for Adam Burns. He won't be making the last turn off with a 12:59. Okay, Jasmine Cordell, we've just seen her brother go through in qualifying for ET bracket bike. Jasmine, though, is currently number 3 with a 7.67. Taking on Mick Wynyard, who's number 6 with an 8.12. Good looking runs in both lanes, actually, if that was a race. 7.89 for Jasmine. Unfortunately, Mick Wynyard left before the tree ran. Okay, the unmistakable figure of Len Padgett from Southampton. He went 8:22 earlier. A lot of the riders backed off earlier on because they were just getting pushed over to the side by the breeze earlier on. I'm not so sure if the breeze has dropped a bit. I think it might have done. Anyway, the conditions are definitely a lot better than they were earlier on. Anyway, against Anna Sasiak, the bike called Sweet But Psycho. Anna went 8:71 earlier. Much better looking run for Len. 7.83 at 1:64, 8.80 at 1:60. No improvement for Anna. But I think Len with that 7.83. Definitely moved up a bit. So John McLean in the Slick Tricks lane. John didn't put in a run earlier, so this will be his first run up against Paul Hambidge, who demolished the blocks at the top end. So whatever the leak was on the track, thank goodness it wasn't serious for Paul Hambidge, because he's back here in this qualifying session. Both these two need numbers on the board. Well, Paul Hambidge heads for the wall this time. Still goes 7.40 at 1:89, 7.93 at 1:67 for John McLean. So, Mike Gooding and Dave Thomas. Dave Thomas goes 8.28. I don't think that's going to improve. 9.23, the yellow lane from Michael Gooding. Okay, Chris Neary, who did put in a run earlier today, 8.42. I don't think that's going to improve. No, 8.72. He was off that before the finish line. Okay, the last bike to go in comp bike. We're just having a quick timing system reboot up here. This is Gary Bowe, previous #1 man for many years in Super Street Bike. Decided he wanted to have a play with something different. And this bike, you can see the extended length of the swing arm on the back. Something that's not legal for Super Street. But comp bike, anything goes. So Gary gets himself comfy. Sounded like a little bit of an over rev actually out there before the 330. Okay, second qualifying session of Super Street Bike. The current #1 qualifier. 2 team bikes actually coming up here. Margot Schmidt from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane. There's loads more in that bike. Loads more. That run earlier today was her quickest ever ET, but way off on speed. She can keep it nailed all the way through. We're going to have another 6-second bike in her hand. Against Daniel Lentz, well, not that time. Margot left before the tree ran. It's a good looking run, so it's a bit of a shame. And Daniel Lentz just kind of, well, unfortunately after that, never got settled. They both still got one more run. Not entirely sure what happened to Margot there. Something obviously spooked her. She thought it was time to go. She probably looked up and saw the light sticker and thought, okay, time to go. Okay, Jake Michelle and Steve Mead. Again, both suffered a little earlier on today with the crosswind. Jake Michelle currently #6 with a 752 and a 968. Not really representative what both of these can run. Keep everything crossed at this time. It will be. Great looking launch for both of them, especially if your name is Jake. He's going to keep that nailed all the way through to a 6.81, 214 miles an hour. Your new #1 qualifier, 8.01 at only 154. Steve Mead was out of that before, way before the finish line. Jake Michelle's 60 foot. If you're a fan of street tyre bike racing, pin your ear holes back. Jake Michelle, 60 foot. 1.17 that time. outstanding. A tenth of a second quicker than the guy in the other lane. And the quickest 60-foot I've ever seen from any city. He's regularly nips into the 1.1s, but only just. But 1.17 to 60. Al Morrison Jr. and Al Morrison himself. We've just seen a 681. What can the Morrison boys do? Backing off a little bit, I think, to a 725 at 154. And 752 at 185 for Al Morrison Sr., I think that was. A little bit of smoke from the bike in the shutdown area. The track crew are going to go out and do just a little bit of checking. We've got one more bike to go, and that one more bike is Ross Morrison. Yeah, all the track crew go back over the wall and say, yep, all good. Ross Morrison is given the go-ahead. That was looking like a pretty rough ride anyway for Ross. Still goes 726 at 192. Almost every single gear change, it seemed to just knock him over towards the centre line. But good number nonetheless. He'll stand on his run from earlier, I think, of 722. Funny Bike qualifying session number 2 coming your way. First pair going to be Lorcan Parnell and, I'm very happy to say as well, Roger Moore. So two very different ways of going funny bike racing. One supercharged, i.e. a blower with methanol on a 4-cylinder bike, and compound turbo. Small turbo feeds big turbo feeds big engine. Well, actually not that big. 1500 cc for the Storm, 1700 for the supercharged machine. Roger Moore. Here Marshall having a good look and tells Roger to click it off just in case. Just in case. So, all eyes on Lorcan Parnell. Well, pretty good looking run to the 8th mile. 791 at 127. That took off really well till that point. Yeah, Roger, Ian doing the safety first thing, which again in qualifying, you lose a qualifying run, not really the end of the world. If you lose the engine, it really is as well. Roger had a terrible incident to end last season where the engine let go in the burnout underneath the tower, and it just smashed so much stuff, and that was just in the burnout, which was, I suppose, a good thing because it wasn't a high RPM going through the top end. So Jordan Kenway and Ryan Davidson this time. Ryan went 781 earlier. Getting very, very comfy indeed on the bike that Phil Crossley built. That's Phil down there. He's building his own, well, built I should say, his own 4-cylinder fuel bike. Up against Jordan Kenway. Let's see what Jordan can do this time round as well. First run, nowhere near. 14 seconds. .790, 167. Well, the good news for Jordan is he improved by, I think, about 7 seconds. Or maybe 4. But 994 again was not really what he was looking for. Something a bit smoother and quicker than that, I'm sure, was what they were after. Okay. Sportsman ET qualifying session number 2. We are rapidly coming towards the end of our second qualifying session. And we're due to start the third one very, very soon indeed. So we've got Sportsman ET, Supergas and Wild Bunch, and then we've got the last qualifying session for everybody. So the first pair, James Grew and Stephen Giles. Stephen with a very nice 018 light and a breakout and a breakout. Both of them too quick. Okay, Richard Palmer with the aptly named Family Cat Jaguar in the Kestrel Lane, 1357. And for Gary Lake, the Arabian Nights, 1432. Well, Richard's going to get there first with a 1352 quick. Pair of breakouts once again. So Chris Wynn from Billingham with that very cool looking little Mito. Against Ash Simmons from Hitchin with the Skyline. Ash went a couple of tenths too quick earlier, so he doesn't do that again. He's number 21 currently. Another one of these oversubscribed fields, which is always a good problem to have. Let's hope that was just a jump out of gear for Ash and it wasn't expensive. In the meantime, Chris Wynn heads for, well, the win, but the finish line, 1580, 1554. That is 5 for 5 on breakouts in this round of qualifying. Well, Ash Simmons is backing out. Let's hope the car goes forwards. So, Georgina Smith and Matt Halsall. Matt didn't actually get a time from earlier. With a little Mark II Escort. (16:03, 15:96) too quick for George. And Matt Halsall gets in at 21. The first person in that session so far not to break out. Up next, Debbie Taylor with the Mustang against the one and only Kirsty Tramp. Slowing it down, believe it or not, to a 12:15. This car's raced in 3 classes now, I think. Street Eliminator in this, and in Pro ET as well. Well, Kirsty will get there first with a 12:14 with a 2. Oh, so close to the perfect run. Debbie Taylor goes 13:64. No help for either. And Debbie is only the second person to go the right side of the number. So, Jane McCready, I apologise, with Ben's van down there in the Kestrel lane, 15.14 for Jane, which I think was the number she ran earlier today, actually. Up against Chris Creswell. 15.30 for Chris. Jane's getting pretty good on the tree. That was only an 0-2 red. $15.21 for Jane, up to number 5. Well done. And $15.51 in the other lane. Okay, Liam Sturman for Powerflow Exhausts in the Kestrel lane, 14.02. Up against the Hulk. $14.02 for Liam, goes 37 and $15.61. No help for either, actually. Liam, saying that, Liam does actually move up to 18. Probably by virtue of not breaking out, I think. So Matthew Dowdy with his beautiful Nova. Taking on Mick Franklin. Again, this isn't a race, it's just qualifying. So the Nova, pretty sure the Nova's going to get there first. $12.63, that's going to move him up from 17. It does to number 8, Mick Franklin as well, up to number 10 with a 17.70 on a 17.58.12 off. Okay, Steph Bateman. You can see by the number plate, it's Mum's car. In the Kestrel lane, 13.91 against Bill Wilson. So Bill with the truck looking for 12.65 goes. 59 and 13.89 for Steph. They both break out. That's been pretty much the theme of this qualifying session. Okay, off the trailer, number 1, off the trailer after a rebuild as well, with number 1 qualifier, Mr. Brian Huxley. With the much modified Focus. Taking on Felicity Gibbs, Little Miss Rampage. $15.04 that time for Brian. And a breakout for Felicity, so no help for either. Right, last couple of cars in this session. They've got one more later on today. Jeff Cowley, Holly Walters. Good looking reaction times in both lanes, especially if your name's Holly. Do you reckon the tractor can catch him, folks? Maybe not. 15.47. Holly goes 41 and 45. Jeff Cowley stays 13. Holly, unfortunately, breaks out. So, a brief, very brief bit of prep before we go into... We've only got Supergas and Wild Bunch before we do it one more time for everybody. Took the championship last year. Chris Neary goes 8.42 at 1.54. Anna with an 8.71 at 1.61. Good looking launch for both of them. Actually, Paul Hambidge getting way over towards the wall and absolutely nails the block through the finish line. He went 7.48, 173. Dave Thomas did not go 7.56 at 173. That was the blocks getting demolished by Paul Hambidge. He stopped. Adam Burns with a real strong looking run in the Slick Tricks lane. 7.74, 175 miles an hour. He will be number 3. Mick Wynyard with an 8.12 at 174. Will be number. Big long swing arm on the back of it wouldn't be legal for a Super Street bike anyway these days. So they're all taking aim. Mark Dainty, 7.37. Gary Bow is heading left. No, backs off just before the finish line. Still a good looking run though, 7.89. 7.52 for Graham Dancer, goes to number 2. Margot though getting to grips with the booster in the Slick Tricks lane. Margot goes 7.23. 179 miles an hour, that's her quickest run ever. And at 6.88, a 219 miles an hour on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Back with the Swedish suntan. A lot of you know, used to live just up the road in Northampton. So wearing the number 1 on the car from last year is Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat in the Kestrel lane. Up against Wayne Hiscock. Now we only had 2.99 runs earlier on, which itself is a bit of a shock. Wayne goes 9.79, Andy goes 87. No help. Okay, so it's pesky roadsters again. Different class, other way round. Same goal. Run that 90 number. Jasmine Tunstall this time in the Kestrel lane. Hugh Doiney. $9.91 for Stu. 86 for Jasmine, too quick. Stu Doiney is your new number 1 qualifier. Right, Stuart Morris with the Morris Boys Camaro next. Currently $9.94. Big throttle stop on there to hold it back to 990. 994 with a 9. Round about where they were earlier on today. No improvement. Up next for the UK Roadster Division is Dave Fulton. I hope Dave doesn't be sharing this, but he said earlier on today, I had a chat with him for the first time ever earlier on, and he said that the Nova was just a little bit inconsistent this year, so he's not real close in any of the championships, so he thought he'd just have a bit of fun. He bought this car last year, thought he'd get it out and see if it's fun. Up against Andy Harrison with the Sierra. Oh, it is fun. Just a bit too quick for Dave Fulton. 988. Too quick as well for Andy Harrison with a 984. So chalky down there, Mark White. With a bit of extra crew for this weekend, and maybe the rest of the scene as well. That's Dan Page down there against Simon Fulton, both looking to improve on what they did earlier. Simon went 93 earlier, Chalk went 10. Okay, 94 and 98. Chalky goes to number 4 actually with that one. Well, two guys who really didn't have ideal runs earlier on either. Pete Creswell with the full Monty. Pete was way off with a 12.96. And Bob Molden with the white noise. Bob went 10.22. Both run 10.0s. 10.01 for Pete Creswell. 10.09 at 125. Maybe still got a bit of baguette stuck in there somewhere from last weekend. You never know. Okay, Wild Bunch. And we're on to Q3. Starting with Junior Dragster in just a couple of moments. So, first out for the Wild Bunch, Alan Loughton with Paranoia. Car, if you've been around in drag racing as long as I have, you remember watching in the 80s. Another car that's been around a long while as well, Phil James with the Rampage. Similarly dials in a 9-second ET, 964. $10.26 at 131 for Alan Loughton. Going in the right direction though. 962 for Phil James. Okay, one more car, then we're on to Q3. Bob Hawkins with the Time Traveller, number 2. Well, Bob off the trailer went 6.90 earlier on. He's dialing 670. I think there's about 36 cars here next weekend for the Wild Bunch. Although Bob won't be one of them, actually. Bob is part of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. 18 cars, that's a new record for that event. Or that class, I should say, at that event. Going to be a lot of fun. Got some serious stuff going. I mean, bear in mind it's supposed to be a lifestyle stroke nostalgia event for fun. There's some serious stuff going on next weekend. Biggest entry ever in UK drag racing and Nostalgia Superstock. 72 cars in one class. Whoever wins that and gets the trophy at the end of it, well, or the Dragstalgia Cannonball for that matter too. So the track crew finished checking. Even Mr. Marshall has a quick jog back towards the start line. Well, Bob wasn't lifting. Trickles through to an 88, 110 miles an hour. Can we have Pro ET into the lanes, please, as well? Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. We've also got, I've got Pro ET starting to collect now. We've also got Junior Dragster around the back. So this is the start, or will be in a second, the start of the final qualifying session of the weekend. Before we set the fields, go into race day tomorrow. So a lot of jostling for position, especially in Junior Dragster. 32 car field is what we'll be running. 31 cars are in attendance, so no one's going to get bumped out. But that will actually happen in Pro ET. So the juniors are ready to go. They've been rolling around now, actually. Here comes Liam McDonald, first out in all 3 sessions today. It's almost like he's on a promise of extra biscuits if he gets back to the pits quickly. So Liam McDonald started off the day, first car down the racetrack, actually. He was number 1 with a 007. He's now number 4, would you believe? Still a terrific effort. I mean, just the way it goes. To be on the front page, i.e. top 16, you need an 06 or better. Actually, you need 05, really. Let's see how they can bunch him up in this qualifying session. So Liam McDonald's already got a 007. That's Liam down there in the slick tricks lane. Against Finley Fag. Most unusual to see junior drags to get shut off, but unfortunately that's what's happened to Liam McDonald down there. Well, Finley goes too soon. He won't improve. Stays at number 6. There goes Liam with an 075. No improvement for either. However, they were right at the top anyway, so it was always going to be a big ask to move up. Max Taylor this time round against Tom Peters. Now, both these two in the bottom half of the show. Yeah, Max Taylor would like to improve because if he doesn't, he's going to get one of the top 3 in qualifying at least. Oh, 61 will actually get him the number 16 spot at the moment for Max Taylor. No improvement, I don't think, for Tom Peters. Nope, but Max moves up to number 16. However, it only takes one person below him to improve, and he'll be racing the number 1 qualifier. Okay, Harley Corsell is 12 with an 04 at the moment. Richard Wilcox with the Firefighter Dragster. Races in both Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike as well. .36. Believe it or not, that's not going to help Richard. Still another really good light. An 072, no help for Harley. Okay, Emmy Cromwell with the Violet Haze. In a slick tricks lane. Up against Harry Peters this time. Couple of very polite reaction times aren't going to improve either of them. I think Emmy Cromwell will stay on the bump no matter what. Oh no, she doesn't actually. My absolute apologies. Moves up to number 29 from 31. Okay, Kai Cooper, who's currently number 3, up against Chevy Checkett, who, thank you very much indeed for the note, Emma. It's Chev's first weekend in the Junior Modified, which means the quickest of all Junior Dragsters. So Chev could really do with improving a bit this time round. She's number 18 at the moment, so she'd be drawn against one of the top few in qualifying. However, a 009 will do it. Up to number 5. Congratulations to the Checkett family. Okay, up next, Eva Davis. That was an 01 red in the other lane. My apologies for not mentioning it. Freddie Taylor. So, Eva Davis, currently number 15. Freddie, 30. Eva moved just that little bit too quick. That was an 02 red. 0.11 for Freddie. I think that's going to move him up away from the 30s. It does. To number 20, actually, believe it or not. Eva stays in at number 15. Now, depending on the rest of it goes, if Eva, as long as Eva doesn't get bumped down, she won't be racing one of the top qualified drivers in round 1. Okay, Mystic, Eddie Mae Brown. 2 red lights so far for Ellie. Could really do with this one being a green in the Kestrel lane. Against Jack Taylor. Jack's currently 19. This is the last shot. 3 red lights in a row. Unfortunately for Ellie, that was an 04 red. She's oh so close to being green. And for Jack, that was an 04 green. That actually takes him up to number 14. Okay, Ted Sullivan and Jake Cooper will be your next pair. Ted 21, Jake 11. Pretty sure Ted would like to shift up from 21 a bit. Well, Jake's not going to because he went 0.12 red. Teddy Sullivan, let's see how far he moves up. It might not be much, actually. No, 1 spot. 0.10 on the green side. Sam Fairhurst. Let's hope Sam actually makes it to the finish line this time. He's got a qualified number on the board because it's based on reaction time, but it hasn't actually made a run to the 8th mile yet. Taking on Daniel Weir, who is number 1 qualifier. It's going to take an exceptional effort for anyone to take it away from him because he's 001. That was an 01 red. Problems again, unfortunately, for Sam Fairhurst. Yeah, that was an 0-1 red for Daniel Weir, so he's been absolutely on it every single run this weekend. Okay, Mackenzie Love and Laura Bartlett this time. Laura's another one that's been bang on the money every run so far. That's Laura over there in the Slick Tricks dragster in the Kestrel Lane. Laura's another one of those that's got to be coming to the end of her junior dragster days. I'm not sure how much longer, but I'm pretty sure Laura is either 16 or 17. So these two, number 9 and 10, currently. 0.48 for Mackenzie. Not going to improve. Laura goes red with an 0.4. Everyone stays pretty much as they were. So Ada Cassisi, currently number 2 in qualifying at the moment. As I said earlier, Ada having a fabulous 2023. She's in the Kestrel Lane against Neve Deavy, who's number 15. Now, 15 don't sound that good, but Neve was 0.4. That's not exactly late. Ada was way early that time. A 0.2 red, that one. And Neve was a little bit on the late side, the other way, 0.18. Okay, Lola Bell-Kent and Jacqueline Bartlett, your next pair to try and improve. Both these two are 20 and 22, not years old. Qualified spot. Lola. I apologise. Lola's actually 28, not 20. Lots of room to improve. Not bad in both lanes. That's going to help Lola. Actually, that might help Jacqueline as well. 0.15 for Jacqueline. And an 0.63 for Lola. Lola up to 19. Jacqueline stays 22. Not bad. Unfortunately for Lola, though, being 19, that gets you a date with, I think, the number 3 qualifier. Or maybe number 4 because there's one car short, but we'll have to wait and see. Damien Redshaw, Teddy Howe. Damien's now 28, Teddy's 29. Well, Damien went way early. 0.17 red that time. Teddy with a 0.2. I'm not sure if that's going to move him up or not. The answer is no. They both stay where they were. 28 and 29 in the order. Okay, Luke Mugridge. Now, unbelievably for Luke, he's the number 17 qualifier. Normally, that would get you a date with the number 1 qualifier in round 1, which is something Luke probably really wouldn't want. Normally, frankly, it would be him. But anyway, if he can put a light better than an 0.5, he won't have to worry about that. .11 and a red light for Harry Redshaw. 0006 red for Harry. oh so very close to a perfect light. Okay, Grace Smith with the boost monkey. In the Kestrel lane, up against Molly Openshaw. Molly is number 12 currently. Grace down at 20. Again, there's still plenty of wriggle room at the top, but this is the last chance. .05 red for Grace. Molly with an 07 green. Again, no movement at all. Everyone stays put. So, Ellie Fag, I think, is the last car for Junior Drags at this qualifying session before we roll around into Junior Drag Bike. .16 for Ellie, I don't think is going to improve. Nope, stays 27. That's the field set for Junior Drags. The number 1 qualifier at the end of it will be Daniel Weir. Congratulations to Daniel. Okay, Junior Drag Bike qualifying on the 8th mile to Dial-ins, which is just about to come up on the board. There we go, 16.75 for Brad Morrison. Jackson King, 13.63. Way too quick for Jackson. Brad, though, goes up to number 2 with a 79 on a 75. Well done to young Brad Morrison. Your next pair is your current number 1 qualifier. That's Holly King. In the Kestrel lane, 8.47 against Harry Isaacs. Currently number 7. So Holly went 8.47 with a 3 earlier. Woes 8.43 with a 9 this time. Too quick, but only just. Harry rolls through with the 14.03 and breaks out. Okay, Lyra Humber and Leah Morrison next. We've already seen the younger Morrison go to number 2. What can Leah do this time round? She's currently number 9. Looking for 12 flat. Breaks out by 400s. And 15.25, 16.82. No help for Lyra Humber on the other side at all, I'm afraid. Okay. So, Grace Pollen, I'm very happy to say, currently number 8. Grace in the Slick Tricks lane, Alia Lester, number 4. 8.79 for Grace, one of the quicker bikes in the class. Too quick for Grace by just over 1/10 of a second. And by 200ths of a second for Adia. The same problem. Okay, Declan Butt in the Kestrel lane. And Maggie Smallman. So Maggie goes up to number 3 with that one. 980 on a 955. Well done to Maggie. Okay, Richard Wilcox. We just saw him in Junior Dragster. He's now on the Junior Drag bike. And Faith Morrison in the other lane. Good looking run for Richard. Will it be a 955? Oh, 1 thou. Too quick for Richard. Faith moves up to number 11. At least Richard and the team know they've got a good bike going into racing tomorrow. Pro ET, this is the bump session for Pro ET. Actually, give you a bit of an update. Hang on a minute. When I've got it, I'll give it to you. So Roy Walker and Laura Bainton, currently Roy Walker number 26 in the Slick Tricks lane, would like to be a little more comfy than that. Well, rephrase that. You'd like to be where Laura is at number 8 at the moment. 10:42, 9:32. So on the bump at the moment is Mark Huxley. On the outside, Darren Huxley and Susie McClure. So, lots and lots of jockeying for position going to be going on in this last qualifying session of the day to set up the ladder for racing tomorrow. .006 for Roy Walker. Not possible. Well done, sir. 9:36 as well. Nicely done. There you go. There's one of those big moves I was talking about. Roy Walker goes up to the number 10 spot. Laura actually up to number 6 with a 10:44 and a 10:42. That'll help. That'll help a lot. So the next two in the firing line, kinda. Harley J. Darby and John Dalrymple. And when I say firing line, I mean that in the nicest possible way, obviously, because they've got a pair of Huxleys right behind them that are going to look to improve, and that would put them in a rather dodgy position come the end of qualifying if they don't improve. So, Harley J. Darby, 8.99, dialing on the board in the Kestrel lane. John Dalrymple, 9.82. As close as they can get to that without going too quick will help their cause greatly. Beginning with a 9.0 for Harley. 8.99 with a 1. Your new number 1 qualifier. Outstanding. John Dalrymple stays where he was. I think they're rather overjoyed down there, as they should be. Okay. Now these two are in pretty much the most precarious position. Carl Maghera with the Tesla is number 30. However, The bloke in the other lane, Darren Huxley, is number 33. No pressure. None. None at all. It is what it is. However, if Darren moves up, Carl's got to improve as well, just to make sure he stays qualified. .50. Darren Huxley is off the bump, and Carl McGarra's right off the bump as well with an 11.88. So the bloke on the outside is now Mark Huxley. Still to come. Bill Wilson, still to come. Still loads of wriggle room. Loads and loads and loads. These two are pretty comfy. Brett's not completely comfy. Brett Featherstone, 26 at the moment in the Slick Tricks lane. Warren Watts, he's number 40. The other thing as well is they get qualifying points. Brett doesn't want to be all the way down at 26. 907, 958. They both break out. No improvement for either of them. I think there's a lot of damn and blast going on down there. I can't lip read, but, you know. Okay, Mr. Qualifying himself, Dave Rudd, in the Kestrel lane against Simon Rickwood, who could completely upset the apple cart because he hasn't got a number on the board yet this weekend. This is Simon Rickwood's first run. If he gets within 0.1 of his dial-in, he's going to be in. And his dial-in is a 983. Good looking run. Will it be good enough? Yes, it is. Simon Rickwood from nowhere to number 10 in one run. I think that's what the Americans politely refer to as a bit of a Hail Mary, I think, isn't it? Anyway. Will Clark. Will is number 29. This is all a bit too nervy. So the bump spot is now John Dalrymple. Bill Wilson, Mark Huxley and Susie McClure are not in as it stands. Mason Griffiths, he's number 6, he's fine. Will Clark, though, 29. .927 and a 997. Will Clark goes to number 2. That's a lot more what we expected, let's put it that way. Also bumps Mason Griffiths down one place. I told you there'd be a bit of moving about. I didn't think it'd all be at the top. Right. Darren Law, safe at 22 with the Wicked Lady in the Kestrel lane. Going up against Bill Wilson, who is not in. His dial-in is 11.99. He needs to really run a 12.0. If it's anything slower than a 12.0, yep, he's not going to make it. .10.06 and a 12.09. Bill Wilson makes it on his last run of the weekend. However, he's only number 31, which isn't really safe. So on the bump now is Dave Cherritt. John Dalrymple is out as it stands. And Mark Huxley is the one who hasn't run yet, who's waiting around in the back of the lanes. That could really screw everything up again. Or improve it, if your name's Mark Huxley. Simon Ford and Ryan Garrett. That looks a lot quicker than an 890 from Ryan. It is 876 at 151. 984 for Simon Fulton. No improvement, no help, no change. John Bean. Dave Cherrett. I think Dave Cherrett, no, it's not Dave Cherrett, I beg your pardon, Dave Crowhurst even, sorry. Dave Crowhurst is number 30, not entirely safe, but I don't think there's anyone behind him that hasn't run that could bump him out now. So, John Bean with the Mustang, 979. Dave Crowhurst from Cranbrook. I'm sure he's noticed that before, that those are two places just down the road from each other. John's Mustang is breathing a bit heavily down there in the Kestrel lane. 935 goes 940. Improvement for Dave Crowhurst. None of the kind for John Bean. Number 21 after that run, actually. Nicely done. Okay, Neil Watkins and Bob Malden. Both safe. Neil's 26, Bob is 17. As it stands at the moment, though, based on a sportsman ladder, even, Bob Malden would have the number 1 qualifier in round 1. Which is that pesky Harley J. Derby fellow at the moment. I say pesky in the politest way possible. $9.51 for Bob. Oh, wow. Mr. Malden, take a bow. Number 4. Well done. Congratulations. No improvement, I don't think, in the other lane, though, for Neil Watkins. Okay. This is kind of whatever will get off the pot this time for Mark Huxley. He's number 34. He needs to be a tenth of his dial-in or better. His dial-in is a 9.78. So if anything 10.8, 9.88 or quicker comes up on the board, well, it's got to be between 988 and 978. As for Simon Innes, he's safe. He's number 16. Watch the number. It's not enough for Mark Huxley. 10.05. Well, the performance of that little car has been bang on the money all season long. Breakout in the other lane, I should say, for Simon Innes. But yeah, the performance of that car has been on the money all season long. Just seems to have deserted him today. So I think that's a lock. I think the field is set with Dave Cherrett on the bump. Believe. Well, when I say set, I don't think we've seen him yet. So he could move up. Tom Watkins and Dave Fulton. Nice to see Tom racing someone other than a person called Amy. Nice lingering wheel stand for Tom. 905 and 909. Dave Fulton stays at 25. And a 909 for Tom. Okay. So, Ronnie Mercer. Still a few more cars to go to round out this session. Right behind him, we've got Street Eliminator as well. $10.49 for Ronnie. He's number 19 presently. stays put at number 19. Okay. Next in line, Amy Watkins, very, very safe indeed at number 10. Against Jess Bishop, who's even safer at number 6. .963, no help for Amy Watkins, and it's a breakout for Jess Bishop by 0.05 of a second. Okay, Daniel Fulton, I think the highest qualified of all the Fultons in Pro ET actually, does 10.20 in the Kestrel lane. There you go, Dan, you can rib your brothers about that. Dan said to me last event, he said I'm trying really hard and doing well, but he said everyone's just so damn good. It's just almost impossible to beat them. Taking on Pete Dodd with the Metamorphosis Camaro. Daniel Fulton, though, goes to the number 2 spot with a 10.20 with a 1. Absolutely the highest qualified of all the Fultons. Well done, Daniel. Go wave that timing ticket in your brother's faces. Go on, dare you. I'll stand at a distance, probably at least a mile away. Well done, mate. Excellent stuff. And only just missing, only just in the other lane with a 9.27 with a 9. 1 thou away for Pete Dodd for being perfect. Steve Gates, Lee Morris. Again, both pretty safe, although Stevie Gates is number 30. He'd like to be a bit safer than that. .957, that's a lot better from Stevie Gates. 10.17 in the other lane. Stevie Gates, I think, moved up to about 17 with that one. So the man on the bump, you heard that right, the bump, or at least he's qualified this time. Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger Model A van in the Kestrel lane. 9.95 is what he's looking for this time, up against Tom K. 10.27 for Tom. .004 reaction time for Dave. Can he do it on the top end as well? Kinda. Does actually move up to number 23 with that one. No improvement, unfortunately, for Tom K with a 10.33. Okay, Nick Muggeridge. Again, Nick, number 30. Having a bit of a time trying to dial the car this weekend by the look of it. 10.20 with a 0. Not 500s off it. And, well, there we go. Stays at number 30. Okay, so Susie McClure, there is actually a time on the board for her. However, I don't think she will qualify. I think she needs to complete her licensing. That's good. Holding the pedal down for longer and longer. That might even be a full run. Yeah, 11:15, 117 miles an hour. Well done to the team. Hopefully she's enjoying that. Well done, mate. Going in the right direction. Okay, we've got Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. We've got a little bit of track prep. And then, yeah, we've got Street Eliminator, very closely followed by Super Pro, qualifying session number 3. Last one of the day. So Nitro FM, a couple of ads if you wouldn't mind. I'll be back racing shortly. They are called crotch rockets for a reason. Let's see what Renault can do here. Been knocking on the door of the 5s for a number of years now. What's it going to take? For Renault to get there. Characteristic wiggle at 330. What's he got? 629. Only 202 miles an hour, but well done to Renault for keeping it nailed all the way down the quarter mile. 106 to 60 foot, 411 at 185 to the 8th. And yeah, 202 miles an hour is comparatively slow for a full-bore run. Slow even, for a full-bore run on a top fuel bike, but that was pretty impressive nonetheless. So we have the 5. Good to see Mark back again. Really nice looking run for Mark Dainty. Backs out of it a little bit at the top end, but you wouldn't blame him after what happened a couple of months ago. 7:37 at 170. What another great run for Jazz. 7:67, 164 miles an hour. I don't think that's the quickest she's been, but it really ain't far off. Well done. Nice looking run for Len. Yeah, backs out of it through the top end. 8:22, 119. I think that may have been the breeze starting to push him over a little bit, so thought better. Took the championship last year. Chris Neary goes 8:42 at 154. Anna with an 8:71 at 161. Good looking launch for both of them. Actually, Paul Hambidge getting way over towards the wall and absolutely nails the block through the finish line. He went 7:48, 173. Dave Thomas did not go 7:56 at 173. That was the blocks getting demolished by Paul Hambidge. He stopped. Adam Burns with a real strong looking run in the Slick Tricks lane. 7:74, 175 miles an hour. He will be number 3. Mick Wynyard with an 8:12 at 174. Will be number big long swing arm on the back of it. Wouldn't be legal for a super street bike anyway these days. So they're all taking aim. Mark Dainty 7:37. Gary Bow is heading left. No, backs off just before the finish line. Still a good looking run though. 7:89. 7:52 for Graham Dancer. Goes to number 2. Margot, though, getting to grips with the booster in the slick tricks lane. Margot goes 7.23. 179 miles an hour. That's her quickest run ever. And at 6.88 at 219 miles an hour on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Back with the Swedish suntan from a trip to Tiepp. Al Morrison Jr., look at him, long gone out there in the slick tricks lane. 6.92, 211 miles an hour. 7.46, 185 for Alan Morrison. As I'm aware, he's never got a 6-second time. So, Rick and Nick Hale. Ricky in the pickup this weekend. Ricky's number 10. His best in lap time is in the 11s, actually. That ain't going to be any quicker still. Lots of tyre spin off the line. And Nicky's long gone with the Mercedes. About what he ran before, 10.75, 122. Okay, the ugly team. Apart from Andy's missus, of course. Couple of Tri-Chevys lining up here. One's a 56, one's a 57. Both got turbos on board. So Andy Bond's number 1 at the moment with a 7.49. There's more in that car. There are always more in that car. Against Rob Slater, who's been into the 8.7s this weekend. So Rob Slater's off. Well, Andy's slowing down to an 8.03. 8.83 and the speed as well for Rob Slater. 167 miles an hour. Not an improvement ET, but... well, I think he'd probably get home to Stoke-on-Trent in 25 minutes for here, doing that. About right, isn't it? Anyway. So, Rob Carter and James Murray. Did you see the celebration, if you can call it that, from James Murray's crew earlier?
He did apologise. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw what he did. I don't know about the apology, but there we go.
Yeah.
No, hey, look, anytime you run a 9-second one, take trousers down. No,
Yeah.
I didn't say that. That's what he did.
That was his first ever 9.
I
So.
wouldn't recommend that as a way forward to anyone. But yeah, in that car, which looks, it's one of the ultimate sleepers, isn't it, really? You know what I mean? Rob Carter. Been in the 8s a number of times. Deep stages this time as well. James Murray just took that little bit long to stage with Rob Carter up on the boost. Rob goes 8.87 at 161. Yeah, Mr. Marshall was going to give James Murray. It was because Rob Carter was sitting there for such a long time on the boost. So James Murray's going to have another go. Earlier on today, he went 9.89. Proper time marks. You can see gear changes as well. That's impressive. Will it be another 9? The answer is... oh, thank goodness for that. No more backsides. 10.01 at 137 miles an hour. Hey, celebrations are good.
I was having a chat with James in the pits, and I said, he's just got a shallow stage, just really, really shallow. To tickle that beam. But that time he rolled, probably rolled in. That's why he lost a little bit. But hey, what do I know?
Definitely not the cost of a pizza these days. Elliot Day. Well, yeah. I've been cleaning off the pizzas for at least 2 months. There we go. Well, lots of tyre spin off the start line for Elliot that time round. That won't be another 8-second run. He'll stand on his 9.08 from earlier on today. Yeah, one thing I always used to say was my favourite downfall, if you will, was always Kit Kats, and the shop just outside where I lived always had them in the fridge as well, right? And I always used to come home and say to my flatmates, I've been cleaning off the Kit Kats for at least 28 hours now. Never got to more than 28 hours, mind, but there we go. Anyway, that was a wrap for Street Eliminator. They'll be going out on their cruise very shortly indeed. We're on with the final qualifying session of Super Pro ET.
Couple of quick news snippets from Street Eliminator. No more Tony Higgs this weekend. I don't know if you're aware. Unfortunately, there is a hole in the sump and there is a rod-shaped mark. So painful for. Yeah, he's going to pull the engine out Monday, and he'll know Monday night what he needs to rebuild. No Graham Smith in that session because he's getting ready to go up the Street Eliminator cruise, and he's got Joe Elliott as his passenger for the cruise today. So Graham,
that's cool.
Tomorrow.
And no Al Mack. We only saw Al once.
See now, so
yeah, we only saw Al once early on. So Ron Bartlett, Tom Atkinson. Ron Bartlett with the he hasn't turned the nitrous on. He's not got addicted. I thought he had. Still doesn't hang around though. 8:33 with a 7. Your number 4 qualifier stays at 4. And 8:69 for Tom. Couple of tenths off actually. Now that's what you call a proper racer. Just goes back to what he knows, and hey presto, 100th off. That was a real shame because he'd been taking Jenny to work in the car as well, wouldn't he? Yeah. It's always nasty when something like that happens, but anyway.
Yeah, it didn't drop any oil on the track at all. Obviously, because we're both happy when he did the run. So the containment vice all worked, held everything in. Yeah, it's just a real shame that you did a burnout on half a pass, and that was it.
I think that I did say that was two things that are most unusual. The fact that he's actually lifted before the top end, but that was obviously why.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark Corsell with the ball breaker slingshot. That's a real shame because he had such a belting year last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Really did.
Well, he's still trying to get it fixed. I think Street Eliminator next out a bug jam. So he's...
What, months to... Whoa.
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
So, yeah, he's going to be on it straight away. If he can do it, he'll do it.
Goodness me. Okay, Ashley Bell with the Teenage Groom. He's number 6 at the minute. Mark Corsell looking for 8:28. Oh, 27 with a 4. Ashley Bell improves to number 5 though with an 8:87. They do look rather happy with that. In equal measure. The Corsell family look the opposite. Never mind. Anyway, it's only a few thousandths between friends, really. Couple of door cars up next. Stuart Morris and Lee Huxley. Hoping to see the Double Trouble altered back out this time. That's Paul Stevens' first run on UK soil. Running this weekend and next weekend at Dragstalgia 2. I just had an idea. I just had a thought actually. What Dragstalgia is it next year? Is it 14 or 13? Because we missed one, didn't we? We missed 2020.
I thought it'd be 12 actually.
Could be. Stu Morris, Lee Huxley. I think he started in 2010 or 11 maybe. 74 and 88. Lee Huxley breaks out Stu Morris up to number 6. Yeah, I think it started in 2011, I think. Yeah? It was 11, was it? Yeah?
Yeah, so it's number 12.
It is number 12. We'll have to miss next year as well then. Be unlucky. Okay, Scott Hauser and Matt Peters. Two cars that look very similar indeed. They both got suspension on the back as well. What's odd about that, you think? Well, dragsters generally are solid at the back. These have suspension. just aids with consistency running down the track. And they both got the same monostrut kind of wing. Scott Hauser, your number 2 qualifier. Happy he came out for that rerun earlier. Triple 02 red for Matt Peters. Oh, so close to being 50 good, Richard. 740, 766. Well, Matt Peters stays put. With a 66 and a 64, he stays 7. Right. I don't know whether did you catch the last round of qualifying for this, for Super Pro?
No.
Right, AC Bell dialed in, like, look at the dial in now, what you'd expect, yeah?
Yep.
Dialed in an 8.1. I think he went like 8.24 or something like that. Yeah. Obviously he knew something we didn't, which is no great surprise. Anyway, Andy Thetford, 786. The one run he made, AC Bell went 8.32 earlier, beg your pardon. Somewhat quicker than ever before. Well, AC is long gone. Andy Thetford really didn't really move off the start line that time, unfortunately. 8.72 for AC. That will take him to the number 5 spot. Joe Kellett, Billy Gain. Billy's another one that's trying to sneak up on that 760 number. One of his quickest runs ever earlier on today, I think. He went in the 780s just. He dialed a 777, he dialed a 760 this time. But for the first time ever, on his first run today, he had a really bad tyre shake. Really bad. So they'd obviously turned it all up, turned the nitrous on, and it just thought, nah.
He was lucky to make Q2 actually, because obviously he did his Q1 run. But they were changing either transmission or something, and Super Pro were running. Rather, Tom had got back to the pits, and Billy hadn't even left the pit.
Oh. But
he managed to get down, and then, like literally 5 minutes after leaving his pit, he'd put his run in. So he was very fortunate.
Okay, so Joe Kellett now down to number 3 qualifier, unfortunately. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I can't help it. I'll just say what's happening. Lovely looking launch for Billy. Will this be his first ever 7.6? The answer is yes. 7.67 at a whopping 175 miles an hour. Unfortunately, Joe Kellett just a little bit too quick by a couple of hundredths of a second. But Billy Gain stays at number 13. I don't think they care. I do not think they care.
Good speed as well, 175 for Billy. Wow.
One really good thing about the 760 heads-up class, it's given people that wouldn't normally turn their cars up quite that much the opportunity to break them. As you know, I'm just being silly. However, when you turn it up, that tends to be what happens. Yeah. Okay, Dave Russell, Pete Walters, your next pair.
Dave's looking forward to next weekend now because he's in with the supercharged.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Looking for 890. Yeah, Supercharged Outlaws. Another bunch that have got a fantastic entry next weekend. Just that kind of event, really, isn't it? Pete Walters currently number 16. Can he run a 767? 72. That takes him up to another 11. Dave Russell, number 4, 891 on an 890. Well done, sir. Well, Alan Didwell didn't make the first qualifying run. He made the second one, but there's something obviously not behaving. Up against Nick Good. Yeah, Nick Good's number 1 qualifier. I think he was number 1 off the trailer.
Wow. As Nick comes back, just a quick one to call out. Lisa and Glenn Pallant got in touch. Just wanted to say a big hi from the Pallant family, working hard on the Capri. Obviously that's going to come back at some stage. And also working on a certain son's Hayabusa engine. So obviously the 850 bike needs a lot of medical assistance. With the live feed on course, and they're basically saying good luck to all the racers, stay safe and go fast. So that's from Lisa and Glenn Pallant.
I love how I'm the one working this weekend and you get all the messages still. It's great.
Well, they didn't know.
It's seamless, that, isn't it? It's just fantastic.
Well, give me an excuse to come and see you.
Very kind. You don't need an excuse.
I know.
681. That looks fun to drive, that car. 686, 190.
1 second flat, 60 foot. It does launch well, that car.
Well, I'm not sure whether Alan Didwell's going to have another stab at it. No, he's not. He's taking his gloves off. So, 1 qualifying run this weekend. Just the 1 for Alan Didwell. And he's number 12. Well, I don't think by the looks of it we're going to see Paul Stephen in this qualifying session, sadly. I think we've got Jack Brewster to go and then Harry Gibson with another small fortune. And I think that'll be a wrap before, we move into Outlaw Anglia, who are just pulling forwards. So 7.77 is the dial-in for Jack Brewster. Did get down the track earlier. He's qualified currently number 21. So good luck to Jack and whole team. Yeah, pointing down the middle of the racetrack, arrow straight. All of a sudden, the crew get excited because he's going in the straight line. He's going to get to the finish line too, and he goes 8:29. There we go. That's the most dad dance I've ever seen, and I don't even know if it was a dad dance. Yeah, there we go. Well done. Congratulations, fellas. Arrow straight, that was. Arrow straight. That was you that did that, standing there.
Martin's just like, oh, thank God for that.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. But actually, looks like Alan Didwell's going to have another stab at it. He's getting back in again. Okay. So whatever it was wasn't that serious. So Harry Gibson doing very well indeed. On and off the throttle a couple of times earlier, but still rolled through. I think it was like an 8-second run. I'm not sure what the quickest he's ever run in anything is before. Me neither. That's what I was just thinking. I'm not in. I can't remember whether the only thing he might have driven was a junior dragster or even funny car. Is it the funny car he drove?
I can't remember.
I think he did. I think he drove the. I think
he did. Yeah.
It was him that drove the junior funny car.
That's right.
I think that's the only thing. I'm pretty damn sure that's the only thing. Right after this, we got Outlaw Anglia. So Harry's the one normally on the outside, watching on. Must be weird for Martin Jones. Keep watching other people drive his car.
Well, Barry certainly gave it a good go, didn't he?
Certainly
He thoroughly
did.
enjoyed that.
I'm sure he did. I bet he's thinking after all these years of racing, thinking, I need to do that again. So Harry Gibson did actually get to around about half track and pulled the chutes through the finish line. There we go. Plugs it in forward. There we go. So all being well, this could be a full run. Good luck, young man. Certainly not shy with the throttle. I think that was an end plate off the wing.
Yeah, the tyre shake as well, though.
Yeah, monster. 820, 108, only 108 miles an hour too. Getting quicker and quicker with only very brief stabs of the throttle too. 60 foot was a 0.94. Yeah, I think that was an end plate off the wing actually that went sideways. He did very well indeed. Yes, you're dead right. Well controlled, no issues at all. Shoot out at the right time. And only a couple of bits picked up off the racetrack, and they're not shiny in aluminium, which is always a good thing. Okay, we do have Alan Dibwell. There we go. Car comes to life. Yeah, the thing is that when you leave that hard in anything like that, your brain just goes, whoa, right? And so the first thing you do, take your foot off and think, and then by then you think, oh, why did I do that? You know, just keep your foot down. But the kid's doing a great job. Really, really good job. Considering he's never been anything like that quick before. Yeah. That's pretty outstanding. Okay, Outlaw Anglia. A couple of moments away. We've got one more car in Super Pro, which is Alan Dibwell. I didn't think he was going to be running. But obviously, he is. Yeah, he's having an absolutely banner year with this car in Super Pro. Going to late rounds at pretty much every race, I think. Yeah, that's why he's been doing so well. 769 with an 8 on a 768 on the very last run of the weekend. Qualifying run of the weekend, anyway. For him, moves up to number 6. Well done, sir. So, Outlaw Anglia Q3. I don't think we have either the Aussie Outlaw or the Flying Fifer in this one. And I say that because they're lurking. They may be saving stuff for tomorrow. Hopefully nothing hurt after the side-by-side 6 earlier today. Ben Kennedy, Wayne Power. That little car Ben Kennedy's is just so cool.
I love the way he's approached it, you know, with 950.
Right. 139.
Even though the engine out of Ben's is a Lexus engine.
Yeah, I know.
It's phenomenal.
But it just goes to prove if you want to make something work,
Yeah,
you're going to make it
do it
work,
that way,
aren't
yeah.
you? Okay, so yeah, these indeed are the last 2. Who are we missing? So we're missing Mick Taylor and the Aussie Outlaw and
Colin
Miller. So behind these 2. Okay, so it is Rob Stone and Doug McClure. Rob Stone's best so far has been an 876, and this is 879 and a 1036. A slight improvement for Dougie McClure. No improvement in position though. Okay, VW Sportsman. Caitlin Wilson, I think it is indeed Caitlin, in the Family Beetle in the Kestrel Lane. 1732 and a 1555 for Nigel Gregg. So a 82 and a 1715. They stayed 2 and 6. Okay, Andrew Bambrick and Jerry Sadler. $13.52. Nice run by Andrew. Will get him the number 2 spot. Jerry Sadler breaks out, goes that little bit too quick. Gets bumped down by the guy in the other lane. Okay, Danny Bean and Phil Jones. Your next pair. Sorry, I can't see a thing. Good idea, though. Don't look. $14.41 breakout and 44. No improvement for Danny Bean. Any other lane either. Okay. Thomas Circuit in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Nigel Gregson. 13.50 goes, 46 too quick for Nigel. Thomas, no improvement for him, unfortunately, with an 18.48. Lorraine Large, the nurse, will the car behave itself? Will the driver behave itself? Well, they both do it at the same time. Both at the same time. There we go. Now, don't cross your fingers. Just close your eyes and wander off, and it will go perfectly. There we go. 15.25 for Lorraine Large in the Slick Tricks lane. 16.90 for Reese Finney. Well, great start by Lorraine by red lighting. That means everything else will go perfect. $15.51. Well, right side, and does actually improve, though, to number 14. But Reese Finney goes to number 2 in the other lane with a 16.91. Well done, Reese. Okay, Polly Judge. I'm a bit distraught. Jason's had to cover up his fantastic shirt. Up against Steve Metcalf. Polly is still your number 1 qualifier. It's 46 and 28. They both go too quick. So Martin and Reese Taylor. Reese Taylor is in the Kestrel lane. Martin is actually long gone in the Slick Tricks lane. To A, 15.74. That's not going to help, and I think Reese is going to take a lot longer than 15.30. He does indeed. Check it out. We've got dive bombing seagulls on the racetrack as well. Brave. Okay, Hazel Carter with Patricia the Passat. Paul Robinson goes red. Doesn't matter, obviously. It's qualifying. $14.77 too quick. $15.27 up to 9 for Hazel Carter. Well done. Gets it right on the last run. So Noel Soso and Jordan Clark. Almost identical dial-ins, only 100th between them. $13.77 too quick. And Noel actually moves up to number 10 with that 14.11. Okay, Karen Waterhouse with the Audi TT in the Kestrel lane against the one and only Mr. John Crawford. With a 006 light for Mr. Crawford as well. Well judged, sir. $15.48 and $14.78. John Crawford actually does move up to number 13 with that one. Karen Waterhouse stays at 20. Okay, Sylvia Purcell. 15.55 goes 15.61 from number 5 to number 4. Very well done indeed. Okay, we move on to VW Pro. Ed Keach, number 4 at the moment. Last chance to improve. 11.99 in the Kestrel Lane, 12.50 for Ian Dale. $12.41 too quick and 14 flat for Ed Keach. Nowhere near on that run, unfortunately. Okay, Jacob Bailey in the Slick Tricks lane against Graham Fairhead. Graham Fairhead 10.90, 10.50 for the one and only Jacob. 12 cars in the class this weekend. These two are number 8 and 11. Plenty of space to move up. $11.05 for Graham Fairhead. He does indeed move up to the number 5 spots. That'll work. Jacob, though, with an 11.85, he stays put at number 11. Okay, I think these two paired up last time as well. John Brewster with the Beetle in the Slick Tricks lane. Up against the one and only Black Currant Beetle. All electric. And all pretty awesome as well. That's Sam Young in the Kestrel lane. Well, Sam Young is long gone. Will it be an 890? 924, 134. Nicely done, 1069. They both say 7 and 8, actually. Okay, James Hodson against your number 1 qualifier still, Danielle Coppin. With the Golf R in the Slick Tricks lane. 12.05 for Danielle, 11.04 for James Hodson. $11.14 and a 12.47. Both stay number 3 and 1. No improvement or change. Okay, last couple of pairs for VW Pro. Chris Waldhouse with the 4-wheel drive Audi against Abby Tether. Good looking run for Chris Waldhouse. Anytime that car gets off the line well. Will it be a 9.7? It is a 9.79. Goes up to the number 4 spot with that one. Well done, fellas. 12.90 for Abby Teller. Still a great run in the other lane. So, Jake Fronder with the Golf Gasser or the Gasser Golf, whichever you prefer. 15.19, he stays at number 12. As we move on to Super Comp. So, Leah Kellett in the Kestrel lane. And Steve Field in the Black Pig. Steve's closest run to the number is a 9.25. Leah with an 8.91. Wow, Steve going for a real wander round. Backs out of it and goes too quick. And so does Leah by the smallest of margins. Less than a hundredth of a second. They're going to stay put. They're going to stay where they were. Okay, Steve Hudson. With the Intravenous T. Best DT so far this weekend, 9.11. Steve is normally solidly in the 8s. And solidly too quick as well, actually. That's more like it. 8.88 for the Roadster. Just that bit too quick. Richard Tunstall breaks out. And that was a lot more like it. 8.98, number 5. Okay, last car in class, I think. Going to be Stu Dorney with the Roadster. Still with a throttle stop on there to run 8.90. And an 01 on the tree and an 8.86. Still that bit too quick. That car is pretty violent. Right, 8.50 bike. Qualifying session number 3. This is going to set the field, as everything will from now on, actually. Keith Wright, Johnny Hines. Keith's number 15. Johnny Hines couldn't hold it on in stage, unfortunately. See what Keith Wright can do. He's broken out already, and he doesn't this time with an 8.56. Goes to number 7. Okay, Joe Elliott, the little bit quick BMW against Stacey Reed. Stacey's quickest run is an 8.78. They're going to bunch up a lot more in this last qualifying session. Just how much is the main question. $8.53 for Stace, up to number 4. Well done, sir. That's more like it. That's a dad dance if ever I saw one. He doesn't need any encouragement, Dan. Okay. Travis Marie taking on Angelus Karandreas. Travis is in the Kestrel lane. Angelus is in the Slick Tricks lane. Number 1 qualifier as well with an 8.50 with a 6. Is our friend from the Netherlands. Good looking runs in both lanes, actually. 8.52 and an 8.53. Trevis goes up to the number 3 spot. Well, that's 2 out of the top 3 places going to the Dutch guys this weekend. Excellent stuff. I said shaking it up. Okay, Dan Diaz in the Kestrel Lane, defending champ from last year, currently down number 6, but that doesn't really mean a lot because they're also bunched, tightly bunched. He's 8.54 is his best against Martin Hallett, who's number 7, only a 100th behind him. $8.50 with a 1. The number 1 qualified spot comes back to the UK. Dan Diaz, bang on the money. Well, 100th was a second off. That's still pretty bang on the money. Well done, Dan. Okay, Nicholas Antonio, again from the Netherlands in the Kestrel Lane. The top 3 qualifiers in 850 bike have run, guess what? 8.50. J. Rowe, number 8. The slowest of all is Nicholas at the moment. Jay goes 8.44, Nicholas goes 9.95. No improvement. Okay, Paul Morris is number 14. He's in the 8s with an 8.92. He's in the Kestrel Lane. He's taking on the man himself, Craig Wright, who missed that last qualifying session because, unfortunately, the tank split. Again, the fuel tank split. He very kindly messaged me in between thrashing to say they're working on it, trying to get it back together. And here he is to try and take back his number 1 spot. He's moved from number 1 down to number 3. Oh, dearie me, he tried. 8.49 with a 4 for Craig Wright. Oh, so close. On the other side of the racetrack, a really nice looking 8.65 though. Took the number 10 spot. But great effort from Craig. Well done, mate. Okay, Brad Head and Patrick Merritt next. UK versus Netherlands. Not sure who backed off there. I don't think it's Brad. Oh, 8.53 for Brad. He stays. Actually stays number 5. Didn't improve, but still bang on the money again. Yep, 5. And Patrick rolled through that time with an 8.93 at 1.45. Okay, last bike in the class before we head on to 9.50. Oh, no, we don't. Beg your pardon. Comp Eliminator. Okay, Gary Malone is the last one to try and improve. He's already run an 8.70. This time goes 8.60. That'll help. Up to number 10, actually. What a terrific qualifying session for 850 bike. Lots of adjusting around, the kind of thing you'd like to see. So Neil Melliard standing down there looking on at Phil Norman's Beetle. Up against Chris Todd. Well, in Comp Eliminator, the index is what matters. And 11:27 and 13:45. They're going to stay put where they have been so far. No improvement, unfortunately, for either. Well, as we kind of took an uneducated guess earlier, the part from Rene Erzman's cars that departed was indeed the Perspex Scoop. Now, 802 is the index for C Nitrous Altered, which is what that car is. He has run 740, though, which is what he did earlier today. Up against Kev Jenkins, who loved that kind of number on his side of the racetrack. Just lots of tyre shaking, things happening. Well, Kev Jenkins off and running to a good-looking run. 773 for Kev. Well done. 177. That must make all the work almost worthwhile. Big nitrous pop for Rene Erzman just as he let the clutch out. Hopefully nothing too serious. That's one of those things that looks spectacular, but often it is just a cough, if you like, so it's not that bad. And good job the scoop wasn't on there, because otherwise it might have been in orbit by now. Although saying that, it might have been what caused it the last time up the top end. So, but anyway, well done to Kev Jenkins. Another terrific 7-second run. So another few more cars to go. Basically, Williams Brothers Camaros in various different shapes and forms. Dan's coming round first in the 1970 version. Up against his brother Nick in the beg your pardon. I think 2022 version, 21 version. So your number one qualifier is Nick at the moment with the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. Dan is number 3 at the moment. Dan has been 0.48 under his index. Nick has been, let me work that out roughly, 0.79. As races to the finish line goes, it's going to be the car in the Kestrel lane. That was because I said it. Blew the tyres away off the start line and then thought, and just nailed it anyway. 936 at 159, 1074. No improvement for either. So, Spencer Tram, the last car to make a qualifying pass in comp. 11:36 is the quickest he's run. Launched over towards the centre line, but Spencer's been doing this a while. No problem, just brought it back again. 11:34. John's got rather expert at doing that. Just drifting the car after the burnout out towards the wall and pulling it back in again. So hopefully John will be going a little bit further down the racetrack each time. Each run's looked better and better. The first one was a bit sketchy, but again, when they're testing, learning new stuff, the second one was a lot more like it. Let's see what he can do on this third qualifying run. Hopefully well back into the sixes, well over 200 miles an hour. So the combination in the car is a twin-turbo Hemi that's been in the low sixes over 240 miles an hour. However, these cars are notoriously fickle. Good luck to John. Well, that was odd, because it did hook and go, but just didn't sound quite right, unfortunately. 108 to 60 foot. He was off it well before the 8th mile. The car was hopping around a little bit. Didn't really sort of squat and go like you'd normally expect. But anyway, he's qualified. And at the moment, it's a 4-car field. But it won't be if Wayne Nicholson gets an elapsed time. And it is Wayne Nicholson up next. Now all Wayne needs to do is take the green and get an ET, and he'll be in the show somewhere tomorrow. However, hopefully the car hasn't died and he just can't get reverse. I have a nasty feeling though the car has actually died. Well, up against Andy Robinson in the Slick Tricks lane. Andy's already in the show. Yeah, Wayne's car's silent, unfortunately. What just the most massive shame for Wayne Nicholson and the whole team. Next round of the championships in the Bug Jam in just 3 weeks' time. They will have another go again then, but they didn't even get to the start line this weekend. Okay, here we go. Let's see if Andy and the team have the 60-foot issue sorted out. About to find out. Well, it was a lot quicker to 60 foot, but it was shaking when it went past the 60-foot mark. 101 to 60 foot, but almost instant tyre shake. As the car came up on the revs and he rolls across the line to a 12.44. Well, the Robinsons have definitely paid their dues in any way, shape or form. Okay, well, the starter's going back on the front of Wayne Nicholson's car, whatever the reason was that the car shut down. Okay, fingers crossed for Wayne. Here we go. Right, Wayne's just going to re-warm the tyres a little bit. The engine's probably quite warm from what he did earlier. The racetrack's still real good. That's not going to change. So, most importantly for Wayne, needs to take the green light, needs to get to the other end. Drag racing never ceases to give you heart failure, I don't think. One of those things that it ain't good for the nerves. There's no lap after lap to make up any lost time, or if you make a mistake at a corner, you can keep going. It's all or nothing. One chance, that's it. Win or go home. So good luck to Wayne, the whole Lucky Devil team. Well, Wayne got off the start line with a 1:01.60 foot, shook the tyres just after that and backed out of it. He will get an elapsed time. There we go, 11:66. He is the number 5 qualifier, which gets him a date in round 1 with number 2, who just happens to be, at the moment, Andy Robinson. Okay, we have one more pair of cars to come round. Both of the red and white variety, both from the UK. One nitrous, one blown. So, Dave Smith with the Stranger Thing 55 Chevy. As everybody goes out in the Street Eliminator Cruise, you can see behind the tower. If you look over around behind the bank, if you stood on the top of it, they're going to be going out the exit road, or entry road. So, Bobby Wallace with the family nitrous Camaro. And Dave Smith. Once again, if Dave Smith and the team can overcome the gearbox issues, which have been plaguing him pretty much all season, this car I don't think has gone from first to second to third all year long. I think it's either gone from first to second and he's just legged it out, first to third. That's about it. So the ever important wheelie bar adjustments, all done. So once again, Dave Smith's car has problems rolling forwards. Something you wouldn't expect from a car with a few thousand horsepower. So Dave Smith at the moment is number 4. He's run a best of a 7.3. Bobby's number 1 with a 5.93. Unless Dave can pull a massive rabbit out of the hat, a career-defining rabbit out of the hat, Bobby will still be number 1. But we shall see. Here we go. 586 and a 538. 245 miles an hour for Bobby Wallace. Not sure what came off Dave Smith's car. However, he is now the number 3 qualifier. Excellent stuff. 0.97 to 60 foot for Bobby. 386 at 195 to the 8th. And then out the back door, 2 flat in the back half. Stunning stuff. Absolutely stunning stuff. Not sure what that was that came off Dave Smith's car. That's his personal best mile an hour, and I think elapsed time as well. So going very much in the right direction. And happy birthday to Mummy Wallace as well, as you can hear me down there. That's all right, no problem. Just seen your boy take and solidify the number 1 qualifying spot as well. Well done to Dave Smith's team. Step by step, getting quicker. Okay, we're moving on with 950 bike. Okay, Dion Hartley, Rob Stanley. Just going to finish out our classes for the day. $9.55 and $9.65. Dion Hartley keeps his number 2 spots. Okay, Dave Hall with the artist and Rick Sawaski, who is qualified last at the moment. Man, he's won the championship a number of times. More than a few times, in fact. $64 and $55. Dave Hall actually moves up to number 3. However, nothing is going to change in the qualified order. Carl Thomas will be number 1 qualified. Definitely, because he's the last bike to run. And Rick Sawatsky will be number 5. Oh, 9.50 with a 3. Even better. Congratulations, fellas. Happy birthday again for the other day, Dad. That's the way to do it. Congratulations. Well done. Okay. ET Bike qualifying session number 3. Justin Morton, Phil Pratt. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of order jiggling going on here. Phil Pratt with a 9.12. Justin Morton with 10.12. $9.06, way too quick for Phil, and $10.33 for Justin. Does actually move him up 1 spot. Okay, Carl Hester up against Liam Holgate. Well, they both go red. That doesn't matter in qualifying. Carl Hester's not going to improve. 74 for Liam Holgate. Takes him to, keeps him at number 6. So Dave Grundy and Gary Hester, 9 and 10 at the moment. Up to 7, Gary Hester improves with an 8.87 on an 8.80. Well done to Gary. Okay, Jake Bowden, your number 1 qualifier. 12.27 was what he ran earlier on the 27. This time looking for a 12.25. 10.04 in the other lane for Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. $10.06, nicely done for Robbie. Takes him to number 3. Fantastic breakout in the other lane for Jake Bowden. I'm sure he'll still be happy with the number 1 spot. Okay, Pete Harrison and Nick Playden. Getting really tight at the top. Really tight. $10.68, that's not going to help. That'll help Pete Harrison, though. $12.79 on 70, up to number 9. The one big thing that's changed as well is the wind's dropped quite a bit. You see the windmill's not moving as fast. The flags are still fluttering quite a lot, but the wind isn't going in the same direction, slowing them down as much. Chantal Van Loon. Kestrel Lane, 9.45, 9.50 for Nicholas Antonio. Antonio. 9.79, 9.83. Actually, Nicholas moves up one spot to 16. Chantal stays put at 13. So, Patrick Marie, 8.72. He's chosen number this time around, taking on Blade King. Blade currently number 2. Leading the championship as well in ET Bike. Blade's had a terrific start to 2023. No, 8.93 and 8.96. Too quick and too slow, unfortunately. Okay, 9.67 is to dial in for young Mr. Scott Collier down there in the Kestrel Lane. Pro Joint Racing, Dad Jerry behind, directing traffic, just telling him to move left slightly. Against Angelus Caradreas. Caradreas, I do beg your pardon, who dials an 8.70. So the bike in the Slick Tricks lane for the Netherlands will get there first. Not about that, though. It's about who can run close to their number. Scott was away first, as everyone could see. So, Angelus goes 8.76, Scott goes 9.70. That'll work. Up to number 4 for Scott Collier. Nicely done. Okay, this is Brett Cordell. I think this last bike in ET Bike, actually. We've got Comp Bike, Super Street and Funny Bike left on 2 wheels. $9.75 stays at number 11 for Brett Cordell. So last qualifying session for Comp Bike. Okay, that's Graham Dance. Graham currently number 3, 752. Well held off the centre line, Graham. Good looking run. 742, 193. That'll help. Up to the number 3 spot. Okay, Lem Paget up next. Len's best is a 783. Anna Sasiak with the Hayabusa in the other lane. So Len with a Pro Stocker. Normally aspirated, no power adders. You can put one on if you want him. I guess he just wants to keep it stock. Hence the name. Well, Anna goes before the tree run, so she won't get any laps time. Len Paget, 7.99, only 140. Len was leaning that over a long way to keep it going straight, but he did that in a very expert manner. Okay, Paul Hambridge and John McLean. John went 7.93 earlier. Paul Hambridge, 7.40, which is a real nice comeback run after obliterating the blocks on the first run of the day. Paul Hambridge pointing very much to the right this time. Like very much, as in he's pointing straight at the 330, but at the wall. However, the bike pulls itself straight almost instantly. Paul Hambridge goes 7.41 at 192, 7.87, 167 for John McLean. Does actually move up one spot to number 7. Paul Hambridge stays number 2. Okay, Gary Bowe, who just got bumped down, funny enough, to number 8 spot. He ran a best of 7.89. He can go way quicker than that. I'm sure they're looking to as well. That's his lad Dave giving him a pat on the back, saying, off you go. He's in the Kestrel lane. Adam Burns, currently number 5 with a 7.74 best. Neither are going to improve. Gary Bowe with the chain on the floor. That's a pretty obvious problem. That's if it is just the chain. Yeah, the chain's definitely on the floor, but I'm not sure what broke first, the chain or whatever was holding it on. And Adam rolls to a stop just before the finish line. Commiserations to Gary Bowe and the team. A lot of work to get ready for eliminations tomorrow. We're going to carry on running in the other lane. Well, yeah, there doesn't seem to be much fluid or anything like that down in Gary Bowe's lane. Obviously, the chain's there. But it should take a minimum amount of time to sort out, which is always good news. And hopefully it's good news for Gary as well. Well, we've actually got a delay in both lanes because Gary's getting pushed back. Adam stopped before the finish line. You can see up there the track crew doing a retrieval job. So we've got a couple more comp bikes to go. Then it's Super Street. And I think, where are we up to after that? We've got Funny Bike, Sportsman ET, Super Gas, Wild Bunch, and we're done for the day. So by run for Michael Gooding. Just a quick sled of the Kestrel lane, just to make sure, obviously. .914 at 146, that's not going to improve, stays at 13. I'm sure the tractor will only come back one more time. So Mick Wynyard is on a bye run this time. Well, that's certainly not going to improve on an 8.12, which is what he ran earlier. .980 at a very improbable 171 miles an hour. And I say improbable because the speed doesn't match the ET. Okay, this is Chris Neary. On a bye. Yeah, something not sounding very happy at all for Chris Neary that time. And once again, not going to improve on an 8.42. He's going to take the first turn off while we finish the track prep and get ready for Super Street Bike up next. So we've got two more two-wheel classes, Super Street Bike and Funny Bike, and then it's Sportsman ET, Super Gas, Wild Bunch, and we are done. So the next pair moving forwards. Mark Dainty and Dave Thomas. Again, a couple of refugees from Super Street Bike who are right behind them. That doesn't sound that well for Mark Dainty, to be honest. Dave Thomas is just about to roll forward. No, I don't think. Yeah, just going to be Dave Thomas on his own by the look of it. Nice looking run, 8:38, 161. Didn't improve. Good effort, nonetheless. Okay, Daniel Lentz and Margot Schmidt, last chance to improve. Daniel's currently number 2, went 6:88. Now, someone's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the bike that Christian Zatz normally runs. That's not his normal machine. Up against Margot Schmidt. Now, Margot ran, I think that was a PB of 7:23 earlier on today. See if she can get the speed to match it. Well, Margot unfortunately rolls the lights again. Daniel is on a beautiful run. So's Margot, but she won't get an elapsed time. 6:91, 199 for Daniel Lentz. Possibly rolled off the throttle slightly at the top end. Margot, as soon as she goes up on the two-step, pulls her through stage, and that's why she takes off. Got down the track really well every run. Just only got an ET for one of them. So the Morrison boys once again, Ross in the Kestrel lane, Al Jr. in the Slick Tricks lane. Currently only for them, they're normally bang on at the top. Numbers 3 and 4 at the moment. To take the number 1 spot, you've got to run quicker than 6:81, which is Jake Michelle. 6:92 is Al Morrison Jr.'s quickest run so far. For Ross, it's a 7:22. Both with very stout 60-foot times. 6:89 at 203 for Al Morrison Jr., 7:49 at 142 for Ross Morrison. No improvement in position, at least for either. Al Morrison Jr. did actually move up in ET a bit, but both the ET and the speed quite a bit off where he was just a few weeks ago at the main event. So, Alan Morrison. Last pair for Super Street, I think. Taking on Jake Michelle. Jake, number 1 qualifier, and will be, unless Al Morrison can pull the proverbial enormous rabbit out of a hat and run his personal best. That won't better a 6:81 for Jake. He went up, not forwards, and he's backed off it. Al Morrison leaning over at the finish line, trying to keep the bike upright. 7:50 at 171. Good job of saving it. Jake goes 8:49 at 114. I do apologise, we do have one more bike left, and it's this one, Steve Mead, who's right at the bottom at the moment with a very uncharacteristic 8:01. going to be better than an 801. 791 at 185. He still stays number 7 though. Okay, that's a wrap for Super Street Bike. Up next, Funny Bike. Jordan Kenway. Two relative newcomers to the class. Jordan Kenway and Ryan Davidson. Jordan, best run so far today has been a 9.94. He can go way quicker than that. With a bike they call Malicious Mandy in the Kestrel lane. Ryan Davidson's been down in the 7s. In fact, actually, everyone's in the 7s, apart from Jordan at the moment. Good looking run for Ryan Davidson. Jordan's rolling to a stop. Even better, 7.62 at 171 for Ryan. Takes him up to the number, well, he's already number 3, I think. Just moves him that bit closer. Problems again for Jordan Kenway, unfortunately, just not behaving itself. Oh, look, and Parnell, Roger Moore are the next two. I can't see Dave Peters down there, though. So, Lorcan with the funny bike. No, unfortunately, Jordan Kenway is stranded at the top end. Hoping he can make the first turn off, but couldn't quite make it. Yeah, so Jordan's just hooked up and going round the corner, so it's not going to take a moment. It's just whether we're going to refire. Yeah, we refire Lorcan where he is. And let Mr. Moore fire up again and do his burnout. Okay, Lorcan is refired. So just yet Lorcan take the green. I'm sure the tyre wouldn't have called off too much. Great looking run for Lorcan Parnell. Keep it going all the way through to a 7:01, 188 miles an hour for Lorcan. That looked a lot quicker than that, actually. And it certainly, yeah, it looked pretty, actually, that did, didn't it? Yeah. 113 to 64, 52 at 157 to the 8th. That did look really, really nice. Just not quite the numbers they were expecting. Lorcan being safe and sound in the shutdown area. The track crew just did, because there was some smoke through the finish line. That may just be the turbo overrun. Hopefully nothing more. All the track crew are scampering back in the shutdown area. Fingers crossed the other two do it in the Slick Tricks lane. Just triple checking to make sure everything's safe. So we're carrying on. Roger Moore with the Box of Frogs bike. Excuse me, car. I'm so used to saying him in a car. So Roger Moore, currently number 3 qualifier. To move up to number 2, he's got to go quicker than a 7:57. Sorry, 7:42 even. 7:57 was what he ran. And he goes to 54. 3 nice looking runs. And 175 miles an hour as well. Well done, everybody. That's a wrap for Funny Bike qualifying. We just got a little bit of a sweep to do at the top end. There was potentially a little bit of a mist coming from the storm at top end in the Slick Tricks lane. But we're getting ready to go. We've got the jet car coming up as well. Sportsman ET, Supergas and Wild Bunch. And we're done for the day. Back to Nitro FM for a very short period of time. So, Carl McGarrett and Brian Huxley. This is Sportsman ET final qualifying session number 3. Okay, 12:64. Carl goes up to number 3. And a slight breakout that time. Slight breakout for Brian Huxley. Matthew Dowdy in at 8 at the moment, 12:58. And Jeff Gowley. Really, really good to see Jeff back. Not sure what's up with the Nova. I can only think it's poorly in the Slick Tricks lane. Okay, 12:54 for Matthew Dowdy, stays 8 because he breaks out. And Jeff Cowley breaks out as well. So Liam Sturman with the Power Flow Jag in the Slick Tricks lane. Current number 18, number 9 is Georgina Smith with the Toyota Supra. So could Liam run 13.90? The answer is nearly a second off, actually. Both stay put. Georgina breaks out. Liam goes, frankly, a little bit too slow. So Steve Giles out there with the DHL wagon. 14.20, don't think that's going to help. Matt Halsall actually breaks out by over 3/10 with a little escort. Chris Wynn, Jay McCready next. Okay, Chris Wynn with the Mito. Oh, look at that. Creedy up to number 2. Terrific. Well done. Breakout in the other lane with a 15.64. Well done to, I don't want to call it calamity, Jane, because that wasn't a calamity at all. That was pretty damn good. Well done, Jay McCready. Superb. Chris Creswell and James Grew are your next pair. Not much in it between these two, on ET at least anyway. Chris Creswell, currently 14, James Grew 7. Let's see how they'll fare in this one. James Grew goes up to number 5 with a 77 on a 74. Chris Creswell breaks out. So, Debbie Taylor and Kirsty Tram. Kirsty not in her normal spot. She's number 17 in the bottom half of the ladder. That's more like it, though. The 002 green light. Now what she's got to do is run a 12.10. She runs the right numbers the wrong way round. 12.01. Breakout. Debbie Taylor broke out as well. Only by 0.03 of a second, though. Okay, Steve Mellors with the Hulk. Got to the final not that long ago. Taking on Richard Palmer. '19, Steve Mellors moves up to number 8 with a 16.03 on a 15.95. Good move, sir. Well done. Mick Franklin with the Range Rover. Against Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. These two are number 11 and 12 at the moment. Just got the last couple of cars to go before we get to Supergas, Wild Bunch, and then the Jet Car. $14.25, nice run for Gary Lake. That gets him the number 5 spot. And also bumps down Mick Franklin by 1 spot. Holly Walters and Bill Wilson. Good for Bill. He's double entered. 2 different classes. Unfortunately, I don't think he qualified for Pro ET. Very much did here in Sportsman. Holly's number 3. Bill's number 7. .12.48, too quick for Bill Wilson. Holly stays at number 3 with a fabulous 007 light as well. And a 15.41 and a 15.38. Keep doing that every time on race day, young lady, and you won't be beaten. Or if you are, it'll be very well deserved. So, Felicity Gibbs and Steph Patesman. I think of the last 2, they are indeed, because we're about to move on with Super Gas. The final session of the day for Super Gas. In fact, it's only Super Gas and a Wild Bunch to go. Couple of good-looking lights, especially if your name's Felicity. 009 on the tree. And 13.94 for Steph. Up to number 10. Felicity up to number 8 with a 26 on a 20. Okay, this is the last qualifying session for Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas. Bob Molden, Andy Dibley. Neither of these two are in the 990s. And Andy Dibley won't be that one either. Went to go up on the chip and the car pulled him through. Bob Molden goes 979. Way too quick. Way too quick. Okay, Jasmine Tunstall and Mark White. Oh, the next pair. Looks like it's Mark White on a solo. He's currently number 4. He's run a 998. Oh, 989 with a 6. Oh, so flipping close. Yeah, not sure what was up with Jazz's car, but very well spotted. Down to one lane for just a moment. Stu Doiney. Just a quick sweep of the start line. Here's what's coming up. That's a long old throttle stop for Stu Doiney. 01 on the tree. And 996 at the stripe. Well, funny enough, he stays number 1 with a run from earlier of a 9.91. So we're just closing out the day around about 7:20 on what's been a pretty damn good day of sportsman racing here at this 2023 edition of the STP Summer Nationals. So there we go, one more sweep over the start line and back, and we're done. And we can get back to our last few cars of qualifying. Bad luck to Jasmine and Rich and the team, but well spotted by Jed Guy. So Pete Creswell with the full Monty Mustang. Taking on the killer looking Chevelle of Wayne Hiscock. Now Wayne's car can... Wayne's car can, like all of these, run way quicker than 9.90. He has entered Supercomp on a few occasions before, but just hasn't quite got the ET to make it stick. So decided wants to come out and play full-time in Supergas and doing really, really well at it. Doesn't run with the throttle stop, runs the car to around about 1,000 foot, then backs off, and generally rolls across the line in around about 9.90. He's number 12 qualifier at the moment, went 9.83. Too quick, obviously. Yeah, so Wayne Hiscock is going to back off at the finish line. Here comes Pete Creswell. They're going to cross the stripe roughly together. 9.93 for Pete, up to number 2. Well, funny enough, Wayne Hiscock moves up to number 11 by virtue of not breaking out, even though he went 10.27. So, Dave Fulton. Dave, I'm just here for fun this weekend, Fulton. However, winning would be nice as well, I'm sure, with the Roadster. And 9.88. They both go too quick. Last pair, Stu Morris, Simon Fulton. We have the jet car and then one more car, I think, behind them. So Simon Fulton and Stuart Morris are both 3 and 4 in the order at the moment. Nothing in it as always in Supergas. 9.90 with a 6. Number 1 qualifier on the last run of qualifying. Stuart Morris, well done. Simon Fulton gets bumped back 1 spot. He went 9.87, just that little bit too quick. Okay, underneath the tower we have Martin Hill with Fire Force number 2. Lining up and ready to fire up as well. Okay, so Martin and the team getting ready to spin the jet car over. Okay, so 5 force number 2. So 5 force number 2 underneath the tower. Even though the car looks as it always did, a lot of effort has gone into keeping it that way, effectively. Now, I'm not entirely sure where everybody on the VIP balcony has seen a jet car before. If they haven't, what have you been doing with your life? Deary me. So thank you all to you Hardy fans out there on the banking and the grandstand as well for sticking around till the close of play today. We've still got a couple more cars to go after Martin. Martin's not actually closing the show, but we're pretty much there. So Martin's going to wind the jet up, give it a bit more thrust, and then we're going to have a few more afterburner pops. That car really does look immaculate. He's done an excellent restoration job on it, like it's brand new. Okay, a couple more pops just into stage. So, wish Martin well. Well, Martin kills it instantly, actually. Yeah, there is a couple of small drips coming out the back, but what a great shame. Well, what a great shame for Martin and the whole team. Just got that far, but eagle-eyed Dave, as always, on the start line, taking care of things. So we've just got a couple more cars to go down the racetrack, and we will be done for the day. Okay, we're back with a couple more cars to close out today. This is Gary Carr with his new car that he's just imported from the US. Thank you very much indeed to Simon, as always, for the information from Eurodrag. So this is his first ever run in the car. I think this is going to be another legal stock car. Maybe destined for Comp Eliminator, who knows. Anyway. Well, you wouldn't know he'd never driven it before, would you? 11, 16, 116, straight out of the box. Congratulations, gentlemen. Kind of the way it should be done. Okay, we do have one more run to go today. So thank you very much indeed to all of you folks, again, on the balcony, on the grandstand, and on the banking for sticking with us. This will be Dave Rowland's last ride, effectively. Dave Rowland, who was a marshal racer here, friend of everybody here at Santa Pod Raceway for ever, I think, really. Angie came up and gave me a note earlier in saying that for the longest time they've been trying to give Dave Rowland a proper Santa Pod send-off. Hopefully today's the day where it looks like it's going to happen. He was good teammates and friends with the Wicked Lady team. And they're taking the honour of taking Dave's ashes for one last ride up the racetrack. That's why you see all the marshals, everybody from Santa Pod Racers Club, all of Dave's friends standing down there on the racetrack in the other lane for Dave's last ride. As many of you may remember, Wicked Lady, that's Darren down there, and Destiny's Angel Dave raced side by side many times under the Wild Bunch banner and under Riot Racing as well. Dave loved this sport and he loved Santa Pod. He gave so much of his life to it, so much time, so much dedication. This is going to be Dave Rowland's last ride. Godspeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Rowland's last pass with an 882 at 149, with his ashes scattered at the finish line. Godspeed, Dave, from Angie Warren, all of Destiny's Angel crew and everybody and all the friends and people that love you down here at Santa Pod Raceway on the start line. That's a wrap for today, folks. We're going to set up eliminations tomorrow. And Dave, that was a proper send-off. That was superb. Over to Nitro FM. Thank you all.